Chapter 1, Rebirth in a World Gone Mad. It was winter, with heavy snow and biting cold. In a simple rented room, Ling Yi, with a beard and unshaven, slowly opened his eyes. He first looked around with a wary expression, and only after confirming that he was in the right place did his eyes soften. "My daughter, after 100,000 years, I have finally reversed time and space and returned." 100,000 years ago, his daughter was diagnosed with a terminal illness for which there was no cure. In order to save his daughter's life, he spent all his money and was in debt to loan sharks. His daughter's condition did not improve, but he suddenly changed his personality. He became an alcoholic and a gambler, and he became more and more irritable. He owed more and more money to the loan sharks, and he would beat his wife and daughter whenever he got angry. He would also scold his daughter for being a burden to him. Until her death, she still had 7 or 8 bruises on her body. And there were even more bruises on his wife. So after Xiao Xiao died, his wife jumped off the hospital roof without hesitation, leaving Ling Yi with only 2 words. Before Xiao Xiao died, she thought it was because she was naughty that you beat and scolded her. She said that her greatest wish in life was to hear you forgive her. "Ling Yi, you don't deserve to be Xiao Xiao's father." Hearing this, Ling Yi felt as if he were dying, and jumped off the roof. However, he did not die, but was taken to another starry sky by a wandering immortal in a green robe. At that time, Ling Yi had no worries and was determined to die. It was only after the sage in green clothes told him that he could reverse time and space and save his wife and daughter if he ascended to the realm of the immortal emperor that he began to practice without distraction. Perhaps because of his guilt, he practiced harder than anyone else. He could endure hardships that others couldn't, and he dared to enter forbidden areas that others wouldn't dare to enter. So it took him only 100,000 years to reach the realm of the immortal emperor, which took others millions of years to reach. As the supreme emperor of the 10,000 immortals, he did not crave immortality, but immediately used his entire cultivation to forcefully split the heavens and earth, reversing time and space, and returning to the blue star 100,000 years ago with his primordial spirit. This is how the scene at the beginning came about. "Little!" Ling Yi shouted and hurried out of the bedroom. It had been 100,000 years, and he couldn't wait to hug his daughter. However, his wife and daughter were not at home, and only a few simple pieces of furniture were in sight. Looking at the simple but tidy living room, the figure of his wife Qi Shiyun suddenly appeared in front of him. Thinking of how he used to beat and scold her whenever things didn't go his way, Ling Yi slapped himself in the face. He was worse than an animal. "But don't worry, from now on, I will never let you get hurt. And Xiao Xiao, even if the king of hell wants you to die at 3 in the morning, I will keep you alive forever." He had no contact information for his wife, because she had long since blocked him, so he could only wait at home. But he didn't waste any time. Instead, he returned to the bedroom, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to concentrate on practicing the swallowing the heavens record. This swallowing the heavens was carefully selected from hundreds of millions of secret manuals of martial arts 20,000 years ago, and is the most suitable for practicing in a place like Blue Star, where the aura is depleted. And when practiced to the extreme, it is 100 times more overbearing than the practice method he practiced in his previous life. In just a few minutes, Ling Yi's body had changed. The lethargy caused by alcoholism had disappeared, and he was full of energy instead. Even though it was cold outside and there was no air conditioning in the room, Ling Yi was full of enthusiasm and full of expectations for the future. By dusk, the snow had already reached his knees. In the howling wind, there was not a single soul on the road. But at the entrance to the community, there was a young mother wearing thin clothes, washing radishes with her 3-year-old daughter. These radishes were planted by Qi Shiyun before and after work, and they had just been pulled out of the ground and hadn't had time to be cleaned yet. She had to set up her stall before dinner, otherwise the radishes would not sell if she missed the meal. The snow began to fall again, and Qi Shiyun quickly took off her jacket and put it over her daughter's head. "Little one, it's too cold. Why don't you go home first?" "No, if I disturb my father, he will beat me." The little girl's body trembled slightly, and her face showed an expression of great fear. Qi Shiyun was stunned and her eyes filled with pain. She should have had a happy childhood, but now she was washing radishes in the snow with her. Seeing her small, delicate hands turn purple from the cold, Qi Shiyun's heart felt as if it had been stabbed with a knife, and 2 lines of tears could not be stopped from falling. "Mommy, don't cry. It's not cold." The daughter wiped her small hands on her clothes, then held her mother's face and gently wiped away her tears. "Mom didn't cry, it was just too windy." Shi Shiryun hugged her daughter and looked back in the direction of their home. Her eyes gradually became determined they must divorce. As night fell, a group of people suddenly surrounded them. After Xiao Xiao saw who they were, she was so scared that she immediately hugged her mother's legs and her body could not stop trembling. "Miss Qi, have you prepared the money?" Zhang Kai banged the ground with an iron rod, looking fierce. "What money?" Shi Shiryun, protecting her daughter, frowned and said, "Ling Yi borrowed your money, and I paid it back yesterday." "You said so yourself." "I made a mistake yesterday. The 50,000 you returned was only the interest. You still owe me 15,000 in principal. This is robbery." Shi Shiryun understood. "Yes, it is robbery. Either you pay me now, or you come with me." Zhang Kai looked at Shi Shiryun and thought to himself that this woman was indeed a beauty. No wonder Qin Shao would ask for her to serve him in bed. On such a cold day, having such a beauty to warm the bed, just thinking about it makes my whole body tingle. No way. No? Humph. Zhang Kai gave a look and immediately a few of his men rushed forward and forcibly pulled the mother and daughter apart. The little girl was crying and shaking, and no matter how Qi Shiryun comforted her, it was useless. "Zhang Kai, if you have anything to say, come at me." Qi Shiryun burst into tears at the sight of this, her heart aching. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you make Qin Shao comfortable tonight, I'll forget about your husband's debt. Otherwise, I'll break your daughter's legs right now. Let my daughter go first." Qi Shiryun screamed in desperation and begged. "It seems you don't want to take the drink, but you want to take the punishment," Zhang Kai said, and raised the iron rod, slamming it into Xiao Xiao's knee. With a crack, Xiao Xiao's left leg was instantly deformed. The person holding her let go of her, and Xiao Xiao fell to the ground. The intense pain made her open her mouth wide, but she couldn't make any sound, and she just kept twitching in the snow. Qi Shiryun let out a scream, broke free from her restraints, and rolled over to Xiao Xiao, trying to reach out to pick her up, but she was too afraid to touch her. Her hands trembled in the air, unable to stop crying. Tears fell on Xiao Xiao's face. Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth and opened her eyes. She reached out to wipe away her mother's tears, and said in a whisper, "Mom, don't cry." "Xiao Xiao, it doesn't hurt." Qi Shiryun felt her chest being torn apart when she heard this. She wanted to call an ambulance, but Zhang Kai snatched her phone away. Qin Shao didn't like this evil seed, so she let her freeze to death here. After Zhang Kai finished speaking, he gave a glance, and immediately someone rushed up and carried the exhausted Qi Shiryun away into the night. Mom, I'm cold." In the dark of night, the little voice grew smaller and smaller. Chapter 2, Little One is Not Afraid, Daddy is Here. Rental room, bedroom. Ling Yi, who was practicing, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his forehead. This feeling of being connected by blood. Is Xiao Xiao in danger? Ling Yi suddenly opened his eyes, without hesitation, smashed the bedroom window, jumped off the 4th floor, and ran towards the entrance of the community. He was already a 3rd-level cultivator, and his whole body was like a sharp sword, leaving a deep snow trail in the thick snow. When he reached the entrance of the community, the scene in front of him almost made him collapse on the spot. In the thick snow, Xiao Xiao was lying there in despair, his small hands and face already turning purple from the cold, and one of his legs was curiously folded under him, barely breathing. "Xiao Xiao!" Ling Yi shouted, rushed over and knelt down next to Xiao Xiao. He tried to pick her up with both hands, but he was so panicked that he didn't know how to do it. "Xiao Xiao is not afraid. Xiao Xiao is not afraid. Daddy is here. Daddy is here." Ling Yi, the immortal emperor who was worshipped by thousands of immortals, was now like a helpless child, letting tears fall. Although Ling Yi was grief-stricken, he did not hesitate, but immediately activated the heavenly record to transfer all of his limited spiritual energy into Xiao Xiao's body to help her hold on to her last breath. With the nourishment of the spiritual energy, Xiao Xiao, who was only breathing weakly, gradually began to breathe more clearly, and her face and hands gradually became rosy. After Ling Yi transferred the last bit of his spiritual energy into Xiao Xiao, she finally opened her eyes. But when she saw it was Ling Yi, she was suddenly terrified. "Dad, I'm sorry. Please don't hit me. Xiao Xiao didn't mean to fall. Xiao Xiao will get up now." As she spoke, she stood up, but the pain in her broken leg immediately made her fall to the ground again. "Dad! Xiao Xiao's leg hurts, she can't stand up. Dad, don't hit Xiao Xiao, okay?" Seeing the horror on his 3-year-old daughter's face, Ling felt like he was being torn apart by 1,000 knives. How could he have been such a bastard that his own daughter was so afraid of him? It is only natural for a child to fall down. Why did I beat and scold her in the past? Moreover, her leg was obviously broken, but when she saw me, she didn't complain, but pretended to be strong and tried to stand up. If a father can't be his daughter's support, what good is he as a father? Thinking of this, Ling Yi punched himself twice, then held Xiao Xiao tightly in his arms and wept uncontrollably. Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry, Dad was wrong. Dad shouldn't have hit you and scolded you before, it was Dad's fault. It was Dad's fault. Xiao Xiao didn't hear Ling Yi's apology clearly. The intense pain in her knees had already made her dizzy, but even so, she still managed to say to Ling Yi with a strong will. Dad, go save Mom. Yesterday, that bad man took Mom away. Dad, save Mom. After that, Xiao Xiao could no longer hold on and fainted from the pain. Ling Yi looked at his daughter, who was still frowning in her sleep, and wished he could tear himself apart. But now was not the time to blame himself. He had to save Qi Shiyun. Xiao Xiao's knee was shattered, and even if she were taken to the hospital now, it might not be possible to cure it. She might have to use a wheelchair for the rest of her life. Even if it is fixed, she may still walk with a limp. The only way to completely cure her is to rely on immortal cultivation methods. However, with his current cultivation level of the 3rd level of the Qi, he could not use his magic to regenerate the bones, unless he could refine the broken jade pill. After weighing the pros and cons, Ling Yi rushed to the rental house with his daughter, and transferred the aura he had just recovered back into his daughter's body, so that she could sleep well. He locked the door, left the community, and sped off in a certain direction. Who else could it be but Zhang Kai, the bad guy from yesterday? He even dared to kill a child. Why not kill him and let him live for the new year? Qingyun Yangfang Community. After Zhang Kai and the others had stuffed Qi Shiyun into a certain flat, they stood guard outside the door, not allowing anyone to get close. Qi Shiyun finally met the mastermind behind the scenes, Qin Tianxi, the 3rd son of the Qin family, a sex-starved devil. Miss Qi, I have sent people to invite you several times, but you have always refused on the spot. You are really difficult to invite. The air conditioning and floor heating in the flat were on, and the temperature was just right. Qin Tianxi was wearing a thin silk robe and holding a wineglass, shamelessly admiring Qi Shiyun's curves. What a sicko! Qi Shiyun said in a low voice, and turned to open the door. But the door was locked from the outside with a chain, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open it. Miss Qi, it's so cold outside. There shouldn't be many people coming in and out of your building, right? Qin Tianxi was not in a hurry. He sipped his wine leisurely and said. Qi Shiyun was stunned. What do you mean? If I don't send someone to take your daughter to the hospital, do you think anyone will find her? Qi Shiyun was struck by lightning and her body immediately collapsed. Don't tell me that your useless husband will go out to find your daughter. It's better to beg me to let you go. Qi Shiyun thought of Ling Yi, who was drunk as a skunk, and her heart sank. Instead of complaining, she quickly knelt on the ground and begged Qin Tianxi, Mr. Qin, please, spare my daughter. Ha ha ha. Qin Tianxi laughed at this sight. What, just now you were acting like a virtuous woman, but now you're begging for mercy? Mr. Qin, I was wrong. Please let me go save my daughter. As long as you let me take my daughter to the hospital, I will listen to you in the future. Even if I let you go now, it will take you half an hour to get back. Do you think your daughter can hold out for half an hour? Qin Tianxi. Don't worry, I've already sent your daughter to the hospital. If you behave, I'll let them call the doctor. Otherwise. Qin Tianxi shook his glass, and the threat in his expression was unmistakable. These words were all lies he told Qi Shiyun, because he knew very well that Qi Shiyun's only weakness was her daughter. If you let them go to the hospital, I will listen to you from now on. Qi Shiyun slumped to the ground, her face full of despair. Not in the future, but now. Qin Tianxi spread his legs and beckoned to Qi Shiyun, come here and bite me. Qi Shiyun thought of her daughter, who had never had a good life since she was born. Every day, she was either scared of being beaten and scolded by Ling Yi, or she was cold and hungry. Now, she had even had her leg broken and her life was hanging by a thread, her tears just kept flowing. She had thought about suicide, but when she thought about her daughter being alone in the world from now on, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Now there was only one way to save her daughter. Even though she didn't want to, she got up like a zombie and walked towards Qin Tianxi. Wait a minute, who told you to stand up? If you want to be a bitch, then act like one and crawl over here. Qi Shiyun's body froze, and she glanced at the fruit plate on the table again, then knelt down and crawled towards Qin Tianxi step by step. Seeing this, Qin Tianxi laughed and took out his phone to shoot a video. Ha, Qi Shiyun, I thought you were a chaste woman, but in the end you're just going to be my bitch. Qi Shiyun lowered her head and silently calculated the distance. When she saw the legs of the coffee table, she suddenly got up, grabbed the fruit knife from the fruit plate on the table, and with lightning speed, held it against Qin Tianxi's throat. Tell your people to take my daughter to the hospital. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qi Shiyun felt a sharp pain in her wrist, and the knife in her hand could no longer be held, and it fell to the ground with a clang. Pop! Qin Tianxi slapped Qi Shiyun in the face. I'm going to inherit a family fortune of several hundred million in the future. Do you think I won't have any self-defense skills? You're not a good dog, you're a dog that bites. Don't blame me for being unkind to you. After that, Qin Tianxi shouted to the door, get the hell in here. Chapter 3, If there is a next life, don't marry Lingyi no matter what. Zhang Kai and the others immediately entered in an orderly fashion, each one feeling inexplicably excited. They knew very well that Mr. Qin liked to share his conquests with his subordinates. The excitement on their faces was evident when they thought about being able to enjoy the company of a peerless beauty like Qi Shiyun later. But, is Qin Xiao here so soon? Hold down this bitch. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Zhang Kai and the others finally reacted, and hurriedly went forward to force Qi Shiyun to kneel on the ground. Qin Tianxi slapped her, how dare you lay a hand on me? Have you never been beaten before? Qi Shiyun's mouth was bleeding, and she looked at Qin Tianxi coldly without saying a word. To tell you the truth, your daughter is still lying in the snow, and I have no intention of taking her to the hospital. Hearing this, Qi Shiyun's expression froze for a moment, and then she desperately struggled, screaming at Qin Tianxi, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. You won't die a good death. I don't know if I'll die, but I know I'll make you die of pleasure in a moment. Qin Tianxi didn't care at all, and casually picked up a glass of water on the table and shook it in front of Qi Shiyun. Do you know what this is? This is called dewy mandarin ducks. Even if you're frigid, just one sip will turn you into a slut. You're not cold, right? Fine, I'll give you this glass to drink, and you'll be so happy you'll die. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kai and the others all showed an uncontrollable excitement on their faces, and the way they looked at Qi Shiyun changed. Qi Shiyun was already scared, her cheeks pale, her teeth clenched, struggling desperately to keep the other party from opening her mouth. How dare you resist? Qin Tianxi slapped her face and then pinched her face to open her mouth, drink it down. Seeing that the cup was about to be handed over, Qi Shiyun suddenly shook her head and bit Qin Tianxi's tiger mouth, refusing to let go. Qin Tianxi, in pain, smashed the cup directly at Qi Shiyun's head. Blood mixed with the dewy mandarin ducks dyed Qi Shiyun's face red, but Qin Tianxi was still not satisfied. He grabbed Qi Shiyun's hair, lifted her up, and then slammed her down hard on the ground. With a loud thud, Qi Shiyun felt her world spinning and her eyes closing. In a blur, she seemed to see the snow again, and saw the little one lying in the snow, barely breathing. Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry, my dear. Xiao Xiao, don't be afraid, I'm coming to keep you company. Before her eyes closed, she seemed to see another familiar figure. Qi Shiyun, you really are a fool. You're about to die, but you're still thinking about him. Give up. He's already rotten like a piece of mud. He's not the man he used to be. Qi Shiyun, you must remember, if there is a next life, don't marry Lingyi no matter what. Her eyelids fell, and Qi Shiyun passed out in despair. Damn, she's so weak. Qin Tianxi kicked Qi Shiyun with his foot and then waved his hand, since she's not dead yet, I'll give her to you. When she's done playing, don't bother to dress her up. Just throw her into the snow. Thank you, Mr. Qin. The crowd cheered in unison, their faces aglow with excitement. Qin Tianxi spat on Qi Shiyun, cursed, what a fucking buzzkill, and waved to dismiss everyone. Zhang Kai and the others were about to carry Qi Shiyun away when there was a loud bang and the security door to the flat collapsed. A young man stood in the doorway with a pale face and bloodshot eyes. Hey, isn't this the Ling family's biggest loser? Why are you here instead of lying at home waiting to die? Zhang Kai said with a smile. Is it because he knows that we want to play with your wife that he's here to join in? Ling Yi glanced at his wife, who was bleeding from her head and chest, and felt a pain in his chest as if 1,000 arrows had pierced it. He didn't say a word, and walked toward the door. What kind of attitude is that? Qin Shao likes your wife, so you're lucky. In front of Qin Shao, why are you acting like a bully? Zhang Kai angrily shouted, and raised his fist to smash Ling Yi. Ling Yi is the kind of person he knows best. He only needs to exert 3% of his strength to beat him to the ground. However, Ling Yi raised his hand and punched Zhang Kai in the face. With a crack, Zhang Kai's shoulder suddenly revealed a skeleton. The entire arm was pierced by Ling Yi's fist. Before Zhang Kai could scream, Ling Yi kicked him twice in the knee, and 2 loud cracking sounds came from his body. Zhang Kai immediately became half shorter and kneeled on the ground. While ordinary people kneel with their calves behind them, his calves were placed in front of him. Zhang Kai was silent for a short while, then let out a heart-wrenching wail that made everyone listen to it with goosebumps. His younger brother behind him immediately released Qi Shiyun and looked at Ling Yi like a monster, both frightened and confused. I didn't realize that you, this piece of trash, actually had such great strength. Qin Tianxi was also surprised, but he didn't take it to heart. In his opinion, Ling Yi was just stronger, and if he really fought against him, a serious martial artist, he would be beaten to his knees and beg for mercy in minutes. Ling Yi still didn't say anything, but walked over and took Qi Shiyun into his arms, gently wiping the bloodstains off her face. He knew that the suffering of the mother and daughter was all because of him, the scum of the earth. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Ling Yi tightly hugged Qi Shiyun, transferring all the qi that had just been restored to her body to help her quickly heal her wounds. What are you still doing? Get your weapons and kill him. Qin Tianxi's shout brought the group of thugs back to their senses. Although they were afraid of Ling Yi's might, they were even more afraid of the powerful Qin Shao. So they took out small daggers from their pockets and stabbed Ling Yi, trembling with fear. Facing the siege of 7 or 8 people, Ling Yi only looked up at them and scared them back a big step. They looked at each other, and the courage they had just mustered evaporated, and none of them dared to take another step forward. Ling Yi ignored them and picked Qi Shiyun up, walking towards the sofa step by step. During this time, none of them dared to make a move. After he had put Qi Shiyun on the sofa and made sure she was lying down comfortably, he glanced at the broken glass on the floor. Since you like to drug people so much, I'll let you taste the medicine too. Ling Yi tried his best to suppress his murderous intent. He knew very well that killing Qin Tianxi would be too easy for him. You're a waste of space. You're not worthy. Qin Tianxi snorted in contempt, not giving Ling Yi the time of day. It was only when Ling Yi had walked to within 1 meter of him that he suddenly sprang up, using his signature move, the eagle claw-locked throat, to press directly against Ling Yi's throat. He was so confident that even if Ling Yi had more strength, he would definitely not be able to block his eagle claw-locked throat, which had countless variations. Pop! A loud crack, and before he could lock Ling Yi's throat, he felt a sharp pain in his own face, accompanied by ringing in the ears, dizziness, and the sound was deafening. Ling Yi smiled contemptuously and raised his foot again, using the same technique to break Qin Tianxi's knees and make him kneel on the ground. Ah! Qin Tianxi was about to cry out in pain when Ling Yi slapped him, knocking out all his teeth. Blood immediately flowed onto the floor, and he could only let out a series of whimpers. Immediately, Ling Yi grabbed Qin Tianxi by the collar and made him lie on the sofa with his butt up. After doing this, Ling Yi walked over to the broken glass and lightly tapped the floor with his right foot. The thousands of water droplets that had scattered suddenly leapt into the air and were caught in Ling Yi's outstretched hand. The purity is too weak, so I'll add some more for you. Ling Yi's fingers moved slightly, and a few wisps of spiritual energy shot into the water, and the thousands of water droplets instantly appeared with a faint red glow. Then Ling Yi flicked his index finger, and the red water droplets fell accurately into the mouths of the 7 or 8 younger brothers. Seeing this, Qin Tianxi, who was originally in pain and didn't want to live, was immediately scared and stunned. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he looked at Ling Yi in horror. What do you want? You devil, you kill me. Please, kill me. Ling Yi ignored his pleas for mercy, picked Qi Shiyun up with one hand and dragged Zhang Kai with the other, and left the room calmly. Chapter 4. It's still early, there's no rush. Zhang Kai didn't know where Ling Yi was taking him, but he knew that the outcome would definitely be more cruel than staying in that room. Ling Yi walked straight to the remote corner of the community and threw Zhang Kai to the ground before saying, "Take off your clothes." Zhang Kai was already scared out of his wits, so he dared not hesitate. With great pain, he used the only hand he had to take off all his clothes with great difficulty. However, the bones of his other arm had pierced the clothes, so he couldn't take them off no matter how hard he tried. They were all stuck on the broken arm. In great pain, he was about to beg for mercy again when Ling Yi struck. He first crushed Zhang Kai's vocal cords, preventing him from making a sound. Then he kicked off Zhang Kai's other arm, leaving him completely unable to move. Finally, he turned and left, without any hesitation. Looking at Ling Yi's departing back, Zhang Kai's face turned pale. He finally realized that Ling Yi was going to let him freeze to death in despair. Suddenly, heavy snow began to fall. As he watched Ling Yi's figure receding into the distance, Zhang Kai thought of how Xiao Xiao had felt at that moment of despair. He was filled with remorse. After leaving the residential area, Ling Yi did not take a taxi, but instead walked alone in the snow with 5, 6, big. Pay up. Chen Bao said without hesitation, and several of his men immediately began to distribute chips to the people who had placed bets. At the same time, Chen Bao shook the dice again, and while shaking, he said to the other gamblers, "It's so cold, don't you need to go home to hug your wives?" Those who followed Ling Yi's bet were unwilling to do so, but they still took out their chips, moved away from the table, and stood quietly watching. Ling Yi was the only one left at the table, and he bet everything on big. Chen Bao opened the cup, 446, big. SSSHH. Everyone in the room let out a gasp of surprise. It had been more than half an hour, and the dice had been coming up big every time. If it wasn't Chen Bao shaking the dice himself, they would have suspected Ling Yi of colluding with the dealer to cheat. The chips in front of Ling Yi had already increased from the initial 2,000 to more than 4 million, which made everyone present jealous. "Brother, continue?" Chen Bao asked with a gloomy face after shaking the dice. Ling Yi shook his head and said, "That's enough. Let's cash out." Chen Bao was relieved to hear this. Although he knew that Ling Yi could not take the money with him, Ling Yi still put a lot of psychological pressure on him. In order to maintain the reputation of the casino, Chen Bao still transferred the money to Ling Yi in front of everyone, and then pretended to smile and send Ling Yi away. But secretly, he had someone keep an eye on Ling Yi, ready to demand back the 4 million. Chapter 5, The proposal is good, but you don't deserve it. It was already the early hours of the morning when he left the scrap metal factory. Ling Yi, who had only just reached the 3rd level of qi cultivation, had not yet reached the realm of fasting. After a busy day, his stomach was starting to protest. He knew that there was a noodle shop nearby that was open all night. He just didn't know if it was open in such cold weather. If it's not open, he'll have to go all the way to the city. The noodle shop was not far away. Ling Yi quickly walked to the door of the noodle shop, which was brightly lit. The owner of the noodle shop was an old man named Zhang, who claimed to be in his 70s and still in good health. When he saw Ling Yi, he greeted him, "Is it still the same?" "Yes." Ling Yi replied politely. "Why are you here so early today? Did you win some money?" Old Zhang asked while cooking the noodles. "I won a little." Ling Yi said, "Let's settle the noodles you owe me. I'll pay you back." "No need. She paid you yesterday." Old Zhang was busy cooking noodles, his back turned to Ling Yi. "Shi Yun did come yesterday, but he didn't ask for her money." In his own words, Ling Yi's bastard created the evil, and she should not have to bear it. After hearing this, Ling Yi's body trembled, and the image of Shi Yun holding Xiao Xiao's hand and walking in the snow to pay back the money flashed through his mind, and his heart was instantly torn apart. "Young man, listen to an old man's advice. Gambling is a business that harms others and oneself. You should quit if you should quit. A woman like Qi should be treasured." Old man Zhang placed the noodles on the table and looked sad. Ling Yi nodded with a wry smile and said nothing. Alas! Old Zhang thought that Ling Yi hadn't listened, sighed, and didn't try to persuade him any further. Ling Yi finished eating the noodles in a few bites and asked with a smile as he was leaving, "Old Zhang, aren't you afraid that I'll quit gambling and you'll lose a regular customer?" "Bah, as long as you quit gambling, it doesn't matter if my place goes bankrupt." Old Zhang laughed and scolded. Ling Yi waved his hand with a smile, "I'm leaving, I won't be coming back." Old Zhang was stunned by the news, and it wasn't until he couldn't see Ling Yi's back in the snowy night that he slowly tidied up the table. Outside the house, the wind and snow were blowing, and it was pitch black. But he softly sighed, "She girl, it's dawn. There are two ways to get back from the noodle shop. One is an alley with houses on both sides. The other is the highway, which is sparsely populated and relatively far away. Lingy didn't think twice and headed for the highway. When he reached a place where there was no village in front of him and no shop in back, as Lingy had expected, for cars blocked his way forward and backward. The person who got out of the car was none other than Chen Bao from the casino. Lingy, I just checked and know that your daughter's leg is broken and needs money for surgery. I won't make things difficult for you. You keep 200,000 and the rest will be returned. In the snow, Chen Bao lit a cigarette for himself, leaned against the car door, and said in a calm voice. Lingy shook his head. 200,000, do you think that's enough to replace a knee joint? Lingy, don't be ungrateful. 500,000 is the most I can do. If it's more, my leg will be broken. You still have some conscience, otherwise you would already be a corpse. Lingy kept walking forward, and as for the money, you won't be able to take a single cent. Ling, am I giving you face? Chen Bao threw away the cigarette in his hand and pointed at Lingy, scolding him, open your eyes and take a good look. Do you think you can take this money with you? Ling, I'm giving you one last chance. Either take the 500,000 and get out of here, or leave both the money and the man behind. Lingy took one step at a time. If you're capable, come and take it. Fuck, give it all to me, and waste this bastard. Chen Bao gave the order, and 4 cars and more than 20 people rushed towards Lingy with steel rods. Lingy's inner energy had recovered a little, but he didn't need to mobilize his inner energy to deal with these minions. He saw him with one hand in his pocket and the other hand out, weaving through the steel rods that were lying in all directions, like a dragon, freely controlling its movements. However, wherever his palm passed, the minions fell to the ground, their bones broken and muscles torn. Lingy's pace remained steady, just as before, as if the thugs blocking his way had never appeared. Kid, you're pretty good at hiding. I didn't realize you were a martial artist for the past 2 years. No wonder you're so arrogant. Chen Bao shook off his mink coat and picked up a steel rod from the ground. After testing the feel of it, he dragged it along the ground towards Lingy. But you, Brother Chen, are not a vegetarian either, otherwise you wouldn't be qualified to watch over the Han family's property. Chen Bao said proudly, in that case, I see that you have talent. Why don't you become my disciple and follow me around? I'll give you this money as a gift. What do you think? That's a good idea. Lingy nodded in agreement, but you're not worthy. Damn it, then don't blame me for being rude. Chen Bao raised his steel rod and swung it at Lingy's neck at a very tricky angle. No matter which direction Lingy dodged, Chen Bao had a follow-up move to keep up, ensuring that he would be beaten, and that the bastard would be unable to take care of himself. However, Lingy did not dodge at all, but instead raised his hand to catch the powerful steel rod, and then kicked Chen Bao, sending him flying and crashing into the windshield of the car behind him. You're a martial artist with internal strength? Chen Bao's face turned ashen, as if he had seen death itself. Lingy didn't bother to pay any attention to him, threw away the steel rod, put his hand in his pocket, and continued to walk forward. I understand. The reason you took this road was to deliberately lure us here. Chen Bao suddenly realized, shaking his head and smiling wryly. Lingy did not return to the rental room, but instead, after making sure that there was no one around, he ran at top speed towards the distant woods. In the age of the Dharma, where people have been, there is no spiritual energy. Only in places where people are scarce is there relatively abundant spiritual energy. If he wanted to cure his little incurable disease, he had to raise his cultivation level to the Golden Dan realm as soon as possible, and not a second could be wasted. Once in the woods, Lingy was not afraid of the cold, and sat cross-legged in the snow, running the Swallowing the Heavens manual, devoting himself to training. It was not until the east was slightly light that Lingy stopped practicing and ran back to the rental house. In the rented house, Shi Shiyun woke up with a start, rubbing her forehead. When she found herself lying in bed, especially when she saw her daughter lying next to her, she thought that everything that happened last night was a dream. It wasn't until she touched the wound on her head and her daughter's broken knee that she woke up and realized that it was all real. She didn't think too much about how she got back, but rushed into the next room as soon as possible, wanting Lingy to take her daughter to the hospital, but found that Lingy was not there. I should have known. Gambling is his life. How would he care about his daughter's life or death? Shi Shiyun returned to her room in a choked voice, moved the bedside table aside, and tried to take the 2,000 yuan to take her daughter to the hospital, but only found an empty envelope. At that moment, all her fantasies and hopes were shattered. Your daughter's leg is broken, and you're still stealing money to gamble. Ling Yi, are you still a human being? You are worse than an animal. Shi Yun could no longer hold back her tears. Without hesitation, she took the signed divorce agreement from under the pillow and placed it on the table. Then she carefully picked up her daughter and, crying, went to the neighbors to borrow the 2,000 yuan. After that, she hurried to the hospital. Chapter 6. If you are a man, you should take responsibility for the family. It is difficult to get a taxi in the suburbs, and on a snowy morning, there is not even a taxi in sight. Shi Yun walked with her daughter in the snow for a long time before she was able to stop a taxi. The air conditioner in the taxi made Shi Yun, who was sweating profusely, feel very uncomfortable. But she was oblivious to it, and kept urging the driver to hurry. The driver, who knew that Xiao Xiao had broken her leg, drove as fast as he could, stopping at every opportunity to get to the hospital as quickly as possible. Not only that, he escorted Shi Yun and her daughter into the hospital, and only turned around after the nurse took over. Ling Yi, you are worse than a stranger as a father. You are not worthy of being a father. Shi Yun was extremely desperate for Ling Yi. On the other side, after the doctor examined Xiao Xiao's condition, he immediately arranged a bed and told Shi Yun that this situation required an artificial patella replacement, and told her to prepare at least 100,000 yuan for the surgery. Hearing this number, Shi Yun's brain buzzed and she was at a loss. It was only after the doctor repeatedly called her name that she came to her senses. This family member, please go through the admission procedures as soon as possible. We need the hospital number to prescribe medicine. When it comes to her daughter, Shi Yun immediately came to her senses. After answering, she ran all the way to the cashier to check in. She paid the entire 2,000 yuan. After handing the admission slip to the nurse, Shi Yun went to the small bed and looked at her daughter sleeping. Thinking about the high cost of the surgery, Shi Yun couldn't hold back any longer and began to sob at the bedside. Her daughter's cancer medication and the high-interest loans that Ling Yi had taken out to gamble had already put her under a lot of pressure. Now, where was she going to find 100,000 yuan? The 2,000 yuan under the bedside table was her only savings, which she had originally saved to buy anti-cancer drugs for her daughter next month, but it was also stolen by Ling Yi. Shi Yun became more and more sad as she thought about it, and tears flowed down her face. She tried to keep her voice down so as not to wake her daughter. Excuse me, please excuse me. Shi Yun had just returned from the bathroom to wash her face when she saw the doctor and nurses rushing to the emergency room with 7 or 8 carts in a panic. So many people were injured. Was there a car accident? Shi Yun said to herself, not paying much attention, but when she saw the person lying on the last cart, she was suddenly struck by lightning and subconsciously wanted to run. Xin Tianxi. Why is he here? And it looks like he has broken both of his legs? Why is his mouth full of blood? And why is there white bean juice on his face? No, with injuries like this, it should be brain matter? Retribution. Shi Yun snorted and returned to the ward. Her daughter was still sleeping, and if it weren't for the doctor telling her that Xiao Xiao's various indicators were surprisingly normal, she would have suspected that Xiao Xiao would never wake up. Did you just see that, Xiaoqi? This world is really out of control. Auntie Wang, who was in the same ward, walked in from outside the ward in a panic and said to Shi Yun as if they were old friends. What's going on? Shi Yun was flustered and not in the mood to talk. The people who were just brought in, I heard the nurse say, are going to be childless. Shi Yun didn't understand at first, but when Auntie Wang started gesturing with her hands, she turned her head away with a blush. Seeing this, Auntie Wang suddenly asked in a mysterious tone, do you know how they got into that state? Shi Yun shook her head, not really wanting to know. But she was curious because it might explain why she had returned home in one piece the previous day. Auntie Wang said, have you heard of the saying, a steel pestle is ground into a needle? Shi Yun was stunned at first, then her face turned pale and she almost vomited. But when she thought of the miserable state Xin Tianxi and the others were in, she felt a sense of satisfaction. How could they be like this? Shi Yun hurriedly asked, this was her biggest concern. Xin Tianxi should not be gay, otherwise he would not have done this to himself. Auntie Wang, the doctor asked the same question. The police said it was probably drugs. Shi Yun immediately thought of the dewy mandarin ducks and immediately broke into a cold sweat. If she had drunk that glass of water last night, then she would have. Shi Yun didn't dare to think about it anymore. The fear made her body tremble slightly. She now wanted to know who had saved her after she had fainted. Ling Yi? Shi Yun immediately denied it. She would rather believe that a ghost or a god had saved her than that it was Ling Yi who had saved her. I don't know who you are or why you saved me, but I sincerely thank you. If there is a next life, I, Shi Yun, will repay you even if I have to work like a horse. Ling Yi returned to the rental house and went straight to the bedroom, but he didn't find his wife and daughter there, and he was suddenly anxious. Could it be that Chen Bao had sent someone to take revenge? He checked the door lock and quickly ruled out this possibility. So he knocked on the door of his neighbor. When the neighbor saw it was Ling Yi, she immediately turned her face and said, "What are you doing?" "Grandma do you know where my wife went?" Du Beiying was taken aback. This little bastard usually calls me an old thing, but why did he change his tone today? He must be up to no good again. "Little Ling, your wife is really not easy, so don't go and harm her." Du Beiying thought of Shi Yun crying and kneeling to borrow money this morning, and her heart ached. And Ling Yi, after hearing this, felt very uncomfortable. Grandma Du is a good person. Although she is not Xiao Xiao's real grandmother, she helps take care of Xiao Xiao for free while Shi Yun is at work. But I not only cheated her out of money, I also resented her for trying to get me to quit gambling and drinking, and I yelled and cursed at her, saying all kinds of nasty things. "Grandma Du, I'm sorry. I was a jerk before, but I've changed. I know you don't believe me, but my daughter's leg is broken. I have to find her, or she'll be in a lot of pain when she wakes up." The aura that he had previously transferred into her body would only last until noon, so Ling Yi was very anxious. He couldn't imagine his daughter moaning in pain, it would tear his heart apart. Du Beiying saw that Ling Yi was sincere and really anxious, and although she was worried that he was pretending, she still softened her heart and told him about Shi Yun kneeling down to borrow money to go to the hospital that morning. "Ling, don't be such an asshole anymore. If you're a man, you should take care of this family. Where can you find a good woman like Chi?" After that, Du Beiying closed the door and went back to her room to sigh and lament. Ling Yi imagined Shi Yun kneeling down to borrow money, and his heart felt like it was being cut open. He clenched his fists and said to himself, "Grandma Du, don't worry, I will definitely take care of them." Knowing where they were going, Ling Yi didn't rush to the hospital, but went back to his room to pack a few clothes for Shi Yun before going out. He knew that before the broken jade pill was made, no matter how much he said, Shi Yun would not let Xiao Xiao leave the hospital. Fortunately, it takes a few days to do the tests and anti-inflammatory treatment before the surgery, so as long as he can make the broken jade pill before then, he can spare Xiao Xiao from the suffering of going to the operating table. After making up his mind, Ling Yi was about to leave, but when he passed by the living room, he was attracted by the documents on the table. Chapter 7 Ling Yi, don't you feel sick? Looking at the signed divorce agreement, Ling Yi slapped himself hard. You made a mistake, and now you've lost your wife and child. You deserve it. Ling Yi put the documents in a bag and headed to the hospital. On the way, he suddenly thought of a problem, that is, Xiao Xiao's leg was not broken, and Shi Yun was not taken by Qin Tianxi. It must be that he had forcibly reversed the flow of time, causing many things to change. Does that mean that Xiao Xiao's illness could have been advanced in time? Looks like I need to hurry up and improve my cultivation. Ling Yi clenched his fists, and his pace quickened a little. After arriving at the hospital, Ling Yi quickly found out where Xiao Xiao's room was. When Ling Yi pushed the door open, Shi Yun was on the phone. "Hello, Sister Wang, I'd like to take some time off. My daughter is in the hospital." "Oh, okay, thank you, Sister Wang." "Brotherly, sorry to bother you, my daughter is in the hospital and needs 100,000 yuan for surgery. Can you?" "Hello, Ms. Wang, I'm Xiaoqi, the person who worked with you on the project last time. My daughter has a shattered patella. Can I borrow?" "Hello? Ms. Wang?" Ling Yi knew that before he came, Shi Yun must have called everyone she could think of, which is why she was now asking people she had only met once for money. But she hadn't even finished speaking when the call was cut off. Seeing his wife repeatedly trying to be polite and humble, Ling Yi felt a pang of pain in his heart. How could he have been such an asshole to have driven the once proud school beauty to this point? Ling Yi opened the door with a guilty look. He thought that Shi Yun would scold him for being a jerk when she saw him, but to his surprise, Shi Yun was very indifferent. There was not even the slightest fluctuation in her expression, as if he were a stranger. Seeing this, Ling Yi felt a pang of pain in his heart. He knew that there was no greater sorrow than a dead heart, and Qi Shiyun had no hope for him. Even though Ling Yi had cultivated for 100,000 years and his heart was already as solid as a rock, he still didn't know what to do when faced with Qi Shiyun, a woman who had been hurt by him. After a long silence, Ling Yi lifted the bag. "I brought you some clothes to change." Hearing this, Qi Shiyun, who was making up the bed for her daughter, shuddered slightly, but soon returned to her indifference, saying lightly, "There's no need to pretend to be kind. I don't have a penny on me. Don't misunderstand me, I don't want money." Ling Yi's heart ached so much that he could hardly breathe. He took out a wad of money from his pocket and put it on the bed. "Don't borrow any more money. You can use this money for emergencies." "Where did you get the money? Did you go to the loan sharks again?" Qi Shiyun was not happy, but instead stood up straight and looked at Ling Yi with resentment in her eyes. "Who did you mortgage us to this time? Ling Yi, you are not going to stop until you have driven us to the edge of a cliff, right?" Ling Yi's heart ached inexplicably. He whispered, "Don't worry, this money is clean. The loan sharks won't come looking for you again." "Huh, you said the same thing last time, and what happened?" "The result was that her little leg was broken, and I almost got." Qi Shiyun stopped abruptly. "Forget it, take your money and leave. Don't show up in front of me again. Even if I beg you, is that okay?" Ling Yi was heartbroken at hearing this, and his mouth opened and closed several times before he said in a choked voice, I'll just take a look at my daughter and leave." Ling Yi walked over to the bed, reached out and touched his daughter's forehead, and slowly transferred the spiritual energy in his body into Xiao Xiao's body. After the spirit energy is transferred, Xiao Xiao will wake up in a moment, but she won't feel the pain in her knees. "Xiao Xiao, Daddy still has things to do, otherwise I really want to watch you like this for the rest of my life." After transferring the spiritual energy, Ling Yi was slightly weak. He kissed his daughter on the forehead, looked at Qi Shiyun with guilt, and asked, "When did the doctor say the surgery would be done?" "Ling Yi, do you think this is funny?" Qi Shiyun looked at Ling Yi and said coldly, "What did you do when your daughter broke her leg? You stole the money that was meant to save her life and gambled it away. Now you come here pretending to care about your daughter, acting like a hypocrite. Ling Yi, don't you feel sick?" Ling Yi opened his mouth. His heart ached so much that he could hardly breathe. There were 1,000 words, but he could only say one, "I'm sorry, I was wrong before. I've heard enough of these words. Could you please put away this hypocritical face in the future?" Qi Shiyun said with tears in her eyes. "I know I was a bastard in the past, but if you still believe in me, don't borrow any more money. I'll take care of our daughter." "You want to find a way? Your ways are either gambling or selling your wife. If you want to find a way, we would have starved to death on the street a long time ago." Qi Shiyun looked sad. "Ling Yi, please let us go. If you really can't, I'll give you my life. For the sake of your daughter, please let her go. She's only 3 years old." Qi Shiyun, who had been holding back her grievances, finally couldn't hold back anymore. She knelt down in front of Ling Yi and burst into tears. The families in the 2 beds next door heard the sound and came over. Auntie Wang helped Qi Shiyun up, while the others stood in front of her, pointing angrily at Ling Yi. "You've driven a woman to this state, are you still a man?" Ling Yi saw Qi Shiyun crying and his heart was broken. He wanted to reach out and dry her tears, but was grabbed by 2 men at the same time. "What, you want to fight? We don't have any money, but we have a lot of strength. You try to move. Don't be afraid, little sister. With us here, this animal can't do anything to you." The 2 men naturally couldn't stop Ling Yi, who had reached the 3rd level of cultivation, but Ling Yi didn't attack. Instead, he retracted his right hand with tears in his eyes and said to Qi Shiyun through the crowd, "I'm sorry, I really made a mistake. I'll slowly make up for the evil I've done in the past. I know you won't believe my words, but please give me some time to prove it with my actions. Also, before I come back, don't let the doctor operate on Xiao Xiao. It will harm her." After that, Ling Yi looked at Xiao Xiao on the bed with a look of guilt and remorse, and finally turned away in regret. The smell of disinfectant in the hospital was very strong and not conducive to Xiao Xiao's recovery. Ling Yi had thought about taking Xiao Xiao home to live, and with his aura nourishing her, it would be even more effective than the anti-inflammatory injections in the hospital. But Ling Yi knew very well that if he dared to say that, he would definitely be beaten. The reaction of those people just now is the best proof. Instead of wasting time with them, it would be better to find the ingredients for the broken jade pill as soon as possible. Once Xiao Xiao's leg is cured, she can be discharged from the hospital. Besides, Xiao Xiao has a terminal illness, so it's good for her to receive some nutrition in the hospital, which can increase her resistance. But Qi Shiyun did not understand Ling Yi's good intentions, and even misunderstood him in her heart. Don't operate on Xiao Xiao. Do you want to keep her disabled for life? Ling Yi, are you worthy of being a father? With the comfort of everyone, Qi Shiyun quickly stopped crying. She had no time to grieve, and had to continue to raise the money for the operation. As for Ling Yi's words, she just pretended she never heard them. However, after a round of borrowing, the person on the other end of the phone would hang up before she could finish speaking, not even bothering to say a few words of courtesy. Qi Shiyun sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Xiao Xiao, and tears flowed out of her eyes. When her eyes fell on the wad of money, the scene from last night flashed through her mind, and she was so scared that she quickly threw the wad of money away. But after a while, Qi Shiyun slowly got up and picked up the stack of money. Xiao Xiao, as long as he can cure you, I don't care if he sells me again. After leaving the ward, Ling Yi went to find the doctor, who said that the operation could be performed in 3 days, and that the family should try to raise the money as soon as possible. 3 days should be enough. Ling Yi wasted no time, saying goodbye to the doctor and turning to leave. Soon after leaving the doctor's office, he encountered a row of carts in the hallway. The patients lying on them were surprisingly consistent, all with their legs spread apart and a vacant expression on their faces, like idiots. But when they passed by, those people somehow caught a glimpse of Ling Yi, and immediately, like cats that had just been scratched, they rolled off their beds despite the pain, hiding on the other side of the cart and shivering, muttering to themselves, the devil is here again, run, run. Chapter 8, 10 years in Zhangzhou, 100 years in the Han family. When 7 or 8 people went crazy at the same time, the hallway was in a complete mess. Ling Yi only gave a cold glance and walked through the crowd to the hospital entrance. He hailed a taxi and headed for the largest Chinese medicine shop in Zhangzhou, Bai Xinglin. According to the taxi driver, although Bai Xinglin is a traditional Chinese medicine shop, it has a famous doctor inside, and the medicine is effective. After that, he asked Ling Yi if he was going to see a doctor, and if so, he could help get an appointment with the doctor. Ling Yi naturally shook his head and refused. After all, in front of him, where else in the world is there a doctor? After arriving at Bai Xinglin, Ling Yi took out the prepared prescription and went to the counter to get the medicine. The young man who was picking the medicine looked at the prescription and immediately looked embarrassed. Sir, we don't have the last 3 ingredients in your prescription. Can you get it from somewhere else? The young man hesitated for a moment and then asked, Are you sure, sir? If you are sure, I will ask if we can get it for you. Yes. Ling Yi nodded. Also, I only have 3 days. 3 days? The young man was a little surprised, but immediately nodded. Okay, wait a moment, I'll go ask. Ling Yi was not idle, but looked at the wall of Chinese medicine cabinets and quickly selected the herbs that would be useful to him. On the path to immortality, self-improvement is important, but the assistance of natural treasures is also essential. However, the medicine cabinets on the wall are only a few that are helpful for cultivation, and they are dispensable. It wasn't until Ling Yi saw the medicine cabinet in the top corner of the wall that his brows twitched slightly. Dragon beard grass. I can't believe I'm seeing dragon beard grass in a place like this. I don't know if it's real. At this moment, the young man who was picking up the medicine hurriedly came over, his face showing some mixed emotions. Sir, the boss said that as long as you can afford the price, these 3 medicines will be delivered to you within 3 days. What price? 3. The young man held up 3 fingers, 3 million. 1 million as a deposit. When he said this, everyone around him, whether they were customers or shopkeepers, all turned to look at him with a look of incomprehension. What kind of medicine is worth 3 million? Are they the mythical peaches that can prolong life? Only a fool would buy it. Okay, let's use the card. Ling Yi almost didn't hesitate, and took out his bank card and handed it to the young man. At this point, the young man was also stunned. He's so generous, he doesn't even bargain? Okay, please enter your password. The young man operated mechanically, unable to accept the reality for a moment. After Ling Yi entered the password a few times, the cash register immediately announced the sound of XXX has received 1 million yuan. As soon as the sound came out, the surrounding area suddenly became quiet, and they all looked at Ling Yi. Did he just swipe a whole house? But the person who swiped the card didn't even blink. Sir, here is the receipt. Please come back in 3 days to pick up your medicine. The young man said politely. Lingy put away the receipt and pointed to the upper right corner of the medicine cabinet. Is there any dragon beard grass? Yes, we received one last night. Sir, do you want it? The young man was a little unsure, because although it was expensive, one plant cost about 500,000 yuan, but it was said to be useless. Lingy didn't say anything, and once again handed over the bank card. This time, when the young man took the card, for some reason, he felt it was very heavy. Soon, the cashier's counter announced the sound of XXX has deposited 500,000 yuan, which made everyone around him feel numb. What kind of people are these? They don't even ask for the price or bargain when buying things? You can't spend money like this even if you have a mine at home, can you? Sir, please keep the bank card. Although I haven't asked the boss yet, I'll take the liberty of giving you a free prescription for the other medicines on your list. The young man politely handed the bank card and other herbs to Ling Yi, then made an inviting gesture. Please follow me, sir. Because the dragon beard grass is very special, please wait here for a moment while I go to the warehouse to get the medicine for you. Hearing the words special preservation, Ling Yi knew that the dragon beard grass was authentic. Sitting on the sofa in the lounge, Ling Yi was a little excited. He had never expected to receive such a pleasant surprise. With the help of this dragon beard grass, the cultivation will be twice as effective. Not to mention 500,000, even 50 million or 500 million would be worth the price. Ling Yi was thinking to himself when the noisy lobby suddenly became quiet. Ling Yi looked up and saw a tall, fair-skinned woman in a cheongsam coming gracefully from the door. Everyone in the hall stopped and watched, some even holding their breath in awe. Ling Yi only glanced at her, then shifted his gaze to the old man behind her. He had light footsteps, a long, narrow breath, and a restrained aura, clearly a master. Of course, this is only for ordinary people. So Ling Yi looked at it and lost interest, and continued to plan his training. Master Qian, what brings you to our humble shop? Manager Bai Xinglin came out of nowhere and asked the old man with a smile on his face. When everyone heard the word Master Qian, they all subconsciously shuddered. He was the Wu Qian who was so feared in Jiangzhou that it was better to offend the king of hell than to offend Master Qian. It is said that a pair of iron fists can split mountains and rocks. I've actually met the real person this time. But such a character can only follow that woman? What is the woman's background? I heard that your store received a stock of dragon beard grass last night? Grandpa Qian asked. Yes, but the manager was embarrassed and had just sold it. No matter what the other party offers, I will pay double, Mr. Qian said. The manager glanced at the lounge area and was tempted. 10 times. The woman in the cheongsam suddenly spoke, her voice full of majesty. 10 times, 5 million? Hearing this, the manager's eyes lit up. How much commission would this be? The most important thing is that all these commissions will be credited to my name. Okay, I'll ask for you. After the manager said that, he walked over to Ling Yi happily. At this time, the young man who was picking up the medicine came out of the back room with a glass bottle in his hand. Everyone stretched their necks to see what the herbs that had been raised to 5 million yuan looked like. Ling Yi also looked back and saw that there was something in the glass bottle. The roots and tendrils were intertwined and complex, and from a distance, it looked like the head of a mythical dragon, noble and majestic. However, only 2 or 3 leaves grew from the roots. These leaves were dark green all over, but the tips were red like a blazing fire, looking particularly enchanting. Ling Yi knew that this was undoubtedly the dragon beard grass, which is extremely hard in yang. He also knew that it was nourished with medicinal water, so he seemed to know a little about pharmacology. Ling Yi nodded in secret. Few people know that the dragon beard grass likes water and will wither if it lacks water. The medicinal value of withered dragon beard grass will be greatly reduced. But this is only true for ordinary people. At Ling Yi's level, it doesn't matter if it withers. Just as the young man was about to hand the dragon beard grass to Ling Yi, he was stopped by the manager. The manager pulled the young man aside, and then turned to Ling Yi and said, Sir, I'll show you the way to wealth. If you give up the dragon beard grass, Bai Xinglin will not only give you a full refund, but also compensate you with an additional 100,000 yuan. Compared to the 5 million in business, the manager felt that the compensation of 100,000 was not a loss. Not good enough. Lingy got up, pushed the manager aside, took the dragon beard grass from the young man, and left. Sir, don't blame me for not reminding you, that's Master Qian. You'll be sorry if you offend him, you should think about it carefully. Lingy ignored him and continued on. But before he could take a few steps, he was stopped by the woman in the cheongsam. Name your price. I want this dragon beard grass. Lingy shook his head. You can't afford it. The woman in the cheongsam smiled. Have you heard of the Han family in Jiangzhou? I am Han Ruoxue of the Han family. When she said this, there was a gasp of surprise all around. The Han family, which has been in Jiangzhou for 10 years and has been in Jiangzhou for 100 years? It is a family that can make Jiangzhou tremble with just a single step. The family business is involved in energy, real estate, entertainment, with assets of tens of billions. It is no exaggeration to say that in Jiangzhou, there is nothing that the Han family cannot afford. No wonder Grandpa Qian is always following her around. The manager's eyes were wide open, and his heart was so excited that it was about to jump out of his throat. He was really lucky this time to have an intersection with the Han family. However, Lingy still shook his head. It doesn't matter who you are, you can't afford this dragon beard grass. After saying that, Lingy walked past Han Ruoxue and headed towards the door. Han Ruoxue remained expressionless, her hands clasped in front of her chest, but Grandpa Qian stepped forward and shouted. You bastard, do you want to raise the price? 5 million is a lot of money. You have to have the life to spend it if you have the money to earn it. Lingy also smiled, stopped, and turned slightly. Are you threatening me? So what? You have to sell the dragon beard today, whether you want to or not. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave by Xinglin. As he said this, Grandpa Qian reached out and slapped Lingy on the back, using a standard deadly iron palm technique. Chapter 9 in front of him, he is nothing. Is that so? Lingy heard the sound and looked straight back, not even bothering to take a look, and continued to walk forward. However, he lightly tapped the glass bottle with his finger, and a drop of water jumped out of the bottle and hung half an inch above his shoulder. He then turned the bottle to his left hand, then raised his hand and flicked his finger, and the drop of water shot like an arrow straight into the middle-aged man's palm. His movements looked very leisurely and slow, and since no one could see the water droplet, they all thought that Lingy was just pretending to wave goodbye to the middle-aged man. The manager even snorted in contempt. You don't want to take the path to heaven, but you have to offend the living hell, Wu Qian. See how you will die in a moment. However, Wu Qian, who had originally been a fierce palm wind, suddenly groaned, covering his right hand and plop kneeling on the ground, his face full of fear, as if he had seen a ghost. Han Ruoxue was puzzled and walked up to him, frowning and asking, Grandpa Wu, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you stop him? After that, she shouted at Lingy's back, did I tell you to leave? Stop right there. Hearing this, Wu Qian's face turned pale, and he quickly reached out to cover Han Ruoxue's mouth. Lingy stopped again and asked, is there anything else? No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, we just offended you. The shocked Wu Qian was so scared that he kept apologizing. His attitude was humble to the core. This sudden apology left the surrounding customers dumbfounded. You are the living hell, Wu Qian, and behind you is the Jiangzhou Han family. How can you bow your head and apologize to a young man? The manager, who was waiting for a good show, was even more stunned, and his jaw was about to drop. Han Ruoxue was also stunned. Grandpa Wu, what are you doing? Are you just letting him go? Hearing this, Wu Qian was about to cry, and kept telling Han Ruoxue to be quiet. Can I leave this by Xinglin? Yes. Who dares to stop you? I, Wu Qian, will not allow it. Wu Qian was about to kowtow to Lingy, only hoping that he would leave quickly. Hearing this, Lingy turned around and left, satisfied. Grandpa Wu, that's my grandfather's life-saving medicine. Han Ruoxue was about to chase after him, but was stopped by Wu Qian. He first glanced at the door to make sure Lingy had left the 100-apricot forest before he whispered to Han Ruoxue, Miss, that is not the medicine that saved my grandfather's life. It is the Han family's death warrant. Look. He then extended his right hand, which was hidden in his sleeve, and spread his palm. Han Ruoxue looked down and her pupils instantly shrank. She saw that there was a hole the size of a soybean in the middle of Grandpa Wu's palm, which was as hard as iron. Did that kid just do that? Wu Qian nodded and frowned, whispering, it was just a drop of water. Boom! Han Ruoxue was struck by lightning. How is this possible? After all, Grandpa Wu can block a steel knife with his bare hands. How could a drop of water pierce Grandpa Wu's iron-like iron palm? How did that guy do it? Is he even human? Miss, if he had aimed at our heads instead of our palms. Wu Qian was about to say something, but stopped. Han Ruoxue suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and was terrified. Miss, give up. He was right. We can't afford the dragon beard grass. If we try to take it by force, the entire Han family will be destroyed. This is the price he's asking. Wu Qian looked helpless and full of frustration. How dare he? When it comes to the Han family, Han Ruoxue suddenly gained confidence. The Han family has been around for 100 years. Miss, to put it bluntly. Wu Qian's face turned pale and he said, the Han family has been around for 100 years, but in front of him, it's nothing. Wu Qian, do you know what you're saying? Han Ruoxue even changed her tone of address. Of course I know, but you don't know what kind of terrifying existence you just faced. Humph, how terrifying can it be? How dare you look down on the Han family? Wu Qian glanced at the door and said in a low voice, martial arts master. How terrifying is that? Han Ruoxue was petrified when she heard this. After a long while, she asked in shock, is he really a martial arts master? Wu Qian nodded, internal strength is released externally, killing with a drop of water. What else could a martial arts master be if not one who has mastered the art of internal strength? Han Ruoxue was completely stunned, and her face was full of horror. You see, she has been practicing martial arts with Wu Qian since she was a child, and she has been taking all kinds of supplements. Now she has just barely managed to cultivate internal strength from external strength, and she is still at the beginner level. There are still 3 more levels to go: small achievement, great achievement, and perfection. As for martial arts masters, she had never even dreamed of them. She had even thought that there were no such things in the world. After all, even Grandpa Wu, who was so powerful, had only achieved the highest level of internal strength. And that young man, who was only a few years older than her, could never be a martial arts master. Han Ruoxue looked at Wu Qian's hand, which had been pierced through, again. Although she didn't want to believe it, she finally lowered her head and looked disappointed. Martial arts master. Alas, I was wrong. Wu Qian looked at the door and couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that he would be so young? The manager didn't know what they were muttering about, and he didn't dare to go near to listen, but he called the doctor as soon as he saw the blood. He was standing by and waiting, and now his intestines are almost broken. If he had known that the kid was so feared by Master Qian, he should have been nice to him just now. He didn't know if his behavior had made him resent him. The more the manager thought about it, the more uneasy and scared he became. Whether it was intentional or coincidental, Wu Qian's hand seemed to have been pierced through, but it didn't hurt the nerves and other vital organs, so it wasn't complicated to deal with. While Wu Qian was treating the wound, Han Ruoxue got Ling Yi's phone number from the young man. With this number, she can find out a lot of information she wants, such as his identity, address. Miss, what should we do now? Without the dragon beard grass, I'm afraid the master. After leaving Bai Xinglin, Wu Qian's brows were furrowed. They had already run through several states during this time, and there was no dragon beard grass anywhere. Bai Xinglin was their last hope, but the result, alas. Han Ruoxue glanced at the red sun rising in the east. Since force won't work, then we'll try a softer approach. On the other side, in the hospital room, the little girl, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. Mom, don't go. I'm scared. Don't leave me. Shi Shiyun, who was on the phone borrowing money, immediately dropped her phone and hugged her daughter tightly. Xiao Xiao is not afraid, mommy is here, mommy is here. Mom, where are we? Is Xiao Xiao dead? Why doesn't it hurt anymore? Shi Shiyun forced a smile on her face despite her pain, because this is a hospital, and there are doctors and nurses taking care of Xiao Xiao, so of course she doesn't feel any pain. Shi Shiyun thought it was the medicine prescribed by the doctor that was working, but in fact, it was Ling Yi's aura protecting Xiao Xiao. As soon as she heard that she was in the hospital, Xiao Xiao immediately struggled to get out of bed. I'm not staying in the hospital. If Dad finds out that I'm wasting money by lying in the hospital again, he'll definitely beat me and scold me for being a money-spending good-for-nothing. I'm not staying in the hospital. Chapter 10, The Holy Yang Pill is ready, and I have reached the 4th level of Qi cultivation. When Shi Shiyun heard this, she burst into tears. She hugged Xiao Xiao tightly. her heart aching so much that she felt as if she were suffocating. When the family members of the patient in the next bed heard Xiao Xiao's words, they all showed sad expressions, and their resentment towards Ling Yi was even greater than before. What a sensible little girl. Her father is not even human. Of course, is it the child's wish to be sick? Even for this, he scolds and beats him. He is worse than an animal. Damn it, it makes me so angry. If only I had money, I would beat that bastard to death. The family members in the ward were talking about this and that, and Xiao Xiao didn't understand much. She thought she had done something wrong again, so she asked her mother, "Mommy, don't cry. Did I say something wrong again and make you unhappy?" Xiao Xiao was right. The uncles and aunts were all praising Xiao Xiao for being so sensible. Besides, Xiao Xiao was not afraid. With the uncles and aunts there, her father would not dare to hit or scold her again. You just need to focus on getting better. Really? Xiao Xiao was a little unsure, but when she saw her mother nod, she finally revealed a happy smile. But her smile was like a needle, piercing everyone in the ward. After a while, Xiao Xiao asked, "Mom, where is Dad? Didn't he go to save you last night?" Upon hearing this, Shi Shiyun's body trembled, and she thought to herself, "Was it him who saved me last night?" But when she thought of the tragic state of Qin Tianxi and the others, she immediately dismissed the idea. Ling Yi, that drunkard, might be able to beat up his wife and children, but he would not be able to save himself from Qin Tianxi. Not to mention that he forced them to drink the dewy mandarin ducks. Besides, he didn't even have the ability to find out where I was being held, so how could he save me? In fact, Shi Shiyun had speculated about who had saved her. She thought it was most likely someone Qin Tianxi had offended in the past. And that person happened to be looking for revenge on Qin Tianxi last night, which is why they were made to suffer like that. As for saving herself, it should have just been something that person did on the side. I heard that the Han and Qin families have been fighting recently, so I guess it was the Han family who saved me, Shi Shiyun thought to herself. So she raised her little face and said gently, "Dad wasn't there, and he didn't come to save me last night. But after Dad found me last night, I let him go save Mom." She tilted her head to the side, looking confused. Shi Shiyun was both moved and desperate. She was touched that Xiao Xiao, whose own leg had been broken, was still concerned about her safety. She was desperate because that rotten man, Ling Yi, knew that his daughter's leg was broken, but he didn't even take her to the hospital. He knew that he had been captured, but he didn't worry at all. He even stole money to gamble. Ling Yi, you scum, you're really heartless. Shi Shiyun was so disappointed that tears once again rolled uncontrollably in her eyes. Seeing her mother in such a state of despair, Xiao Xiao knew that her father had not gone to save her. "Mom, did I not explain it clearly, so Dad didn't go to find you? It's all my fault, but I was in so much pain yesterday." Hearing this, Shi Shiyun burst into tears again, holding Xiao Xiao and sobbing, "It's not Xiao Xiao's fault, Xiao Xiao didn't do anything wrong, it's Ling Yi who has never changed, he stole your money to buy medicine and gambled it away. It's really not Xiao Xiao's fault, Xiao Xiao has done enough." Oh. Xiao Xiao seemed to understand, but she patted her mother's back to comfort her. Feeling her daughter's comforting pats on her back, Shi Shiyun told herself in her heart that she must get her daughter away from Ling Yi's clutches, no matter how painful the price. After the heavy snow, the sun shines brightly. Although it wasn't very warm, it was pleasing to the eye. Ling Yi carried the herbs and ate the pancake fruit he bought on the side of the road as he walked to the forest where he had practiced last night. It was a place where people rarely went, and it was perfect for doing something that could not be seen by others, such as refining medicine. Although the 3 ingredients are still pending, with the help of the dragon beard grass, he can now refine the holy yang pill to aid his training. After walking all the way to the outskirts of the city and making sure that no one was around, Ling Yi used his body transformation technique to turn into a gust of wind and disappear into the snowstorm. After entering the forest, Ling Yi first set up several ingenious mechanisms on the periphery to prevent wild animals from accidentally entering, and then he shook off the snow and sat cross-legged to refine the pill. In theory, with his current level of cultivation, he is not actually suitable for refining pills. After all, the most difficult part of refining pills is controlling the heat. A little more or a little less will seriously affect the quality of the pills. At the 3rd level of cultivation, one is barely at the threshold of becoming a cultivator, and to forcibly refine pills is no different from a dream. Even in the world of immortals, where talented people abound, no one has ever heard of a person with the 3rd level of cultivation refining medicine. What's more, Ling Yi doesn't even have an alchemy furnace, which is practically hell mode. But Ling Yi was not passive. He believed that he had 100,000 years of experience in cultivating immortals, and he had even set foot in the realm of the immortal emperor, which no one else had ever done. It should be no problem to refine a humble, holy yang pill. Ling Yi spread his palms and the alchemy incantation began to work, and the energy of heaven and earth immediately gathered. After a snap of his fingers, a white flame rose from Ling Yi's palm, igniting spontaneously without any roots, which was very strange. Ling Yi steadied his mind and threw a few medicinal ingredients into the fire. The herbs melted in the fire and immediately turned into a liquid, boiling and bubbling in the flames. As the chi of the Tao flowed in, the color of the liquid changed constantly, as colorful as a rainbow. Ling Yi frowned slightly, staring at the changes in the liquid with a serious expression, and then gradually added other ingredients at the right time. As time passed, Ling Yi's face began to sweat profusely, but he remained motionless, staring intently at the liquid in the flames. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and the various medicinal liquids in the flames failed to fuse and exploded. Ling Yi shook his hand, which was slightly numb from the shock. He was neither discouraged nor complaining, but rather propped his chin and closed his eyes to recall the details of what had just happened. 10 minutes later, Ling Yi opened his eyes again. So he spread his palms again and snapped his fingers. An hour later, with a loud bang, not an explosion, but the flames were so intense that the liquid was completely burned away, leaving not even a trace of ash. Ling Yi looked at the palm of his hand, tilted his head slightly and thought for a moment. After finding the cause, he said, again, and then spread his palm and snapped his fingers. The fire is ready, but the purity of the herbs is not enough. The purity is enough, but the wind is not blowing in the right direction. The wind is right, but the energy of the universe is not enough, so again. 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 It was almost noon, and Ling Yi, who was slightly tired, looked up at the sun, took a deep breath, and whispered, "It's almost done." He spread his palms and snapped his fingers, and white flames rose in response: medicinal ingredients, heat, purity, spiritual energy, wind direction. Ling Yi was precise in every detail, not daring to be careless. Only when the liquid medicine was completely fused did Ling Yi take out the dragon beard grass and put the whole thing into the flame in his palm. As the dragon beard grass was thrown in, Ling Yi focused his attention, reducing his breathing to a minimum. When the sun rose above his head, Ling Yi suddenly clenched his hand, and streams of light overflowed from between his fingers, even outshining the bright sun above his head. At the same time, the fragrance of the medicine wafted through the woods, attracting some wild animals. When Ling Yi spread his palm, a golden pill appeared in his eyes. The pill is complete. Ling Yi looked at it between his fingers and found that the quality of the pill exceeded his expectations. Ling Yi was not overly pleased with this. After all, his 100,000 years of experience had long since made him unperturbed. After taking the pill, Ling Yi used the swallowing the heavens record to maximize the medicinal power of the pill. In an instant, a violent wind blew all around Ling Yi, and the snow was blown into the air and turned into a tornado. The beasts attracted by the fragrance of the medicine were scared and fled in all directions, emitting piteous cries. At this moment, Ling Yi was like an abyss, with all the spiritual energy in the world converging on him. Even the blazing sun overhead shot down dazzling rays of light, sweeping towards Ling Yi. It lasted for a cup of tea before the wind died down and the snow stopped falling, leaving a mess behind. Looking at Ling Yi, it was as if he had not noticed, and he continued to absorb the remaining medicinal power. It was only after an hour that Ling Yi stopped practicing and slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, Ling Yi's gaze was like a substance, condensing into two beams of golden light that shot into the distance, his majesty unparalleled. Who? Ling Yi let out a long breath of air, but unexpectedly, he exerted too much force, and the air burst out like a white rainbow, slamming straight into the half-meter-thick tree opposite. With a loud bang, the tree was instantly cut in half and collapsed. His eyes emitted golden light and his breath killed people. This is the 4th level of Qi cultivation. Chapter 11, You're not qualified to know my identity. Unfortunately, the aura is still too weak, otherwise with the help of the Holy Yang Pill, he could at least reach the 6th level of cultivation. Ling Yi sighed, shook his head, got up, and walked towards the rental house with the medicinal herbs. He wasn't depressed. After all, the higher the realm, the more difficult it is to improve. He was already very satisfied to be able to improve by 1 level in just 1 morning. Moreover, the chances of refining the fourth level of qi into a broken jade pill were even greater, so it was difficult for Ling Yi not to be satisfied. On the way, he first called a carpenter to fix the windows, and then paid off all the loans he owed. As a result, the money he won last night was down to just a little over 2 million. After deducting the final payment of 2 million to buy Xinglin, Ling Yi only had a few tens of thousands of dollars left to spend. The other party was also very trustworthy. Most of them sent videos of the loan documents being torn up, but one company didn't say a word and pretended to be dead. Ling Yi didn't care about this. After all, with his current strength, paying back the money was just a matter of peace of mind. Even if he really didn't pay back, what could those people do to him? A small loan agreement really has no binding force on him. When he returned to the rental house, the carpenter happened to arrive. After discussing the requirements, Ling Yi went to the kitchen to wash and cook. By the time the carpenter had fixed the window, he had just finished packing the food. After settling the bill, Ling Yi took the food to the hospital. Hospital, emergency ward. Shi Shiyun ordered fried chicken for Xiao Xiao, which was her favorite, and she herself made a pack of instant noodles. She had called all the numbers she could think of that morning, but had not been able to borrow a single cent. If things go on like this, the surgery fee will never be raised. She had thought about calling her family for help, but when she insisted on marrying the poor guy Ling Yi, she had already been expelled from the Qi family and never contacted them again because she had shamed the family. As for her in-laws, they have spent half their lives cleaning up the mess that Ling Yi has made, and if she calls them for money, she is afraid that they will be driven to their graves. Moreover, the old couple had treated her like their own daughter all these years, and she had no need to cause them any trouble. Distracted, Shi Shiyun held a packet of instant noodles in her hands, but she had no appetite. At this moment, a group of young punks with colorful hair suddenly burst into the ward, pointing at Shi Shiyun and yelling, "You bitch, you have money to pay for your daughter's treatment, but you have no money to pay us back?" If Ling Yi were here, he would recognize this guy as the one who just didn't send him the video of the torn-up IOU. This guy had dyed his hair yellow and had a loud voice. Xiao Xiao was so scared that she dropped her chicken and hid in the corner of the bed, trembling. Shi Shiyun was very calm, quickly hugging her daughter to comfort her. She had seen this kind of scene many times in the past few years and was used to it. But she thought it was funny when she remembered Ling Yi's promise this morning. At least in the past, it would take 2 or 3 days before someone came looking for her. "You've got the wrong person. I don't know you." Shi Shiyun glanced at them and ignored them. "Stop pretending. Ling Yi is your husband, right? Huang Mao took out a loan note, he borrowed 60,000 yuan from me, and now the total is 100,000 yuan, including the principal and interest. Who asked you to borrow it? You should pay it back to whoever you borrowed it from. What does it have to do with me? You don't seem to be planning to pay it back," Huang Mao said, giving his subordinate a wink. Immediately, a subordinate stood guard at the door, preventing people from entering or leaving. "If you don't pay, I don't know if your daughter will be able to keep her other leg," Huang Mao said as he walked towards the bed. After Ling Yi paid him back, he immediately investigated Ling Yi. Because in theory, Ling Yi would never be able to pay back this money in his lifetime, and there must be something strange about it. Sure enough, after inquiring, he found out that Ling Yi had won several million in Brother Bao's place last night. So he thought, while Brother Bao has not yet found Ling Yi in trouble, he should quickly make another profit from Ling Yi. But if he went to find Ling Yi, he might not necessarily get the money, but it would be different if he went to find his daughter. "If you have anything to say, come at me, but don't touch my daughter." Shi Shiyun stood up and protected Xiao Xiao. Although there were also family members in the same ward who wanted to help, they were pulled back by their relatives. There was no way to stop Huang Mao and his gang, who were clearly more than a match for Ling Yi. It's fine to stop Ling Yi, but with so many people rushing in, what's the difference between that and going to your death? "Bitch, I've given you face, right?" Seeing this, Huang Mao raised his hand to slap her. Seeing that the slap was about to land on Shi Shiyun's face, his hand froze in midair and he couldn't slap her. Shi Shiyun closed her eyes and braced herself for the beating, but after a while, she didn't feel the burning pain. When she opened her eyes, she saw an old man calmly holding Huang Mao's wrist without moving an inch. "Old man, you dare to ruin my good thing. Do you know who I am?" Huang Mao gritted his teeth and shouted in pain. Wu Qian smiled and asked in return, "Do you know who I am?" "I don't give a shit who you are, you dare to mess with me, brothers, beat the shit out of him." At the sound of Huang Mao's order, the small thugs he had brought with him immediately rushed forward with their fists raised. Just when everyone thought the old man would suffer, he grabbed Huang Mao's wrist with one hand and held his back with the other. He then casually kicked and punched the assailants, quickly subduing them all, causing them to lie on the ground, each one of them clutching their stomachs and moaning in pain. Everyone in the ward was dumbfounded. This is definitely not a movie? Old, who are you? Huang Mao was so scared that he couldn't speak coherently. You are not qualified to know my identity. After saying this, Wu Qian slightly exerted his fingers and crushed Huang Mao's wrist, causing the latter to scream in pain. I'll only break your wrist this time. If you dare to harass them again, I'll take your life. Get out. Wu Qian kicked Huang Mao in the back and kicked him straight out of the ward. Huang Mao and the others dared not stay any longer. They didn't even dare to make a sound, and fled away in a hurry. Miss Qi, are you hurt? Wu Qian changed his stern manner and asked kindly. Qi Shiyun was a little confused. She had no idea what was going on. Could it be that they were sent by my parents to protect me? But that shouldn't be the case. If they really sent someone, Xiao Xiao wouldn't have had her leg broken yesterday, and she wouldn't have been kidnapped. Qi Shiyun shook her head and thanked him. I'm fine, thank you for your help, old man. May I ask your name, old man? I will repay you in the future. Miss Qi, you are too kind. It was just a small favor, so you don't have to worry about it. The old man didn't even have a name. His name was Wu Qian, just an old man. Wu Qian said very politely, and I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, but when he said his name, not only did his speech slow down, but his voice also increased a bit. Xiao Xiao, quickly, thank you, Grandpa Wu. Grandpa Wu, thank you. Xiao Xiao said in a baby voice, which made Wu Qian laugh heartily. Well, since Miss Qi is fine, then I won't disturb you too. I'll be going now. Upon hearing this, Qi Shiyun thanked him repeatedly and saw him to the elevator before returning to the ward. After returning to the ward, Qi Shiyun kept frowning and thinking, pondering who this Wu Qian was, why he had helped her, and why he knew her last name was Qi. And if he was so powerful, could it be that he was the one who saved her last night? Qi Shiyun thought about it for a long time, but she still couldn't figure it out. But just then, the family member in the next bed suddenly let out a strange cry, Holy cow, I know who he is. The living hell, Master Qian. Chapter 12, Mom, Dad was so handsome. Everyone in the ward was startled by this strange cry and blamed him for being inconsiderate. But the man didn't care at all, and said excitedly, that's the Jiangzhou living hell Master Qian. Master Qian. I've actually seen him alive. Can I not be excited? What? You mean that old man was Master Qian? The other patients in the ward were shocked. Even Qi Shiyun couldn't help but jump. There was no way around it. The reputation of the Lord of Hell was too great in Jiangzhou. The saying, better to offend the Lord of Hell than the Lord of Hell himself, was not an empty phrase. Is he really Master Qian? Qi Shiyun asked softly. The person who first recognized the identity of the old man nodded with absolute certainty. I can swear that he is the old man. Why are you so sure? Someone asked. Because I work for a company under the Han family, and once Master Qian and Miss Han-san came to the company for an inspection. I saw him from a distance, and he looked very similar to the person just now. Plus, his name is also Wu Qian, and he is also highly skilled in martial arts. How could it be such a coincidence? After he finished speaking, there was a short silence in the room, and then a deafening roar erupted. Holy shit, so that old man was really Master Qian? No way, I have to post a picture of it on WeChat. I can brag about this for the rest of my life. This excitement lasted for several minutes before they finally calmed down. At this point, they finally realized a problem, which was, why would Grandpa Qian help Miss Qi? And it seemed like he knew her very well. Otherwise, how would he know that Miss Qi's surname was Qi? Chi-Chi, are you very familiar with Grandpa Qian? At the urging of the others, Auntie Wang walked over and asked. After learning about the identity of the old man, Qi Shiyun was also thinking about these questions. She didn't understand it either, but when she heard from her fellow patients that Grandpa Qian had inspected the company with Miss Han-san, she suddenly understood. The Han and Qin families are not on good terms, so as a friend of the Han family, Grandpa Qian naturally had to take action against the Qin family. As for why he knew her surname was Chi, it must have been because he learned it from Qin Tianxi and the others when he saved her last night. The reason he is here today is probably because he is afraid that his orphan mother and wife will be retaliated by the Qin family, so he came to see what the situation was, and just happened to run into Huang Mao and the others making things difficult for him. How could I possibly be on the same level as someone like him? Qi Shiyun shook her head and replied with a bitter smile. Then how did he know your surname was Qi? Qi Shiyun couldn't possibly tell them what happened last night, so she shook her head again. I don't know either. Everyone was hoping to learn from Qi Shiyun how to get to know Grandpa Qian, but they were all disappointed when they got such an answer. Qi Shiyun was not overjoyed that Grandpa Qian had helped her solve the problem with Huang Mao. After all, if the root cause is not solved, such things will happen again in the future. Huang Mao was just a small obstacle in the thousands of difficulties she had to overcome. As she watched Xiao Xiao sitting on the bed and eating fried chicken, Qi Shiyun felt that although the burden on her shoulders was heavy, it was worth it. As soon as Ling Yigan walked into the ward, he felt several hostile gazes. Qi Shiyun, like in the morning, only looked at him once and then ignored him. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, threw away the fried chicken and clung to her mother's hand, trembling with fear. Ling Yi felt 1,000 arrows piercing his heart when he saw his daughter so afraid of him. What are you still doing here? You still want more torture, don't you? Qi Shiyun said coldly. Ling Yi took out a takeout box and placed it on the bedside table. I made you some dishes at home. Ling Yi, what do you want? Qi Shiyun snapped. I already said I don't have any money, you don't have to pretend anymore. I know you don't believe me, but I really don't need money, and I've already paid back all the money I owe. Paid off? Ling Yi, do you believe that yourself? Qi Shiyun snorted, and just now someone came to collect the debt, saying that they would break the other leg of Xiao Xiao. Someone came to collect the debt? Ling Yi frowned and his face turned gloomy. With so many people watching, how could I lie to you? You don't have to pretend anymore. You know better than I do whether anyone came to collect the debt. Ling Yi was worried that the loan sharks would come after them, so he paid off the debt, but someone actually came to collect the debt. Do you know who they are? Ling Yi asked with a suppressed rage. Qi Shiyun snorted in contempt and ignored the pretentious Ling Yi. Ling Yi glanced at Xiao Xiao with a questioning look, but Xiao Xiao was so scared that she hid in her mother's arms and didn't dare to look up. Ling Yi could not get an answer from Qi Shiyun and her daughter, so he had to ask the family in the bed next to them. Although they didn't like Ling Yi very much, they still told him what had happened because of his good attitude. And when they introduced Grandpa Qian, they added a lot of embellishments. After they finished, Ling Yi also understood the general situation. The only ones who could have brought the loan note were the Huang family, who hadn't sent him the video of them tearing up the loan note. As for Wu Qian, he was probably there for the dragon beard grass, so Ling Yi didn't really care much about it. A martial artist with great internal strength is not worth Ling Yi's attention. After understanding the whole story, Ling Yi returned to Xiao Xiao's bedside, lovingly took her hand and transferred his own spiritual energy into her body. Xiao Xiao, don't be afraid. It was your father's fault before. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. I won't hit you or scold you anymore. At first, Xiao Xiao wanted to pull her hand back, but soon she realized that her father's big hand was warm and comfortable, and she gave up the idea of pulling her hand back. When Ling Yi took out a lollipop from his pocket, Xiao Xiao immediately smiled. Children are indeed the most forgiving beings in the world, especially towards their parents, and they are infinitely tolerant. Ling Yi's eyes welled up with tears as he looked at Xiao Xiao's smiling face, and his voice became choked up. Xiao Xiao, be a good girl. Daddy has to go take care of some business, but I'll come back to see you later. He then got up, looked at the bedside table, and said gently, eat it while it's hot, it will get cold soon. After that, Ling Yi turned and left. Where are you going? To gamble again? Qi Shiyun asked subconsciously, and she regretted it after she asked. Didn't we agree that he didn't exist? Why are you asking him? Ling Yi was delighted to hear this and knew that Qi Shiyun still had feelings for him. Don't worry, I've quit gambling. If you don't believe me, you can ask the old man at the noodle shop. Ling Yi smiled and said, as for what I'm going to do, I'm going to get justice for you. After saying that, Ling Yi turned and left the ward. Mom, Dad was so handsome just now. Xiao Xiao said with a face full of adoration as she licked her lollipop. Ling Yi is indeed very handsome, otherwise Qi Shiyun would not have fallen for him in the first place. Especially when he shaves off his beard, he has an inexplicable charm. But Ji Shiyun was already too old to be infatuated with him. Especially in recent years, she had seen too many ways in which Ling Yi had deceived her, and she had long since given up any hope of him. So this time, she only took Ling Yi's gentleness as a new kind of deception. I'll see how long you can keep up this act. Chapter 13. No need, I'll go myself. After leaving the ward, Ling Yi walked straight to the lawn outside the hospital and sat down on a chair. The snow had not yet melted, and the patients coming and going were all in a hurry. No one would sit outside in the cold weather and be blown by the wind. I'm only giving you one chance to explain yourself, so you'd better make the most of it. There was no one around, so Ling Yi said to the air. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a figure hurriedly appeared in front of him. It was Wu Qian, the living hell. Master Ling, don't misunderstand, we have no ill intent. Wu Qian bowed slightly, his attitude extremely humble. If an outsider saw this scene, they would probably be scared to death on the spot. Not only did they find out information about my wife and children, they were also spying on me. How can you call that not malicious? Hearing the coldness in Ling Yi's words, in this cold weather, Wu Qian's forehead was covered with a dense layer of cold sweat. Master Ling, it was a misunderstanding. It wasn't spying, it was protection. Wu Qian hurriedly explained, Miss knows that Master Ling is very busy, so she asked me to come here to protect Master Ling's family. Miss is also waiting here. I asked her to come here to personally apologize to Master Ling. Seeing that Ling Yi did not refuse, Wu Qian hurriedly called Han Ruoshua, who soon appeared at the hospital entrance and then ran all the way through the snow to Ling Yi, respectfully shouting Master Ling. Ling Yi was not there to accuse him, otherwise he would not have given Wu Qian the opportunity to explain. So he waved his hand and said, I owe the Han family a favor for this matter today. Don't think about the dragon beard grass, I've already used it. But if the Han family is in trouble in the future, I will help them once. Upon hearing this, both of them showed an expression of joy that was hard to hide. You know, that's a favor from a martial arts master. Although it is only once, the relationship will definitely become more and more familiar. By then, the Han family will be equivalent to having a martial arts master in residence, and the benefits of this will be hard to express in words. Isn't the Zhao family in Jingzhou famous because of Master Zhao? The two of them bowed deeply to Ling Yi, saying in unison, if Shui, I am old, were here, he would thank Master Ling on behalf of the Han family. Ling Yi nodded and accepted the bow with a calm face. Not everyone has the opportunity to receive the favor of the reincarnated immortal emperor. Even if the entire Han family bowed to him, he would be able to accept it. Do you know where those people went? Ling Yi asked coldly. Yes, we have been keeping an eye on them. Wu Qian bowed and asked, Master Ling, do you want to send someone to deal with them? No need, I'll go myself. In a dilapidated underground casino in the suburbs of Zhengzhou Yulu, Huang Mao, whose right wrist had just been put in a cast, was playing mahjong with his brothers. Damn it, haven't you found out who the old bastard is yet? Huang Mao roared at his men outside. Not yet. A trembling voice came from outside. Fuck, if I find out who he is, I'll wipe out his entire family. He said that, but he didn't believe it himself. Especially when he thought about the old man's skills, his wrists ached. Boss, Ling Yi is looking for you. A subordinate's voice came from the door. Shit, I didn't go looking for him, and he still dares to come looking for me? Let him in. Huang Mao suddenly stopped and asked, wait, is he alone? Yes, just one person. Tell him to get in. The shuttered door opened and a young man led Ling Yi into the casino. Kid, here to pay me back? Huang Mao leaned back in his chair and said leisurely, you owe me 100,000, plus the medical expenses today. I'm not being unreasonable by charging you $1 million. Right? Ling Yi did not respond to him, but instead asked, who harassed my wife and child at the hospital at noon? Oh, so you're here to lecture me? Huang Mao slammed the mahjong table with his hand. You son of a bitch, I'm giving you face? As soon as he said this, the casino's little brothers immediately surrounded Ling Yi, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. Huang Mao originally thought that Ling Yi would be scared to pee his pants. After all, he was a complete loser before, but he found that he was completely different today. Not only did he stand still, but he also seemed very calm. Kid, don't think that just because someone is backing you up at noon, you can do whatever you want. Huang Mao guessed that Ling Yi's confidence came from the old man. This is my territory, and I can easily kill you if I want to. If you know what's good for you, you'd better pay up, or else I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Ling Yi shook his head in disappointment. I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Fuck, you think you're someone when you're acting like a prick in front of me? Huang Mao flipped over the mahjong table and pointed at Ling Yi, yelling, waste him for me. Hearing the boss's order, the little brothers surrounding Ling Yi immediately pounced on him. Ling Yi raised his right hand and slapped them one by one, with ease. In less than half a minute, these little brothers either had broken hands or broken legs, and they were lying on the ground, wailing. Apart from Ling Yi, there was no one standing in the casino. Huang Mao was so scared that he knelt on the ground, terrified. He couldn't understand why Ling Yi, who had previously acted like a dog in front of him, had suddenly become so fierce. Seeing Ling Yi walking towards him, Huang Mao panicked. Brother Yi, I was wrong. I'll give you 1,000,000. Brother Yi, spare my life. Ling Yi ignored his plea for mercy, grabbed a lock of his yellow hair and walked towards the door. In a panic, Huang Mao took out a switchblade from his pocket and stabbed Ling Yi in the stomach. Unfortunately, he had only stabbed halfway when Ling Yi grabbed his left hand and then exerted a little force, directly snapping the hand holding the knife. Now both hands are useless. Huang Mao was completely scared and begged for mercy. Brother Yi, everything can be discussed. As long as you let me go, I will give you all the profits from my casino. Ling Yi turned a deaf ear to him, dragged Huang Mao out of the casino, and pressed his head against the cement wall of the house, pressing his face against the wall. The house was more than 10 years old, and at that time, the exterior walls were not leveled, but were covered with gravel, which felt very rough to the touch. After Huang Mao's face was smashed into the wall, his nose and forehead immediately bled. Huang Mao seemed to have realized his own miserable fate and immediately begged for mercy in a hoarse voice. Brother Yi, I'm sorry, I really am sorry. I'll tear up your IOU right now and work for you for the rest of my life. You were wrong, but not for not tearing up the IOU. Ling Yi finally spoke up, but the mistake was that you called her a bitch when she was so perfect and flawless. After saying that, Ling Yi pressed his head against the rough wall and slid all the way down it without waiting for Huang Mao to beg for mercy. Chapter 14, No matter who it is, blood must be paid for with blood. At first, Huang Mao was screaming in agony, but soon his voice was hoarse and he could only emit sobs, which were miserable. A long trail of bloody flesh had been left on the wall, and just looking at it was enough to make anyone shudder. Huang Mao was in so much pain that he almost fainted several times, but each time he suddenly came to his senses and felt the excruciating pain in his face. Only when Huang Mao's nose was ground flat and all the flesh on his face was ground away, and the sharp sound of bones rubbing against gravel could be clearly heard, did Ling Yi let go of his hand and let Huang Mao slip down like a dead dog. At this point, Huang Mao was already dying, his face unrecognizable. Ling Yi casually clapped his hands and turned and left. Soon after he left, a group of professionals came to clean up the mess. Since Ling Yi didn't let Huang Mao die, they definitely wouldn't let Huang Mao die. After all, there is a saying that it is better to be dead than alive. Han Ruoxue and her servant looked at Ling Yi's departing back and both felt a sense of relief. Grandpa Wu, it's a good thing you stopped me this morning, otherwise I would have been another him. Han Ruoxue couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine when she thought about the scene this morning when she stopped Ling Yi. You should be grateful that we offended him, not his wife and daughter, otherwise, our fate would be even worse than Huang Mao's. Wu Qian looked at Huang Mao, who had changed beyond recognition, and couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Han Ruoxue nodded in agreement, saying, it's true. Just one curse and he ended up worse off than death. If he had slapped him, wouldn't he be doomed to eternal suffering? After saying that, Han Ruoxue broke out in a cold sweat. You see, after she found out about Qi Shiyun's information, she planned to use her to force Ling Yi to hand over the dragon beard grass, but she only abandoned the idea out of fear of Ling Yi's strength. Now that I think about it, if I had really done that, I'm afraid the entire Han family would have ceased to exist. How could this not make Han Ruoxue break out in a cold sweat? So it was wise of Miss Han to protect them in advance and find such a big backer for the Han family. Han Ruoxue heard this and smiled wryly. It was also a difference in thinking that almost ruined the Han family forever. Wu Qian. That's enough, Grandpa Wu. You just wait in Jiangzhou. No matter what Master Ling asks for, you must satisfy him at all costs. I have to keep looking for the dragon beard grass. Han Ruoxue looked at the snow-covered ground inside. I don't know if I'll find it. Master Han is blessed by the heavens, he will definitely find it. Wu Qian comforted. I hope so. Han Ruoshue said, by the way, tell everyone in the Han family that they must not offend Master Ling's wife and daughter. That is Master Ling's taboo, so be polite to them when you see them. Miss, don't worry, I know what to do. Also, Master Ling's decadent behavior in previous years was probably to hide his identity and deliberately show it to the world. Since he didn't tell Qi Shiyun, our people shouldn't expose it either, so as not to offend Master Ling. Han Ruoshue continued to give orders, and Wu Qian nodded frequently to show that he had taken note. Qi Shiyun, you and I really have different fates, which is so enviable. Han Ruoshue, wearing a cheongsam, walked away in the snow with her long legs wrapped in stockings. Meanwhile, the SVLP ward of the Qinuan International Hospital in Jiangzhou was packed with director experts from various departments, led by President Chen Tianming. As the largest private hospital in Jiangzhou, it has the best medical equipment and talent in the entire city. In the words of the common people, the black and white immortals come here and have to walk around. But even such a fearsome medical team, when faced with a patient who had been transferred from a hospital below in the morning, all had frowns on their faces and were full of worry. President Chen, I have supported you for so many years with an annual salary of 8 million yuan, and now I just want a clear answer. Can my son still come to his senses? A middle-aged man with a slightly plump figure asked Chen Tianming with a gloomy face. The middle-aged man was named Qin Jianye, the chairman of the Qin International Group and the father of Qin Tianxi. Mr. Qin, the situation of the third son is very complicated. We don't know if he will wake up or when he will wake up. Chen Tianming said with a stiff upper lip. At this moment, his palms were already full of sweat. Is this the conclusion you've been working on all morning? Qin Jianye was not angry, and his words were calm, but he gave off a sense of impending doom. Qin Dong, the third son, not only has shattered knee joints, but also anal fissures and genital edema, plus teeth knocked out violently and a swollen throat. These traumas alone are enough to cause a coma, plus. Chen Tianming stopped after saying this and dared not say more. He glanced at Qin Jianye and continued after seeing that his expression remained unchanged. In addition, he had obvious signs of sexual assault by a man. We estimate that this psychological trauma will be difficult to recover from in a short period of time. Although he already knew the general situation of his son, when he heard from the dean that his son had been sexually assaulted by a man, Qin Jianye couldn't help but clench his fists. After a while, Qin Jianye loosened his fist and said to Chen Tianming, 10 days. If my son still doesn't wake up, then you will be like him. Mr. Qin, this is. Chen Tianming wanted to argue, but before he could finish his sentence, Qin Jianye interrupted him with a wave of his hand. That's enough. Don't force me to shorten the time. Chen Tianming and the others were so scared that they immediately turned around and left, not daring to say a word. The large SVLP ward suddenly became empty, with only a few senior members of the Qin family remaining, all of them with worried expressions on their faces and no one speaking. Only Qin Tianxi's mother was sitting by the bed, sobbing quietly. Second, have you found out who did it? After a long time, Qin Jianye broke the silence and spoke first. Qin Jianong shook his head when he heard this, no. Seeing that his brother was quiet, Qin Jianong hurriedly explained, Xingyun community is a place where Xiaotian specializes in playing with women. The surveillance along the way has long been removed by him in order to prevent evidence from being left behind, so continue to investigate. Qin Jianye said, no matter who he is, I want him to pay with his blood. Qin Jianong nodded and opened his mouth, but then stopped. If you have something to say, just say it. Brother, I've seen the injuries of Xiao Tian and Zhang Kai. This is obviously the work of a master. In Jiangzhou, there is no other family besides the Han family that can make us spend half a day without finding the slightest clue. So, if it really is the Han family, there is no forgiveness? Don't you understand what I'm saying? I'm saying that whoever it is, they'll pay with their blood. But Wu Qian of the Han family. Don't worry about him. He'll be dealt with by the masters of the internal energy realm. Qin Jianong heard this and let out a sigh of relief. He nodded and turned to leave. As soon as he reached the door, a bodyguard hurriedly pushed the door open. Second master, we have found out who the woman was that was kidnapped by third master last night. Who? Qi Shiyun. Chapter 15. How did she grow up so quickly in the blink of an eye? For the rest of the afternoon, Ling Yi practiced the swallowing the sky record in the wilderness until the sun set. Then he rushed back to the rental house to make dinner for Qi Shiyun. He ran next door to borrow some soy sauce from Grandma Du. This made Grandma Do very happy, and she said that Ling Yi had changed his ways, which was a good thing. In fact, you are not bad by nature. I don't know what happened to you in the past few years, it's like you've changed. But now it's alright, you finally woke up, and Chi's hard life is finally over. When returning the soy sauce bottle, Du Beiying patted Ling Yi on the shoulder and said with great satisfaction. Hearing this, Ling Yi always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure it out for a while, which made him frown. But soon he returned to his usual expression and took out 10,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Du Beiying. Grandma Du, thank you for taking care of them over the years. This is the money I owe you. What are you doing? You don't need to give me so much. Du Beiying was about to return the extra money, but Ling Yi stopped her. You have done so much for our family, there is no way to repay you. Please accept it, it will make me feel better. Alas, you child. Alright, I'll take it. From now on, you three should live a good life. If you're busy during the day, I'll help you with the children. Then I thank you, Grandma Du. After saying goodbye, Ling Yi quickly finished cooking the remaining dishes and then packed them up to go to the hospital. Hospital, emergency ward. Xiao Xiao, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll order takeout for you. Shi Shiyun asked with her cell phone in hand. No, I want to eat the dinner that Dad sent over. Xiao Xiao said with anticipation. Although she had been scolded by Ling Yi many times for no reason, he had already apologized to her at noon, so of course she forgave him. Shi Shiyun was stunned by the news, and although she was not happy, she was even more worried than before. She was worried that Ling Yi would go crazy and beat and scold her daughter again, causing her daughter to be sad and disappointed once again. Dear God, if you can hear me, please bless Ling Yi so that he will pretend to be happy for a few more days, even if it's just pretend. I beg you. Shi Shiyun prayed silently. Ling Yi, I beg you too, please don't make your daughter sad and disappointed again. Just treat her like a 3-year-old, okay? Xiao Xiao, your father may not come, so don't get your hopes up. Despite her prayers, Xiao Xiao still had to get the necessary vaccinations to prevent her from being too disappointed. I don't believe it. Mom is lying. How does she know Dad won't come? Shi Shiyun pointed to the neatly packed boxes on the bedside table. He didn't even come to get the boxes, so how can he pack our things? Xiao Xiao's little head couldn't figure it out for a while, and she couldn't think of an answer after stammering for a long time. Just when she thought her father would never come back, Ling Yi appeared at the door. Dad can buy a new set of packing boxes. Ling Yi waved the food in his hands and said to Xiao Xiao with a smile. Dad. When she saw Ling Yi, Xiao Xiao's eyes almost sparkled. If it weren't for the cast on her leg, she would have jumped up and down. Mom, it's Dad. I knew Dad would definitely come. Xiao Xiao waved Shi Shiyun's arm and shouted excitedly. Ling Yi was so moved that he almost cried. After 100,000 years, he finally saw his daughter's smiling face again. It had been 100,000 years. Ling Yi held back his tears, set up the bedside table, placed the food in front of Xiao Xiao one by one, and then asked in a near-choked voice, Xiao Xiao, what do you want to eat? Daddy will help you pick it out. Thank you, Dad, but Mom said I have to pick up my own food. Xiao Xiao said, picked up a chopstick, picked up a piece of bean curd and put it in her mouth, and said indistinctly, Dad, look, Xiao Xiao can pick up her own food. Little Xiao is so good, so great. Ling Yi reached out to stroke little Xiao's hair, but little Xiao had grown so much in the blink of an eye that he had already learned to pick up food on his own before Ling Yi had even had a chance to feed him. As Ling Yi continued to speak, he could no longer hold back his emotions and turned around, leaning his head against the wall and crying quietly. I'm sorry, Dad. It's Xiao Xiao's fault. Xiao Xiao did something wrong again. When she saw this, she was so scared that she quickly dropped her chopsticks and pulled her ears with her hands, her face full of fear. Hearing this, Ling Yi's tears flowed even more. He quickly turned around, took Xiao Xiao's hand, shook his head, and laughed and cried, Xiao Xiao was right, it was Dad who was wrong. Xiao Xiao, eat your vegetables and try Dad's cooking. Seeing that his father was really not angry, Xiao Xiao dared to carefully pick up the chopsticks and pick up the food for himself. Seeing Xiao Xiao walking on thin ice like this, Ling Yi's heart ached. Ling Yi's arrival was somewhat unexpected for Shi Shiyun. But this did not change her opinion of Ling Yi. After all, Ling Yi had pretended to be a good person before, and he had even pretended to be a good person for several days in a row. In the end, he continued to abuse his family and drink and gamble. But despite her disgust, Shi Yun did not give in to her own feelings, but picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Dad is eating too, Xiao Xiao said in a small, indistinct voice. Ling Yi's heart trembled at the sound, but he didn't pick up his chopsticks. Instead, he looked at Shi Yun. If your daughter lets you eat, why are you looking at me? Shi Yun said in a bad mood. Ling Yi was overjoyed and quickly brought the bowls and chopsticks to accompany his wife and daughter for dinner. He had fantasized about this scene for 100,000 years. Although the location had changed to a hospital and the family was still poor, Ling Yi had never felt so happy. Shi Yun didn't think so. Her expression was always vigilant, and she was secretly thinking, how is this guy pretending to be such a good husband and father this time? Has his conscience really been awakened? As soon as the thought came to her, Shi Yun gave herself a hard slap in the face. Shi Yun, what are you thinking? This is all an illusion. The more he pretends, the greater his plot is. Open your eyes wide and don't be fooled by him again. After dinner, Shi Yun went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, and Ling Yi did not hurry to leave, but instead stayed to chat with Xiao Xiao and channeled his spiritual energy into her to nourish her body. Dad, Mom said you didn't save her last night. Is that true? Xiao Xiao asked with big eyes. Of course it's not true. If Dad didn't save Mom, how could Mom be fine? But Mom said you stole money to gamble. That's... Ling Yi was about to speak when he was interrupted by Shi Yun, who had just returned from washing the dishes. Ling Yi, if you didn't save her, then you didn't save her. Why are you lying to the child? Are you a big man who dares to do but not to take responsibility? I know what you are capable of. Is it fun to be a hero in front of the child? Chapter 16 Ling Yi, can I still trust you? Honey, Who is your wife? Don't call me that. I signed the divorce agreement. Shi Yun was very angry. Ling Yi endured the pain and explained, I know this sounds ridiculous, but I did save you last night, and I also... Ling Yi, you're still bragging after all this? Shi Yun pointed to the door of the ward and asked you to leave. Xiao Xiao is still young and can't tell the difference between truth and lies. I don't want her to learn bad habits from you. Ling Yi felt aggrieved, but he knew that this was his own fault. If he hadn't been such a jerk in the past few years, Shi Yun wouldn't have treated him like this. Yun, I know you don't believe me, but I'm really powerful now, even more powerful than Wu Qian, who saved you at noon. Ling Yi really wanted to tell her about his identity as a cultivator, but he felt that Shi Yun would definitely think he was crazy and might even call the police to have him arrested, so he had to take things step by step. However, Shi Yun shook her head and laughed coldly, Humph, you never change. Why don't you say that you're even better than a fairy? In fact, your so-called immortals are just like that. As long as you give me some time, I can. Ling Yi was telling the truth. After all, he had been an immortal emperor. What is a fairy emperor? The supreme emperor of the immortals. Even immortals have to bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times when they see him. But before he could finish, Shi Yun interrupted him with a wave of her hand, that's enough. Since you're so powerful, please don't come again. We're not good enough for you. The patients who had just changed their minds about him now looked at him with a mocking expression, and they even sneered at Ling Yi's character. He was even more awesome than a fairy, so why didn't he go to heaven? Shi Yun is such a good woman, and she's with you, a delusional maniac. The heavens are blind. Yun, if you don't believe me, I can prove it to you. No need. I only ask that you not disturb us again in the future, or I will make sure you never see us again in your life. I, Shi Yun, will keep my word. Shi Yun was completely desperate for Ling Yi. The warmth of the moment they had just shared over dinner was gone. She couldn't understand why Ling Yi, who used to drink and gamble, was now so arrogant. Uncle Chen is such a great man, how dare he say that he is better than him? Mom, please don't make Dad leave, okay? It was Xiao Xiao's fault. Xiao Xiao shouldn't have asked Dad if he had saved you last night. Xiao Xiao held onto Shi Yun's hem, with tears in her eyes, and begged pitifully. Xiao Xiao was right. He was just being delusional. Shi Yun was completely helpless against her daughter's demands, but she didn't want Ling Yi to corrupt her daughter, so after thinking about it, she said to Ling Yi, for the sake of your daughter, I'll give you another chance. But if I hear any more of your arrogant nonsense, you'll never see your daughter again. Do you understand? I understand. Ling Yi nodded in agreement, secretly giving Xiao Xiao a thumbs up. Shi Shiyun naturally knew about the little gestures between the father and daughter, including the small details of Ling Yi just giving Xiao Xiao a wink to ask her to help persuade him. She saw it all clearly. But she didn't kill them all, she just turned a blind eye. In this way, Ling Yi stayed with Xiao Xiao until she fell asleep, and was then urged to leave by Shi Shiyun. According to Ling Yi's idea, Shi Shiyun should go home and get a good night's sleep, and he would stay here to watch over Xiao Xiao. But Shi Shiyun refused to agree, and when asked why, she said she was worried about Ling Yi and that it was better for her to stay and watch over Xiao Xiao herself. Ling Yi could not convince her, so after giving her a little spiritual energy, he turned and left sadly. Ah, Xiaoqi, it's better for her dad to stay with her. Why are you so tired? After Ling Yi left, Auntie Wang came over and asked softly. Shi Shiyun shook her head with a wry smile and a look of despondency. He's suddenly so good to the child, I'm afraid he has other plans. She said it very tactfully, but Auntie Wang quickly understood what she meant. She was afraid that Ling Yi would abduct and sell the child. After all, gamblers have no conscience. Aren't there many gamblers in this world who sell their wives and children? Alas. Auntie Wang sighed, patted Shi Shiyun on the shoulder, shook her head and walked away. In the dark, Shi Shiyun sat by her daughter's bed, looking at her sleeping daughter, and holding her cell phone in her hand, hesitant. On the screen of the phone was a phone number, a number that Shi Shiyun had hidden in her memo. She knew that if she called this number, she would immediately be able to raise the small amount of money needed for the surgery, but the consequence would be that she would be taken back to the Qi family and would never be able to see Xiao Xiao again. Ling Yi, can I still trust you? Shi Shiyun's knuckles were white from pinching, and she was struggling with her emotions. After being kicked out of the ward, Ling Yi did not go home, but walked straight into the wilderness. After practicing the swallowing the heavens for a night, Ling Yi returned home at dawn, repeating yesterday's process, cooking and delivering meals to the mother and daughter on time. With yesterday's experience, Ling Yi did not say anything about how great he was. After all, what is true cannot be false, and time will prove everything. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but during dinner, he felt that Shi Shiyun had secretly looked at him several times. After Xiao Xiao fell asleep, Ling Yi had some free time and asked Shi Shiyun, "Do you have anything to tell me?" After thinking for a while, Shi Shiyun said, "The doctor said that Xiao Xiao's condition is unexpectedly good, and the surgery can be scheduled for tomorrow." One day earlier? Ling Yi immediately understood why Shi Shiyun had been peeking at him. She was worried about the cost of the surgery. In fact, Ling Yi really wanted to tell her that Xiao Xiao didn't need surgery at all, and that he could heal Xiao Xiao's leg himself. But he knew that if he dared to say that, he would definitely be kicked out of the ward again, and he would never be able to get back in. So Ling Yi came up with a compromise. He first transferred 20,000 yuan to Shi Shiyun on his mobile phone to show that he was indeed raising money, but that the money was not enough for the operation and could be used to buy some time. "You can keep this money for now, and I'll find the rest." Shi Shiyun looked at the payment interface and was afraid to click on it. Instead, she looked at Ling Yi with confusion and fear. Yes, she was afraid that if she took the money, Huang Ma would come again to force her to pay back the debt. Last time, it was just that she happened to have the help of Uncle Chen, but what about next time? Ling Yi saw that Shi Shiyun refused to take the money and hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, this money is clean, and no one will come looking for trouble with you again." "How many times have you said that? Can you count it yourself?" Shi Shiyun looked sad, hesitated, and then took it with a gritting of her teeth. There is nothing more important in this world than a little leg. As long as her leg can be restored, it doesn't matter if she is beaten to death by the person who was forcing her to pay the debt. Ling Yi didn't know how to respond. If he told the truth, he would be considered a liar. If he didn't explain, he would be considered a liar. After a long time, Ling Yi, who was at a loss for words, said helplessly, "Let time be the judge." After saying that, Ling Yi kissed his daughter's forehead and turned away. Not far from the emergency department, Ling Yi suddenly stopped. He looked sideways at the dark corner in the distance, then walked towards it. Chapter 17, No need to ask, just bury him. As he walked into the shadows, Ling Yi saw a bald man hanging upside down from a tree, naked, bleeding profusely, and barely alive. Around him stood a group of bodyguards in suits, all of them carrying blood-stained batons in their hands, expressionless, like machines without feelings. Behind these bodyguards stood an old man with his hands behind his back, leisurely enjoying the bloody scene before him. He can face blood so calmly, so it's no wonder he's called the living Hades. "Who is that?" Wu Qian, who was enjoying the beautiful scenery, suddenly shouted and raised his hand to slash Ling Yi. When he realized it was Ling Yi, he immediately stopped his palm technique and smiled apologetically as he approached. He was shocked, however, that he had not sensed Ling Yi's approach in advance, even though he had been so careful. Was this the power of a martial arts master? Master Ling, is the noise here disturbing your rest? Wu Qian asked, bowing. Ling Yi waved his hand and asked, is it also for my wife and child? Ling Yi knew that Wu Qian was stationed at the hospital to secretly protect Shi Yun Xiaoxiao, so the bald man he caught was most likely also going after Shi Yun Xiaoxiao. Wu Qian nodded. When he was about to attack Miss Qi in the water room, I stopped him in advance. He was pretty good at martial arts, and when we fought, he almost got discovered by Miss Qi. He didn't look like a loan shark, but he didn't say who sent him. I have already paid off the loan sharks. If they come again, they must be up to something. Ling Yi thought about it briefly and understood the general idea. He then ordered, if anyone comes again, don't ask any questions, just bury them. These 12 simple words made the living Hades tremble, not to mention the bodyguards. How can someone have the confidence to say such domineering things? Yes. Wu Qian immediately nodded and agreed, but his heart was not at peace for a long time. After all, he is a martial arts master. He is decisive and straightforward in everything he does, and does whatever he wants. I wish I could be like him. Qin Huang International Hospital, SVLP Ward. In the office, Qin Jianye was dealing with company affairs. After hearing footsteps, he looked up and saw his second son. He then lowered his head and continued reading the documents, casually asking, did you bring him? Qin Jianong was embarrassed and shook his head. It failed. He Yong was defeated. Qin Jianye couldn't help but frown. Didn't you say that He Yong was an internal strength martial artist? How could he not be able to bring a woman? Brother, that woman is guarded by a living hell. Wu Qian. Qin Jianye suddenly looked up, his eyes full of disbelief as he looked at his second brother, his mind racing. Soon, he said with a gloomy face, so it seems that the one who struck down Tianxi that night should also be him. Brother, but he is at the pinnacle of internal strength, and our Qin family is afraid. Qin Jianye put down his pen and snorted, internal strength is only a matter of degree. When that person arrives, tell him to be torn to pieces. So what do we do now? Just wait around? Isn't Wu Qian supposed to guard the woman? Then let him guard her well. I want to see if he can guard the Han family's many businesses with his own life. After a night of hard training, Ling Yi couldn't help but yawn when he got up to stretch. Suddenly, a lone, loud cry echoed through the forest, as loud as 1,000 horses galloping, scaring the beasts that were still asleep and causing them to flee. Ling Yi knew that his cultivation had improved again. Although he was still far from the 5th level of cultivation, it was already quite remarkable to have made such progress in such a short time in such a place with such a low concentration of spiritual energy. This also proves the power of the swallowing the heavens record from another perspective. If he returns to another starry sky with abundant spiritual energy, he believes that it will definitely not take him 100,000 years to return to the realm of the immortal emperor. With his mind set, Ling Yi walked forward in the snow. When he was about to arrive home, his phone rang. It was a strange number. Hello, Mr. Ling? This is Zhao, a staff member at Baixinglin. The 3 medicinal ingredients you pre-ordered have all arrived at the store. Would you like to pick them up or would you like us to send someone to deliver them? Ling Yi looked at the time. It was almost time for breakfast delivery, so he said, I'll come and pick it up later. Okay, Mr. Ling, I'll be waiting for you at Baixinglin. After hanging up, Ling Yi was in a surprisingly good mood, and couldn't help humming a little tune while walking. When Ling Yi delivered the breakfast to the ward, the doctors were doing rounds. After the young doctor in charge had introduced the patient's condition to the director, he suggested, Director, the child's family is in a difficult situation. They have only paid 30,000 yuan in hospital fees so far. I wonder if we could perform the surgery first to save the child's knee joint, and then find a way to pay for it later? After hearing this, the director's face changed instantly. What nonsense! Do you need to ask for permission for this? Of course, the first priority is to save the child's leg. Thank you, Director. The attending physician and Qi Shiyun thanked the director profusely. Only Ling Yi, with a furrowed brow, felt the pressure coming his way. He had originally planned to delay the matter of the cost for a day, but he never expected the director and the attending physician to be angels in white, and they had decided on the surgery. Broken jade pills are not rare in the cultivation world. Most novices can make them with the help of a furnace. But Lingy is only at the threshold of cultivation, and there is still a long way to go before he can enter the field. Moreover, he does not have the blessing of the furnace, so it is not easy to refine the broken jade pill in one go. Originally, the surgery would not be performed for another day, so Lingy could make the pills in an orderly manner. However, because of the nourishment of his own spiritual energy, his little body recovered extremely well, causing the surgery to be performed a day early. After a hasty breakfast, Lingy said to Qi Shiyun, "I have something to do today, so I may not be able to deliver your lunch. Also, don't let Xiao Xiao go into the operating room before I get back. Remember." After saying that, Lingy left the ward without waiting for Qi Shiyun to question him, and rushed to Bai Xinglin. When he was almost at the entrance to Bai Xinglin, Lingy slowed down to avoid being mistaken for a monster. Before he even entered the Bai Xinglin, he heard someone calling his name, "Lingy? Is it really you?" Lingy looked back and saw that the person calling out to him was a woman with long hair wearing a flashy mink coat. She had a pretty face, but he didn't remember her. "Don't you remember? I'm Song Xiaojia, Shiyun's college best friend." Hearing her name, Lingy remembered that there was indeed such a person. It seemed that she had chased after him for a while in college, but after he had rejected her mercilessly, she immediately ran into the arms of another man. And she was only Qi Shiyun's roommate, not even a best friend. The reason Lingy didn't recognize her was because her appearance had changed a lot, and she must have had plastic surgery. "Hello." Lingy nodded to acknowledge her, and that was considered a greeting. After that, he walked into the lobby. He was in a hurry to get his medicine and didn't have time to chat with her. But Song Xiaojia was unwilling to let him go, so she followed him, proudly introducing him as her boyfriend, Lu Feng, the general manager of the Qinhuan Hotel. "If you want to stay at a hotel in the future, you can ask him for a discount." Lingy nodded again, but Lu Feng looked up at him with his nose, his contemptuous expression undisguised. "Judgia, this is the husband of your best friend, the school beauty Lingy, whom you often mention?" Lu Feng said, "He is indeed very handsome, but I don't know where he works." "He doesn't have a job, he's completely dependent on my girlfriend." Song Xiaojia sneered. "Heh, these days, money is the best appearance for a man. What's the use of a man who is not capable, no matter how handsome he is?" Lu Feng said sarcastically. Lingy glanced at the two of them and was too lazy to respond to these two flies. Seeing that Lingy still didn't respond, Song Xiaojia silently labeled him a chicken and secretly rejoiced that the guy had fortunately not agreed to her back then, otherwise how could she have hooked up with Lu Feng, the diamond bachelor? "Are you here to buy medicine?" It seems that Shiyun was telling the truth. "Is your daughter really sick?" "She asked me for money the day before yesterday, but I thought it was a scam and hung up." "I'm really sorry. I heard that the medicine here is quite expensive. Do you still need money? Do you want me to lend you some?" "Judgia, it's not polite to borrow money." Lu Feng pretended to scold him, then condescendingly said to Lingy, "Brother Ling, since you are the husband of my girlfriend's best friend, I will pay for all your medicine expenses today." Lingy didn't want to deal with them, but they were so annoying that he sneered and asked, "Are you sure?" Chapter 18, Grandson, remember to call me Grandpa when you see me in the future. Seeing that Lingy was finally willing to pick up the conversation, Lu Feng was about to laugh out loud. What is more satisfying than trampling on a man's dignity for a few $100s? Song Xiaojia, on the other hand, despised Lingy even more than before. He was indeed a poor loser. As soon as he heard about the money, he was immediately excited. "Fortunately, I didn't end up with him. Of course, if it's something your daughter can use, buy it." Lu Feng waved his hand, looking very heroic. But if you look closely, you can see the ulterior motive behind this statement: the medicine must be useful to your daughter. In other words, you can buy more other medicines, but as long as you buy them, your daughter will be able to use them. Isn't this a curse on your daughter's health? So although Lu Feng seemed to be speaking magnanimously, he was actually putting Lingy in a tight spot, knowing that he would not buy anything haphazardly. "No, I only need 3 medicines," Lingy said and walked towards the medicine cabinet. Lu Feng heard this and his jaw almost dropped. He only whispered to Song Xiaojia, "Only 3 medicines, and he's greedy for such a small discount. He's really a poor loser who doesn't have a job." Song Xiaojia nodded and agreed, "He's always been like this, a useless slob." Zhao, who was standing behind the medicine cabinet, saw Ling Yi and immediately smiled. He said very politely, "Mr. Ling, please wait in the lounge area. I will get the medicine for you right away." "No need, I'm in a hurry, I'll wait here." "Okay, I'll go get it right away." After Xiao Zhao finished speaking, he turned around and ran to the warehouse. While waiting, Ling Yi said, "These 3 medicines are a bit expensive. If you change your mind now, it's not too late." "Brother Ling, are you looking down on me? It's only 3 medicines, how expensive can they be?" Lu Feng couldn't help but snicker. Song Xiaojia immediately chimed in, "Honey, you have to understand, after all, the other person doesn't have a job, and their daughter is sick now. You may think it's just a drop in the bucket, but the other person may think it's a huge sum of money." "That's true." Lu Feng nodded, pretended to think for a moment, and then said, "Brother Ling, as a man, how can you not have a job? In that case, our hotel is currently hiring security guards. How about I reserve a spot for you?" Song Xiaojia immediately chimed in, "That's right, you don't have to worry about not getting the job. Lu Feng is the general manager of the hotel. As long as he says the word, you won't even need an interview and can start working directly." Ling Yi was unmoved by their banter and only asked in a light tone, "Are you sure you won't regret it? Who would regret helping others?" Lu Feng said it directly to avoid Ling Yi from changing his mind. And he spoke loudly, attracting the attention of many of his fellow patients. At this moment, Xiao Zhao came from the inner hall with 3 beautifully packaged boxes and placed them in front of Ling Yi, introducing the medicinal herbs inside to him in turn. "This is the 100 different fruit, this is the underworld flower, and this is the gentleman 7. May I ask if you are using a brush or a mobile phone?" Ling Yi pointed at Lu Feng and said, "He's paying for it, so you ask him." Mobile phone. Lu Feng did not hesitate to show the payment code and then waited for the password. After a beep, the page did not jump as expected, but Xiao Zhao's voice came, "I'm sorry, sir, but your balance is insufficient." "Insufficient balance?" Lu Feng repeated in surprise, then looked at the balance on his phone. There were still a few thousand yuan left. How could there be insufficient balance? Could it be that the 3 flavors this kid bought were very expensive, costing tens of thousands of dollars? Lu Feng was a little upset, but he had just said that whoever changed their mind would be a son of a bitch, so he could only grit his teeth and take out his bank card and hand it over, swipe the card. However, after he entered his password, he was still reminded that his balance was insufficient. "Is the machine broken? I have at least 70,000 yuan in my card, and you're telling me I have insufficient funds?" Lu Feng said loudly, feeling very unhappy. "Sir, the 3 medicines that Mr. Ling bought cost a total of 3 million. Mr. Ling has already paid a deposit of 1 million, so you still need to pay 2 million. Xiao Zhao said clearly. Having been in the medicine cabinet for so long and having seen all kinds of people, Xiao Zhao could tell that the man and woman were disgusted with Ling Yi. It's a shame that they thought they could act like a big shot in front of Mr. Ling with just a few tens of thousands of dollars. 3 million? And he paid a deposit of 1 million? Song Xiaojia and Lu Feng were both surprised and almost shouted at the same time, attracting more onlookers. "Are you sure? How could a poor guy like him afford such a valuable thing?" Song Xiaojia questioned. "Are you kidding? How can you charge 3 million for a few weeds? Do you believe I will complain to the Food and Drug Administration?" Lu Feng found it hard to accept this fact. He now only wanted to lower the price of the medicine so that he could continue to show off his superiority in front of Ling Yi. "Sir, these 3 herbs are all rare and precious. Our price is not a problem. If you have any doubts, please feel free to complain." Xiao Zhao said politely, neither subservient nor arrogant. "You?" Lu Feng was speechless and his face turned red. Ling Yi had never expected Lu Feng to pay the 2 million, and since he was in a hurry, he took out his bank card and handed it to Xiao Zhao, swiped the card. Song Xiaojia saw this and couldn't help but snort in disgust. "What a poor loser, I'll see if you have that much money in your card." 2 million? You think it's 200? When the balance is low, I'll see how you explain it. Lu Feng's superiority came back. However, when Ling Yi had finished entering the password, the machine at the cash register immediately announced loudly, 2 million yuan has been deposited into account XXX. As soon as the voice came out, Song Xiaojia and Lu Feng immediately widened their eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? His wife was still borrowing money from all over the world 2 days ago, and now she casually throws out 2 million? This is all fake. After swiping the card, Ling Yi turned around with 3 medicines in his hand and said casually to Lu Feng as he passed by, "Sun Zi, remember to call me grandpa when you see me in the future." You. Lu Feng's lungs were about to explode with anger, but he had said the words himself, and he couldn't find any excuse to scold him back. Ling Yi didn't have time to waste with them, and he hurried to the rental house with the herbs. Looking at Ling Yi's departing back, Song Xiaojia snorted, "This money must have been borrowed by his wife crying to her grandpa and grandma. Didn't I receive a call from his wife the day before yesterday asking for money?" Lu Feng's sense of superiority came back. "Ha, borrowed money, what are you pretending? 3 million, I don't know how you're going to pay it back." Thinking about Qi Shiyuan's debt, Lu Feng immediately had a mischievous thought. He had seen Qi Shiyuan's photos, and Song Xiaojia was simply not in the same league as her. And in the face of a woman with debts, he could easily win her over with just a little money. At this thought, Lu Feng's momentary unhappiness disappeared, and was replaced by a full of anticipation. Ling Yi, after arriving at the rental house, took out the medicinal herbs he had bought earlier and immediately set off for the suburbs. The grade of the broken jade pill is similar to that of the holy yang pill, but when refining the holy yang pill, there was plenty of time to practice, but this time there is only one chance. Chapter 19, The Bone-Setting Elixir, You Call It Chocolate Beans? After breaking the snow, Ling Yi set up a protective barrier around him, then sat cross-legged and prepared to refine the broken jade pill. Although the situation was urgent, Ling Yi was still confident. After all, he had accumulated a lot of experience in refining pills in the realm of Qi when he was refining the holy yang pill, and now he was one level higher than before, so the chances of success should be very high. With his mind set, Ling Yi extended his palm and snapped his fingers. A ball of flame immediately appeared in front of him, floating and igniting itself. Seeing this, Ling Yi took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, and then concentrated on guarding against danger, and began to devote himself to refining the broken jade pill. Meanwhile, in the emergency ward of the hospital, the attending physician, Wang Chen, told Qi Shiyuan, "From now on, you can't eat or drink. The surgery is scheduled for 3 p.m. I need to explain the risks of the surgery to you. If you have no questions, you need to sign this. It would be best if the father of the child came to sign." He went out to raise money. Qi Shiyuan didn't know what Ling Yi was doing, but she hoped he was running around to pay for the small surgery. At this time, shouldn't he be with his daughter instead of going to raise money? Never mind, you come and talk and sign. In the doctor's office, after hearing all the possible risks that Wang Chen had mentioned, Qi Shiyuan's entire back was wet. For a moment, she even thought about not having the surgery, at least she would still be alive. She really wanted to talk to someone, but she realized that she had no one to talk to. The man who was supposed to be the pillar of the family had disappeared, as usual. And she didn't even dare to call her mother's family. She had always been able to handle difficulties on her own over the years, and this time was no exception. But this time, her hatred for Ling Yi was far greater than before. If it weren't for Ling Yi's gambling and borrowing from loan sharks, her daughter wouldn't have had her leg broken by Zhang Kai. After much hesitation, Qi Shiyuan picked up a pen and wrote her name on the informed consent form. When she put down the pen, she felt that her daughter's life was on her shoulders, and the heavy burden made her feel breathless. She didn't even know how she got back to the ward until her daughter shook her arm and asked, "When is Daddy coming back?" Then she came back to her senses. Qi Shiyuan didn't know how to answer the little girl, so she just forced a smile and said, "I don't know, but I think it will be soon." In the end, she waited from 9 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. The nurse had already brought the surgical gown and asked Qi Shiyuan to help Xiao Xiao change into it. She also said that she would come back to pick her up in 10 minutes and that the surgery would start at 3 p.m. on time. Xiao Xiao, who had changed into the surgical gown, looked depressed and looked out the door, waiting for her father to arrive. But when the nurse wheeled him in on a wheelchair, Xiao Xiao still hadn't seen his father. Despite her disappointment, Xiao Xiao didn't complain. She just sat quietly in the wheelchair, not saying a word. She was so sensible that it was heartbreaking. Qi Shiyuan saw this scene and felt sorry for her again. She blamed Ling Yi for not coming back yet. As for Ling Yi's instructions to her to never let Xiao Xiao enter the operating room if she was not back, she had long since forgotten about them. As she waited for the door to the operating room to open, Qi Shiyuan held Xiao Xiao's little hand and said encouraging words to her, but tears kept welling up in her eyes. Ling Yi clearly caused this, why should Xiao Xiao have to bear the consequences? Especially when she thought of the risks Wang Chen had mentioned, Shi Shiyun felt like she was being cut to pieces, and her hatred for Ling Yi just kept growing. Poor Xiao Xiao is still so young and doesn't understand the pain she is suffering. It's all her father's fault, and she is still looking forward to his arrival. When she thought of this, Shi Shiyun felt suffocated with pain. She didn't think that Ling Yi's pretending to be nice by bringing her food these few days was a change in him, but rather that he was planning something bigger. The door to the operating room opened and the nurse pushed Xiao Xiao in. As the door closed, Shi Shiyun's tears fell like rain, while Xiao Xiao stubbornly turned her head and looked at the entrance to the corridor. Seeing that the door was about to close, Xiao Xiao had no hope left. She lowered her head and turned back, her face full of frustration. Wait! A familiar voice suddenly came from behind, and Xiao Xiao and Shi Shiyun both turned around to see Ling Yi running towards the operating room with a sweaty face. He was covered in mud, as if he had rolled around in the snow. Dad! Xiao Xiao shouted excitedly, using her hand to climb onto the back of the wheelchair. The nurse, seeing this, also opened the door to the operating room again and pushed Xiao Xiao out again. It didn't matter if he was a minute or two late. Ling Yi ran to Xiao Xiao with his last ounce of strength, and could no longer stand, collapsing directly to the ground. In order to ensure the success of refining the broken jade pill, Ling Yi had exhausted all his spiritual energy, and his body was weak beyond belief. But in the middle of nowhere, it was impossible to stop a car, so he almost rolled and crawled to the nearby road. Fortunately, he made it. He didn't blame Shi Shiyun for not listening to him, but took a shiny black pill from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, eat it, and you won't need surgery. No, you can't eat before the operation, otherwise you may suffocate after the general anesthesia. The nurse immediately stopped him. She now regretted opening the door and pushing Xiao Xiao out. How could she have met such a parent who didn't know common sense? Was he trying to kill his daughter? Ling Yi, what are you doing? I thought you had changed after you started bringing her food every day, but in the end, you still want to stop your daughter from having surgery. You can't stand the thought of your daughter having all her limbs? Shi Shiyun was furious and grabbed Ling Yi by the collar and pulled him back, hoping to pull him away from Xiao Xiao's body. The other patients and their families, seeing this, pointed at Ling Yi and looked at him with contempt. What? Can't eat? Ling Yi pretended to be ignorant, which made the hostility of those people disappear. The nurse and Shi Shiyun were both embarrassed and felt that they had misunderstood Ling Yi. Ling Yi didn't care, and placed the broken jade pill in Xiao Xiao's hand. Then hold it in your hand, and think of it as your father keeping you company. Afterwards, Ling Yi looked at the nurse and asked, is that okay? The nurse hesitated for a moment, thinking that this was a sign of deep love for her child, and did not stop him. After all, the little one would fall asleep after the general anesthesia, and she could temporarily put away the chocolate beans without affecting the operation. Xiao Xiao was holding the broken jade pill in her hand and was very happy. Thank you, Daddy, for the chocolate beans. Ling Yi's face was covered in black lines. This bone-setting elixir is worth more than 10 million in the secular world, and you call it chocolate beans? Okay, whatever you say. After Xiao Xiao re-entered the operating room, Ling Yi used his last ounce of strength to place a trace of spiritual energy on the broken jade pill, so that even if Xiao Xiao did not take it orally, he could absorb the pill through his palms. After entering the operating room, looking at the long corridor, the 3-year-old Xiao Xiao was finally scared, tightly holding the chocolate beans her father gave her, not daring to let go for a moment. What she didn't know was that the chocolate bean had actually sunk into her palm and was slowly and imperceptibly healing her knee joint. Chapter 20, Daughter, hold your mother's hand and let's go home. Wang Chen is staring at the X-ray in the operating room, trying to find the best way to operate. Although the case of the little girl had already been reviewed by multiple doctors and the specific surgical procedure had already been determined, he still didn't want to give up his last effort, which was his long-standing habit. It was only when Xiao Xiao came in that Wang Chen took his eyes off the X-ray and had a brief conversation with her before going out to wash his hands and change into his surgical gown. Xiao Xiao, with the help of the nurse, lay on the operating table, waiting for the anesthesiologist to come and give her an anesthetic. Wang Chen had just washed his hands and came in, but before he had a chance to put on his sterile gown, he took his assistant and hurried over, whispering, "Master, something's wrong." The worst thing for a doctor is to hear this. Sudden changes before an operation are the most dangerous. What's wrong? Which leg is the little one's broken? When I was disinfecting, I couldn't feel any bone friction. The assistant's face was sweating because he had a vague feeling that they had misdiagnosed. Wang Chen heard this and, without bothering to wash and disinfect his hands, walked to the operating table and gently pressed on the small left knee joint. Sure enough, just as the assistant had said, there was no sign of a fracture at all. Wang Chen was stunned and quickly reached out to touch the little boy's right knee joint. The result was exactly the same. Bring the X-ray machine next to the bed. Wang Chen's face was also covered in beads of sweat, and his voice trembled when he spoke. Soon, the assistant and nurse moved the X-ray machine over, and Wang Chen took it directly in his hands and took a picture of the tiny knee joints. The results were immediately displayed on the screen of the machine. Everyone looked at the screen and saw that the tiny bones were smooth and flat. There wasn't even a tiny line of bone fracture. How is this possible? The X-ray she took when she was admitted to the hospital was not like this. Wang Chen walked over to the reading area, turned on the lights, and the image on the X-ray immediately appeared. The left knee joint did have a clear comminuted fracture. A miracle. Wang Chen shook his head and muttered to himself. Uncle Wang, is there something wrong with Xiao Xiao that she can't have the operation? Xiao Xiao waited in bed for a long time without falling asleep, so she asked timidly. No, Xiao Xiao is not afraid. It's not your problem. Wang Chen hurriedly comforted him. The child was so sensible. He liked him from the bottom of his heart. Mom said that Xiao Xiao would fall asleep soon after entering the room, and that Uncle Wang would perform the surgery on me when I was asleep. Is it because I wasn't asleep? I'll sleep now. Xiao Xiao said, and closed his eyes tightly. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Let's roll it out. No need for surgery. Wang Chen said to his assistant, I'll go and report the situation to the director. This is definitely a miracle in the history of medicine. As soon as Xiao Xiao heard that she didn't need to have an operation, she immediately relaxed. She quickly spread her hands out to see the chocolate beans that her father had given her. But when she opened her hand, there were no chocolate beans anywhere. She was so anxious that she burst into tears. Outside the operating room, Shi Shiyun anxiously waited with her hands clasped, occasionally looking in the direction of the operating room door, unable to sit still. Relax, he should be out in a few minutes. Ling Yi comforted her. Upon hearing this, Shi Shiyun glared at Ling Yi and snapped, if he comes out in a few minutes, it means the surgery failed. If you don't know what to say, just shut up. Ling Yi shrugged and didn't explain. Seeing that Ling Yi was relaxed, Shi Shiyun thought of what had happened before and hurriedly asked, did you tell Xiao Xiao to eat the chocolate you gave her after she went in? Ling Yi. That's right, it must be. Otherwise, how can you be sure that Xiao Xiao will come out soon? Ling Yi, you are worse than an animal, that's your own daughter. She has unconditional trust in you, how can you lie to her and harm her? Shi Shiyun was so upset that she was about to cry. The hospital had finally agreed to operate on Xiao Xiao, but her father had ruined it all. I really didn't. Ling Yi didn't know how to explain, and it didn't feel right to say anything. I've never seen such a heartless father as you. Shi Shiyun's tears flowed down, and she was heartbroken. At this moment, the door to the operating room opened, and Shi Shiyun saw that the nurse was indeed pushing Xiao Xiao out. Behind the nurse were several assistants led by Wang Chen. And Xiao Xiao was crying his heart out with his hands spread out. Shi Shiyun saw that Xiao Xiao was empty-handed and immediately scolded Ling Yi, what else do you have to say now? After saying that, she didn't wait for Ling Yi to speak, and she went up to him crying. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I'll keep a close eye on her and make sure she doesn't eat before the operation. Shi Shiyun hugged Xiao Xiao and felt sorry for her having such a father. Miss Qi, have you misunderstood? We came to tell you that Xiao Xiao's leg has already healed on its own, and there is no need for surgery. Wang Chen's assistant explained. Healed? Shi Shiyun was shocked and couldn't believe her ears. Yes, it is a miracle in the history of medicine. If nothing goes wrong, the little one should be able to walk by herself now. Then why is she crying so hard? Didn't you blame her for eating the chocolate beans? Shi Shiyun was a little confused. How could we blame her? Besides, she didn't steal anything. She just lost the chocolate beans her dad gave her, and that's why she's crying. Wang Chen's assistant handed Shi Shiyun the termination of surgery form to sign, and then said, pack up, go through the discharge procedures, and you can go home. After that, the nurse left to take Xiao Xiao, and everyone else turned and went back into the operating room. The turn of events was so sudden that Qi Shiyun was unable to accept it for a while, and she stood there for a long time without coming to her senses. Is my daughter's leg better? She can go home? And she didn't have to borrow money on her knees anymore? Suddenly, she turned to look at the muddy Ling Yi. She vaguely remembered that he had previously saved her from having to borrow money, and that he could cure her daughter. But, didn't he just brag about it? Besides, the doctor said that the little leg had healed itself, a medical miracle, and what did it have to do with him, Ling Yi? But for some reason, when she thought about what she had just said to Ling Yi, a sense of guilt arose in her heart. Had she just wrongly accused him? However, Ling Yi seemed to have completely ignored it, walked over to Xiao Xiao, reached out and touched her little head, and praised her. Xiao Xiao is so great. I'm sorry, Dad, I lost the chocolate beans you gave me. Xiao Xiao was crying like a little girl, so pitiful. It's okay, Dad will buy you more. Ling Yi comforted her while wiping away her tears, and said with a loving face, Daughter, stand up and give your mom a wave. At first, Xiao Xiao was a little scared, but after a few attempts and making sure it didn't hurt, she immediately jumped up and down, leaving the waiting family members dumbfounded. Mom, I'm fine, I can walk again. Xiao Xiao happily jumped into her mother's arms, like a little magpie, and everyone who saw her couldn't help but smile. Ling Yi looked at this scene, and the tenderness in his eyes was about to overflow. After 10,000 years of hardship, it was worth it to see this scene again. Ling Yi walked over, rubbed the little girl's head, and said tenderly, Daughter, hold on to your mother and let's go home. Chapter 21 Now, please leave my house. When Xiao Xiao went back to the ward to pack her things, the people in the ward all froze in their tracks, staring at her with wide eyes and expressions of shock. Dr. Wang's medical skills are too good, he was able to walk on his own in less than half an hour? It seems that I came to the right hospital this time. Before, someone even advised me to go to Qinhuan Hospital. Pa! Compared to here, Qinhuan Hospital is simply rubbish. Xiaoqi, I've seen other people recover from surgery much more slowly. Did you give Dr. Wang a red envelope, so that's why you recovered so quickly? Auntie Wang asked bluntly. Hearing these words, Qi Shiyun was unable to laugh or cry, but she was still very happy. However, she didn't want to exaggerate or attract too much attention, so she immediately explained. Auntie Wang, it's not as miraculous as you say. Dr. Wang said that Xiao Xiao has a good constitution, and since it wasn't a serious matter in the first place, she just needed to stay in the hospital for a few days and receive some intravenous fluids. As for the medical miracle mentioned by Dr. Wang, Qi Shiyun didn't take it seriously. The people in the same ward heard Qi Shiyun say this, and they realized that they had just been excited for nothing. Even so, they still came over to congratulate Xiao Xiao on being able to leave the hospital as soon as possible. Auntie Wang even took out a red envelope and handed it to Xiao Xiao, ignoring Qi Shiyun's objections and insisting that Xiao Xiao take it. Qi Shiyun had no choice but to let Xiao Xiao thank Grandma Wang. After returning to the room, Ling Yi went to the hospital to complete the discharge procedures with the hospital bill. Seeing that Ling Yi was not there, Auntie Wang whispered to Qi Shiyun, These few days, I think your husband has really changed. If it's not the kind that can't be fixed, you should talk to him when you get back. If you can live a good life, it's good. As the saying goes, a prodigal son who returns home is worth more than gold. Don't you think so? Qi Shiyun also knew that Ling Yi had been behaving well these past few days. No matter what she said, he no longer got angry like he used to, and he didn't hit her or Xiao Xiao like he used to. But she had been disappointed so many times that she had seen too much of Ling Yi's pretense, so even when faced with Auntie Wang's persuasion, she just nodded and agreed without really taking it to heart. After thanking Auntie Wang, Qi Shiyun began to pack her things. When she saw the divorce agreement in the pocket of her clothes, she couldn't help but freeze. At this moment, she suddenly thought that the reason why Ling Yi had changed might be because he had seen the divorce agreement and was afraid, so he had changed. She thought this was very likely. However, she didn't dwell on it, but instead calmly hid the divorce agreement at the bottom of the bag, covering it with clothes, as if she had never seen it. The mother and daughter didn't have much luggage, so it was easy to pack. Instead, it took Ling Yi more than an hour to complete the discharge procedures, and he didn't return until almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon with a stack of money. Ling Yi handed the money to Qi Shiyun, and after saying goodbye to her uncles, aunts, grandparents, and Xiao Xiao, he let her out of the ward. On the way back, Ling Yi had originally planned to take a taxi. But Xiao Xiao refused, insisting on walking back on her own. Perhaps because she had lost it before, Xiao Xiao cherished the opportunity to walk, bouncing along the way, stepping in the snow, so happy. Qi Shiyun followed behind her, constantly reminding her to be careful, for fear that she would fall. Ling Yi carried the bags and walked at the end, watching the scene of the mother and daughter running after each other. He felt so happy that his heart was about to melt. This is life. Ling Yi looked up at the sky and couldn't help but sigh. What is the emperor of the 10,000 immortals? Can it compare to a warm bed with a wife and children? At the hospital entrance, Wu Qian stood in the snow, watching the backs of the three of them, and took out his phone to dial Han Ruoxue. What's the matter? Han Ruoxue's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Miss, I think you can come back. Wu Qian said as calmly as possible to suppress his excitement. Did you find the dragon beard grass? No, it's Master Ling's daughter who has been discharged from the hospital. Even if she is discharged, you still have to stay near her house. I don't trust anyone else. What if there is another bald guy? Han Ruoxue thought that Wu Qian wanted to go in her place to find the dragon beard grass, so she quickly ordered him to do so. But after she said that, Han Ruoxue realized that something was wrong, so she asked, wait, you said that his daughter was discharged? Didn't she have a shattered knee? What, did Master Ling give up on her? I knew you would think that. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought the same thing. Wu Qian said excitedly, but the truth is, Master Ling's daughter has recovered. Healed? How is that possible? Miss, it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Tell me in detail, what happened? So Wu Qian told Han Ruoxue everything he knew about the situation, without missing a word. After he finished, he added, I went to the director's office to ask about it, and they said they had never seen anything like it either. They said it was a medical miracle, and they were going to publish a paper about it. A medical miracle? There aren't that many miracles in this world. Wu Qian said, even if it were a martial arts master, it would be impossible for him to recover in such a short time, let alone an ordinary child. So what are you saying? Before entering the operating room, Master Ling gave her a chocolate bean. A chocolate bean? What kind of chocolate bean can heal? Miss, in my humble opinion, it was probably a healing pill. In other words, Master Ling is not only a martial arts master, he may also be as proficient in alchemy as Master Li. In fact, he may be even more proficient than Master Li. The phone was silent for a long time, and Han Ruoxue didn't speak for a long time. After a long while, her voice came again, this matter is strictly sealed off, I'll be back to Jiangzhou right away. Yes, miss, I know what to do. Qi Shiyun was in a great mood. Even though it took an hour to walk to the entrance of the residential area, it still could not dispel her joy. With her little leg healed, she felt that life was full of hope again. She could go back to work and no longer have to worry about the small surgery fee. The most important thing was that Xiao Xiao didn't have to suffer neither the knife nor the 3 months of rest in a wheelchair. In her happiness, she even found Ling Yi more agreeable. However, this joy completely disappeared when she reached the door of her home. She saw that the door to the rental house had been violently pried open, and the inside of the house was in a complete mess. Everything that could be turned over had been turned over, and things were strewn all over the floor. Mom, is this our home? Xiao Xiao asked with a look of confusion. Qi Shiyun did not answer, but turned to look at Ling Yi and asked, is this what you mean by all your debts being paid off? Ling Yi, how much more suffering do you want to inflict on us before you are happy? Ling Yi didn't know how to answer. After all, it was fine when he came back in the morning. But he had a general idea in his mind, and knew who had sent these people. I didn't have time to deal with you before, but now that Shisho's leg has been cured, it's time to settle our accounts. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. I promise, this is the last time. Ling Yi said with a serious face. Qi Shiyun shook her head, Ling Yi, I won't believe your nonsense anymore. She took out the divorce agreement from the bag she was carrying and said, sign it and let me and my daughter go. Seeing the divorce agreement, Ling Yi's heart felt like it was being painfully pulled, and he felt inexplicable pain. He really wanted to explain to Qi Shiyun and give her another chance. But before he could say anything, Qi Shiyun knelt down and said with tears in her eyes, Ling Yi, if you really still consider Xiao Xiao your biological daughter, then please let us go and sign this divorce agreement. Qi Shiyun's heart was in pain. She didn't want to go this far, but for the sake of Xiao Xiao, she had to do it. Xiao Xiao had already had her leg broken once and almost died of exposure in the snow. She didn't want to, and she couldn't, let her suffer anymore. Shi Yun cried so loudly that she woke up Du Grandma next door. Alas, Ling, what have you done now? Look at what you've done to our family. After scolding Ling Yi, Du Being reached out to help Shi Yun. Girl, get up quickly. The ground is so cold. If you catch a cold, what will you do to Xiao Xiao? However, Shi Yun refused to get up and knelt on the ground. If he doesn't sign the divorce agreement today, I'll kneel here until I die. Seeing her parents arguing again, Xiao Xiao was scared and started crying. Now that she saw her mother crying so hard, she cried even louder. Ling Yi saw his wife and child crying so sadly, and his heart was in turmoil. He really wanted to persuade Shi Yun again, but he knew that no matter what he said, Shi Yun would not listen, and it might even get worse. He knew that if he didn't sign the divorce papers, Shi Yun would probably never get up from her knees. He didn't want his wife and children to suffer any more because of him, not even a little bit. So despite his grief, Ling Yi took the divorce agreement from Shi Yun's hands with trembling hands, and then endured the excruciating pain and signed his name on it. I'll be waiting for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Now, please leave my house. Otherwise, I'll help you clean up a bit before. Please, leave my house now, right now. Ling Yi opened his mouth, but in the end, he turned away with tears in his eyes. After Ling Yi left, Shi Yun covered her chest and knelt on the ground, crying bitterly, unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 22, this time, they must be here to make peace. Ling Yi walked out of the community with a gloomy face, and soon met Wu Qian, who had hurried over. Master Ling, my mistake, I didn't send anyone to guard here. Wu Qian bowed and said, with a little cold sweat on his forehead. He had seen Ling Yi's methods, especially when dealing with Huang Mao. The tragic scene of Huang Mao was still vivid in his mind, and it was even more terrible than the living hell he was. Give the Qin family a message, disappear from Jiangzhou within 3 days, or face the consequences. Ling Yi said with a cold face, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. This is not Ling Yiren's kindness, wanting to let the Qin family off the hook. On the contrary, letting the Qin family leave Jiangzhou, where they have taken root, is tantamount to making them give up all their wealth and glory. This will be even more unbearable than killing them. Death is too easy for them. Ling Yi wants to make them suffer more than death. Wu Qian heard this and his face twitched involuntarily. If the Qin family had offended Master Ling, he would wake up smiling in his dreams. You see, because of the old man, the Han family is now being suppressed by the Qin family in every way, and since I am here guarding Master Ling's family, I have no way to spare my hands to fight the enemy, which has only fueled the Qin family's arrogance. But if Master Ling helps, the situation will change completely. But how could the Qin family offend Master Ling? Had they ever met before? Or is the Qin family that Master Ling is talking about not the Qin family that he understands? Wu Qian felt it was necessary to ask clearly, but he must not make a mistake and let the old man be happy for nothing. So he suppressed his inner joy and asked in a trembling voice, Master Ling, forgive me for being presumptuous, which Qin family is it? How many Qin families in the entire Jiangzhou can afford to have you, the living hell, deliver a message? Ling Yi asked coldly, sending Wu Qian into a cold sweat. I understand. I'll go and deliver the message. Wu Qian wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, said goodbye, and then turned and ran away. Wu Qian let out a long sigh of relief once he was out of Ling Yi's sight. There was no way around it. Master Ling had put him under too much psychological pressure. But Master Ling didn't seem to have any connection with the Qin family before, so how could he be so sure that the people who copied his house were instructed by the Qin family? Wu Qian was puzzled. The reason he didn't understand was because he didn't know what happened that night, and he didn't know that Qin Tianzi had touched Ling Yi's taboo. It doesn't matter. The Qin family has offended Master Ling, so their good days are over. Wu Qian sat in the back of the Mercedes-Benz and couldn't help humming a tune from a Peking opera. Ling Yi was certain that the Qin family was behind it because there were 3 parties involved, the loan shark, the underground casino owner Chen Bao, and Qin Tianzi. The loan sharks have been paid off, and the unruly Huang Mao has been dealt with. The fate of Huang Mao is enough to set an example for others, so that other loan sharks will not dare to mess around. Chen Bao, the manager of the underground casino, was responsible for looking after the Han family's interests. Now that Wu Qian was treating him so politely, Chen Bao naturally wouldn't cause trouble for him. The only possibility is the Qin family, where Qin Tianxi is. Although the people who were there that night were either dead or crazy, if the Qin family were willing to investigate, they would definitely be able to find Qi Shiyun. The bald man who went to the hospital to attack Qi Shiyun was the best proof. Ling Yi had nowhere to go, so he walked and walked until he came to the forest where he practiced. Just as he was about to start practicing, his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and realized it was Qi Shiyun, who had blocked him 2 years ago. Did she change her mind and call to ask me to come back? Ling Yi was overjoyed and quickly picked up the phone. Hello, wife. I'm not your wife, I'm Xiao Xiao. A small voice came from the other end of the phone. It's Xiao Xiao. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Ling Yi asked with concern. Xiao Xiao is not sick. It's my mom who asked me to ask. Oh, no, it's Xiao Xiao who wants to ask her dad where he's staying tonight and if he's had dinner yet. Xiao Xiao asked in a baby voice, not knowing how to lie. Hearing this, Ling Yi was stunned for a moment, and then his heart was filled with joy. It was clear that Qi Shiyun still cared about him, otherwise she wouldn't have let Xiao Xiao call to ask. As long as she still has feelings for him, no matter how much she hates him now, there is still hope. Dad can live anywhere. Don't worry. In the past 2 years, he slept on the street after getting drunk. As for dinner, Dad isn't hungry yet. He'll eat later when he's hungry. Have you had dinner with your mom? I just ate, it was delicious. Okay, I'm hanging up now, I'm going to help Mom clean up the house. Bye, Dad. After saying that, Ling Yi didn't even get to say bye, and the phone was hung up, obviously taken away by Qi Shiyun. When he thought about how he had broken Qi Shiyun's heart, and that she was still worried about her food and housing, Ling Yi felt so sad that he wanted to die. Where can I find such a good wife? I was really an animal in the past. Thinking about the fact that I actually abused Qi Shiyun, Ling Yi felt so bad that he collapsed like a towering tree. No, I have to work hard to cure the little cancer as soon as possible, so that Shiyun will no longer be afraid of it. By then, she will definitely accept me again. Having made up his mind, Ling Yi focused on nothing else and put all his energy into practicing the heavenly swallowing technique. On the other hand, after hanging up the phone, Qi Shiyun couldn't get back to her senses for a long time. She didn't know why she had asked Xiao Xiao to make the call. He had spent countless nights away from home, and she didn't need to worry about his food or lodging. After thinking about it for a while, Qi Shiyun still couldn't figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. After all, they were getting divorced the next day, and they would live their separate lives from then on. But for some reason, when she thought about this, Qi Shiyun didn't feel relieved. Instead, she felt a hollow feeling in her heart. Forget it. As long as Xiao Xiao is no longer wronged, it doesn't matter if I lose more. Xinhuang International Hospital, SVLP ward. Qin Jiangmon rushed into his brother's office without knocking. Brother. Next time, I'll break your arm. Qin Jianya interrupted Qin Jian's words directly, and said with a gloomy face. Qin Jiangmon knew that his brother would do what he said, so he was scared and hurriedly backed away, knocked on the door, and then walked in, anxiously saying, Brother, Hans Wu Qian is here to see you. Ha, it's only been a short time, but they're already losing their patience after we've only taken down a few of their establishments? Qin Jianya snorted, thinking that it was understandable. Old Master Han's old illness had returned, and Wu Qian had also been injured in an accident. They really should be worried. After saying that, Qin Jianyi ordered, rearrange a new ward so as not to disturb Tianxi's rest. But, brother, don't you want to reconsider? Wait until the person you mentioned arrives? After all, Wu Qian is a master of internal strength. I'm afraid we won't be able to stop him. Even if it's not then, it's now. If he wants to come up, can you stop him? Qin Jianya said in a bad mood. Besides, this time, he must be here to seek peace. If we don't see him, it will seem that we are petty. Bring him up, let us take a good look at what sincerity the Han family has brought this time. Chapter 23 Hello, my name is Ling Yi. Nice to meet you. Qin Jianya sat on the sofa and looked at Wu Qian, who had come empty-handed. His eyebrows involuntarily raised. This old thing came to ask for peace, but didn't bring any gifts? Humph, since the Han family is so insincere, don't blame me for the Qin family's ruthless actions. But when he saw Wu Qian's bandaged right hand, the gloom on his face disappeared. It seems that the rumors are true. Wu Qian is indeed injured. The living hell, who is known as the invincible iron palm, has a wounded palm. How can he still be lethal? No wonder the Han family was so eager to come to peace. They were desperate. What brings the Jiangzhou living king of hell to my humble temple? I apologize for not welcoming you with open arms. Qin Jianya's words were beautiful, but his tone was not at all polite, and he even seemed a bit arrogant. Wu Qian was not surprised by this. Without waiting for the host to say anything, he sat down on the sofa by himself, then put his legs on the coffee table. I came today to inform you of something. Wu Qian leaned back on the sofa, looking relaxed. There was not a trace of the humility and caution he had shown in front of Ling Yi. No wonder, after all, he is the living hell of Jiangzhou, a presence that no one dares to provoke. Notice? What, aren't you here to negotiate peace on behalf of the Han family? Qin Jianya sneered. Peace? Wu Qian laughed. Qin Jianya, where did you get such a crazy idea? Do you think your Qin family is back on its feet again, or do you think I'm too old to wield a sword? Qin Jianya narrowed his eyes and his face turned gloomy. This is completely different from what he thought. And where did they get the nerve to challenge the Qin family? 3 days. Wu Qian held up 3 fingers. Within 3 days, your Qin family will be kicked out of Jiangzhou, or else you will be responsible for the consequences. Ha ha ha. Even though Qin Jianya was a deep thinker, he couldn't help but laugh when he heard Wu Qian's words. I'm sorry, your joke is really too funny. I couldn't help but laugh. Wu Qian shrugged and stood up, pulling his legs back. I've delivered the message. You can do whatever you want. After saying that, Wu Qian turned and left. Old man Wu, go back and tell the person who asked you to deliver the message that if they have any tricks up their sleeves, they can use them. I, Qin Jianya, am determined to take Jiangzhou. Qin Jianya still thought that Wu Qian was representing the Han family, and the Han family was not at all in his eyes. He chuckled and turned to look at Qin Jianya with pity. He shook his head and said, Qin Jianya, you still don't understand. You don't know what kind of existence you have offended. Qin Jianya frowned slightly, but remained unmoved. Well, for the sake of our many years of rivalry, I will give you one more piece of advice. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave Jiangzhou quickly, or else. That's all I have to say. Wu Qian wanted to use Ling Yi's identity to bluff, but without Ling Yi's permission, he didn't dare to use this tiger skin to show off, for fear of offending Master Ling and having to eat the consequences. However, Wu Qian's ambiguous words were seen by Qin Jianya as nothing more than empty bravado after the Han family had run out of options, so he simply ignored them after a few seconds of thought. As soon as Wu Qian left, Qin Jiangong entered the room and asked anxiously, Brother, that old man doesn't seem to be pretending. What should we do? It's just a desperate act of desperation. Don't worry about it. Qin Jianya said confidently. Didn't he keep guarding that bitch? Then let him keep guarding. I want to speed up the progress in other places. In 3 days, I want to change the surname of all the Han family's underground businesses to Qin. Didn't you give me 3 days? Fine, I'll give you 3 days too. I'll see who the fuck laughs last and becomes the master of Jiangzhou. Early the next morning, Ling Yi received a text message from Qi Shiyun as soon as he finished his training. She said she had only taken an hour off work and asked him not to be late. Although he was reluctant to part with her, Ling Yi still replied with a yes. The reason he was willing to get a divorce was because he believed that as long as he cured his little incurable disease, Qi Shiyun would definitely change her opinion of him, and it would only be a matter of time before they got back together. So Ling Yi got up, shook off the mud on his body, and walked to the Civil Affairs Bureau with a spring in his step. When he reached the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Ling Yi saw Qi Shiyun in the crowd at a glance. She was wearing a professional suit, with a tall figure and long legs, which attracted the attention of many prospective husbands who came to register for marriage. Qi Shiyun is worthy of being the university's most beautiful girl. Even though she has been devastated by Ling Yi in recent years, her foundation is still there. As long as she tidies up a little, she will naturally be the most dazzling presence in the crowd. It's a pity that such a perfect woman was lost to him. But don't worry, I will definitely win you back and make you the happiest woman in the world. Ling Yi made up his mind, took a deep breath, and walked towards Qi Shiyun. Qi Shiyun stood at the door, looking despondent and anxious. She was worried that Ling Yi would not come, in which case the safety of Xiao Xiao would not be guaranteed. Those who were chasing debts and those who were in the underworld might break into their home at any time and use Xiao Xiao as a tool to threaten them. She still vividly remembered the scene when Zhang Kai broke Xiao Xiao's leg, and she never wanted to let Xiao Xiao experience such torture and pain again. As she looked around, she suddenly saw Ling Yi walking towards her. He was well dressed, full of energy, and his whole body was filled with a calm and composed air. It was as if he had been reborn, and it was so bright that it made her eyes sparkle. What's wrong with him? Qi Shiyun couldn't find the right words to describe Ling Yi. He looked so good. Is he trying to win me back? Unfortunately, I am too old to be infatuated with him. I have to think about Xiao Zhao's future. Sighing, Qi Shiyun withdrew her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears, her heart aching like a needle. If only he weren't such an asshole. After muttering a sentence, Qi Shiyun gathered her emotions, put this impossible fantasy behind her, gave Ling Yi a look, and walked into the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau first. When Ling Yi and Qi Shiyun appeared at the entrance of the hall, all the prospective couples in the hall were stunned. This golden couple is too beautiful and handsome, isn't it? This is the human race that Nuwa carefully created. We think she just used her feet to pinch them. They are a perfect match, and we are so envious of them for being together. However, when the two took their number and walked towards the divorce area, everyone was shocked. Can a match made in heaven also get divorced? Can we still believe in love? Honey, let's think about getting married again. There were many people in the marriage area, but very few in the divorce area. Ling Yi and Qi Shiyun didn't have to wait long before their number was called. After confirming that the two were divorcing of their own free will, the staff issued the divorce certificate to the two with a sigh. At the moment of receiving the divorce certificate, Qi Shiyun could not hold back her tears and ran out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, crying and covering her face. She hailed a taxi and left in a panic. Ling Yi stood at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, looking in the direction of the taxi as it left, his face gloomy. Although he was confident that he could win Qi Shiyun back, the divorce certificate in his hand still pierced his heart like an arrow, making him feel inexplicably sad. After a long time, he took out his cell phone and sent Qi Shiyun a text message. I'm sorry, I was an asshole. I know. You don't believe me, but I've already punished myself for 100,000 years for this. I don't expect you to forgive me, but I just hope you can give me another chance, so that the changed me can get to know you again. Hello, my name is Ling Yi, nice to meet you. Qi Shiyun, who was in the taxi, cried her heart out after reading the text message. Chapter 24, Just be a transparent person, so as not to humiliate yourself. After sending the text message, Ling Yi stood at the door for a while before putting away the divorce certificate. Now he felt empty, as if his heart had been ripped out. He really wanted to see his daughter, but Qi Shiyun had written clearly in the divorce agreement that for the sake of the daughter's safety, she hoped that Ling Yi would best not disturb the daughter's normal life. So in order not to worry Qi Shiyun, Ling Yi had to restrain his longing and walked in the opposite direction of home. However, he had not walked far when he was tapped on the shoulder by a girl with a very nice face. Hello, that. I see you just got divorced. Can I be your girlfriend? The girl blushed and boldly confessed. Ling Yi shook his head. We are only legally separated. My heart is not ready to leave her, so I'm sorry, I have no intention of changing my wife in my life. After saying that, Ling Yi walked away without looking back, leaving the girl standing there with stars in her eyes. Where can you find a man who is handsome and loves so much? I really don't know what his ex-wife was thinking, to actually divorce him. Humph, this world is really dry and dead, and flooded and dead. The girl stamped her foot in anger, turned around and got into a black car, and roared away. Ling Yi walked all the way to the suburbs before he used his body to run deep into the woods. Xiao Xiao is being taken care of by Grandma Du, and Wu Qian is personally guarding the perimeter, so there should be no problem with safety. As for Qi Shiyun, she was being followed by someone sent by Wu Qian in the dark, so there was no problem. In this way, Ling Yi can concentrate on his training and strive to break through the realm of refining qi as soon as possible. As night fell, the woods were unusually quiet, and even the sound of leaves falling to the ground could be heard clearly. Ling Yi, who had been practicing for a day, slowly opened his eyes and shook his head in disappointment. The aura is too thin. If it continues like this, I won't be able to break through for a year. I have to think of another way. Ling Yi rested his chin in his hand and thought about a solution in the darkness. However, he hadn't come up with a solution yet when his phone rang. It was Qi Shiyun. Ling Yi happily picked up the phone and said, "Daughter, do you miss your father?" It's me. The voice of Chi Shiyun came from the other end of the phone. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was Xiao Xiao. Ling Yi said he was sorry, but he was even happier. Chi Shiyun calling him on her own was a good sign. Although I'm embarrassed, there's something I'd like to ask you. Chi Shiyun said shyly, my cousin is on winter vacation in her senior year of high school and is visiting Jiangzhou. She'll be at the high-speed rail station soon. Can you pick her up for me? I've taken a few days off and I'm working overtime tonight. I can pick her up, but what about Xiao Xiao if you work overtime? Ling Yi asked with concern. Chi Shiyun on the other end of the phone felt a warm feeling in her heart. She didn't expect Ling Yi to care so much about Xiao Xiao. It seems that the divorce has really changed him a lot. Don't worry, I took my computer home with me, and Xiao Xiao is right next to me. Chi Shiyun explained. Okay, give me your cousin's phone number, I'll pick her up. Also, Chi Shiyun was a little embarrassed, but she still said, I heard her say that she's going to a bar with friends tonight. Can you go with her and keep an eye on her? This is the main purpose of Chi Shiyun. Picking up the station or something, they are all adults and won't get lost. She had tried to persuade her on the phone, but the other party simply wouldn't listen, saying that it would only be meaningful if she spent her 18th birthday in a bar. Chi Shiyun knew she couldn't persuade her, but she really didn't have time to look after her, so she had no choice but to call Ling Yi's phone. She thought that Ling Yi had been an alcoholic for years, and it shouldn't be a problem for him to take care of a few teenagers who had just turned 18. Yes. Is there anything else? Ling Yi asked. There is one more thing. Chi Shiyun paused and continued, I haven't told anyone about our divorce, so don't let it slip out of your mouth. After that, Chi Shiyun hung up the phone, leaving Ling Yi with no room to ask questions. Ling Yi, looking at the phone that had been hung up, couldn't believe his ears. It was only when Chi Shiyun sent her cousin's phone number that Ling Yi woke up from his dream and laughed at the sky. The birds and animals that had already settled in the forest were suddenly scared and fled in all directions, causing chaos in the silent darkness of the night. Jiangzhou High-Speed Railway Station. Zhou Yuwei looked at the photo of her cousin's husband that her cousin had sent to her on her phone and couldn't help but smirk. He was indeed quite handsome, but he was so shabbily dressed. Did her cousin go blind at the time? How could she marry such a poor loser? Looking at the photo, Zhou Yuwei scanned the picture, but didn't see the figure of her brother-in-law. She couldn't help but complain, cousin, really, I'm an adult, and you still send someone to spy on me. It's really boring. She had thought about sneaking away, but she was afraid that her cousin would tell her parents, and then she would never get any pocket money again. Why hasn't this smelly loser come yet? Doesn't he know that the high-speed train arrived early? Zhou Yuwei muttered impatiently. Despite her complaints, she kept her eyes peeled for her brother-in-law in every luxury car that came to pick her up. Although her cousin had broken up with her cousin's family was so wealthy that they would secretly support her a little bit. It wouldn't be too much for them to buy a big car and drive it around, would it? If I can drive a big G to meet my classmates, I'll be so proud. Zhou Yuwei was daydreaming when she saw a figure that looked familiar getting out of a taxi. When she saw the front of the figure clearly, she was desperate. She came by taxi? Then why did I ask you to pick me up? I can call a taxi myself. Zhou Yuwei was speechless. She never imagined that her cousin's family would be so poor that they couldn't even afford a car. Zhou Yuwei? A voice rang in her ear. Hello, I'm Ling Yi, your cousin's husband. Oh, I see. Let's go. Zhou Yuwei snapped at him, threw her suitcase at him, and walked straight ahead without even looking at him. It was the same taxi. Ling Yi put the luggage away, sat in the passenger seat, and asked Zhou Yuwei, where are we going now? Lufeng Street, Phoenix Bar. After that, Zhou Yuwei ignored Ling Yi and instead used her cell phone to chat with friends she was about to meet. She would occasionally look up at Ling Yi, then shake her head in contempt, and then quickly type on the phone's keyboard. You don't need to look to know that it's definitely not good. The car was quiet all the way until the taxi turned into Luofeng Street. Zhou Yuwei said, Ling Yi, right? If I ask you to go back now, you won't agree, right? Seeing Ling Yi nod, Zhou Yuwei continued, okay, I'll give you a heads up first. My friends are all rich or important. When we get there, just stay quiet and be invisible, so as not to embarrass yourself. Remember? Chapter 25, let him understand the huge gap between him and us. Seeing that Ling Yi did not respond, Zhou Yue thought that he had acquiesced, so she did not say anything more. In fact, Ling Yi wasn't listening to what she was saying at all. After seeing her impolite behavior at the high-speed rail station, Ling Yi stopped paying attention to her and instead thought about how to practice the way he had been. The nod he gave her was just a subconscious action, and he didn't really hear what she was saying. By the time the car had stopped, Ling Yi had already examined more than 100 auxiliary training formations in his mind, but he had rejected them one by one. After paying the fare and taking out the luggage, Ling Yi followed Zhou Yue and continued to think about cultivation. Seeing him like this, Zhou Yue thought he was being invisible, and she was both satisfied and despised. What kind of promising man would want to be a nobody? He was actually enjoying it, and she was like a flower stuck in cow dung. Hey, Yue, over here. Zhou Yue was feeling a bit down when she heard her friend Sun Yi's voice. Looking in the direction of the sound, she saw a group of young men and women, wearing all kinds of designer clothes, standing in the snow, making them the most beautiful scenery in front of the Phoenix Bar. Zhou Yue waved to them and then called Ling Yi to drag his suitcase over there. No way, Yue, you really brought your cousin-in-law here? A boy wearing a Louis Vuitton down jacket looked at Ling Yi with contempt and said to Zhou Yue. Zhou Yue shrugged and said, what can I do? I'm desperate too. But there's no other way, or else I won't be able to celebrate my birthday tonight. Okay, let's all just keep quiet and pretend he doesn't exist. Hurry up and go inside, I'm about to piss my pants. A burly guy in relatively thin clothes said. Yan Xinglong, be civilized, don't let Yue think that Jiangzhou is full of vulgar people. Another young man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, said. When he spoke, Zhou Yue looked at him with a particularly gentle expression, as if she liked him. This boy was also the center of attention for the group. As soon as he opened his mouth, the burly boy named Yan Xinglong immediately smiled awkwardly and said he would pay attention next time. In this way, the group walked towards the bar. However, when everyone entered, it was smooth except for Ling Yi, who was stopped by the security guard at the door. The reason was that the bar prohibited bringing in your own drinks, so the suitcase had to be stored at the front desk. The suitcase belonged to Zhou Yue, so out of respect, Ling Yi stopped her and let her make the decision. But this behavior made them think that Ling Yi was very low, and he actually had to ask someone else about such a trivial matter as luggage storage. Country bumpkin. The boy wearing LV couldn't help but snort, turned his face away, and didn't even bother to look at him again, for fear of dirtying his eyes. The others also looked at him with contempt, standing far away, afraid of being misunderstood as having anything to do with him. However, a girl in a long black trench coat with a fresh and elegant appearance walked over and helped Ling Yi store his suitcase. This made Ling Yi, who was thinking about practicing magic formations, look at her sideways. If it were only about appearance, this girl would definitely be the most outstanding among this group of people, even compared to Qi Shiyun, she would not be outdone. However, she has more of a heroic and youthful aura, while Qi Shiyun has a little more femininity, so they are both very attractive in their own ways. But Ling Yi only glanced at her and then looked away, continuing to think about the formation. This little episode did not dampen everyone's spirits. After arriving in the private room, everyone let loose, singing, drinking, and playing the game of fist pushing. It was a lively scene. Although Ling Yi didn't have a good impression of them, he couldn't help but softly sigh at this scene. This is youth, it's great to be young. I think you're not even in your 20s, so why do you have such feelings? The woman in the trench coat didn't know when she sat down next to Ling Yi and handed him a glass of wine. Hello, my name is Pei Nanchang. Hello, Ling Yi. If it were a normal person, Ling Yi would definitely not have paid any attention to her, but he had not discriminated against her from the beginning, so it was worth it for Ling Yi to tell her his name. However, when she handed him a glass of wine, Ling Yi shook his head. I'm sorry, I quit drinking. You haven't answered my first question. Pei Nanching asked. Ling Yi smiled wryly and said, I may look in my early 20s, but my psychological age may be over 100,000 years old. In addition, I am married, and my daughter can even make soy sauce by herself. Pei Nanqing was stunned by this news. She thought Ling Yi would play the deep and profound, but she never expected that his answer would not hide the fact that he was married and had a child. This was far beyond her expectations. On the other side of the box, Zhou Yue kept sticking to the man with the gold-rimmed glasses, especially after a few glasses of wine. She wanted to stuff herself into his body. It seems that Zhou Yue came to Jiangzhou just to be with this man with gold-rimmed glasses. No wonder, if it weren't for love, who would want to travel thousands of miles to another city to spend their 18th birthday? Ling Yi guessed that perhaps Zhou Yue had come with the intention of dedicating herself. Unfortunately, Ling Yi could see clearly that the man with the gold-rimmed glasses was not at all interested in Zhou Yue, but was staring at Pei Nancheng. At this moment, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses saw that Pei Nancheng was having a lively conversation with Ling Yi, so he immediately pulled Zhou Yue up and took a glass of wine and walked towards Ling Yi. When the other people saw the man with the gold-rimmed glasses get up, they also got up and followed him with their wine glasses. When Ling Yi saw the man in gold-rimmed glasses get up, he knew that he could no longer be a transparent person, so he said to Pei Nancheng, "You can get up." At first, Pei Nancheng didn't understand what he meant, but when she saw Zhou Yue and the others walking over to her, she finally realized what he meant. She frowned slightly and said apologetically to Ling Yi, "I'm sorry for causing you trouble." After that, she got up and tried to lead Zhou Yue and the others to the other side. "You're welcome. At the bar, I still owe you a thank you," Ling Yi whispered to her back, just loud enough for Pei Nancheng to hear. Pei Nancheng's interception failed, and Zhou Yue and the others walked straight up to Ling Yi. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses held a glass in his hand and said leisurely, "Yue, after all, you brought him here. Don't you think it's a bit unfair not to introduce him to us?" Zhou Yue's face was flushed, and she waved her hand with contempt, saying, "There's nothing to introduce. His name is Ling Yi, my cousin. Apart from having a good appearance, he has no money or job, and is a freeloader." The man with the gold-rimmed glasses heard this and sneered, saying, "If you don't reciprocate, it's not polite. Let's all introduce ourselves to him so that he can understand the huge gap between him and us, how about it?" Chapter 26, In front of Ling Yi, he is worthless. When this was said, everyone agreed with a smile, all with a look of superiority on their faces. LV Male first introduced, Yu Yang, Family Hotel, assets are not much, about 100 million. The burly man, Yan Qinglong, a member of the provincial Sanda team, the U18 national champion, the old man who runs the martial arts school, with a family fortune of over 30 million. Sunny, Yu Yang's woman, general dealer of Benz in Jiangzhou, with assets of 60 million. A girl with big breasts wearing a white sweater, Wang Xian, Long Ji's girlfriend, whose family runs a real estate business. More than 10 people, except for the man with the gold-rimmed glasses and Pei Nancheng, all took turns introducing themselves to Ling Yi. When they introduced themselves, they all carried a sense of superiority, as if they were gods above the rest. When everyone had finished introducing themselves, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses slowly spoke up, "Zhang Bowen, my father runs a casino, and his assets are just over 1 billion. When they heard that his family fortune was over 1 billion, everyone cast envious glances at Zhang Bowen, and the little star in Zhou Yue's eyes was about to pop out. Yu Yang then chimed in, "Brother Wen, it's no fun hiding it. Is this 10 billion the best you can offer? Isn't it obvious that it's the relationship between Uncle Jiang and Brother Bao that counts?" Zhang Bowen shook his head and smiled, pushing his gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. He looked very pleased, but he didn't seem to want to say anything. Seeing this, Zhou Yue felt like her heart was being tickled, and she hurriedly urged Yang to speak up. "Who is Brother Bao? What is his relationship with Uncle Jiang?" Seeing that everyone's attention was drawn to him, Yu Yang cleared his throat and said, "Brother Bao, formerly known as Chen Bao, controls all the casinos in Jiangzhou, both overtly and covertly. It can be said that if you want to open a casino, you can't get around Brother Bao. It is said that the daily capital flow in his hands is over 100 million. My goodness, our family's total assets are only about 60 million, and Brother Bao has a daily capital flow of over 100 million? Sun Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. The rest of the people were also shocked and full of emotion. At this point, Yu Yang said, "And Uncle Jiang is the kind of person who can drink and chat with Brother Bao at the same table. So that's it, Uncle is really amazing." Zhou Yue's eyes lit up and she said with emotion, "That's right, if it weren't for this relationship, we wouldn't have gotten this VIP room today. After all, this is Brother Bao's place, and this room is the one that Brother Bao uses to entertain his guests." Yu Yang said proudly, as if he were proud of it. Everyone was so excited that they looked at Zhang Bowen with even more enthusiasm than before. But that's not all. Yu Yang continued, "Brother Bao was able to sit in this position because of the support of his master. So the question is, do you know who his master is?" Everyone was captivated by the story and shook their heads in unison. "The invincible Iron Palm, the living king of Jiangzhou, Master Qian." Sigh. The sound of gasping came from the box immediately. Even though Zhou Yue is not from Jiangzhou, she can imagine how awesome this Master Qian is just by hearing the words "living king of hell." In that case, isn't Uncle Jiang related to Uncle Qian? Zhou Yue said with a sigh. As soon as she said this, the people present looked at Jiang Bowen with a little more awe in their eyes. Zhou Yue, on the other hand, had already started imagining the good life she would have after marrying into the Jiang family. It's not as simple as you say. What kind of person is Grandpa Qian? How can we casually attach ourselves to him? Jiang Bowen shook his head and laughed, seemingly refuting the rumors, but his heart was filled with more than beauty. Right, Nan Chang, everyone has already introduced themselves. What about you? Jiang Bowen asked. Pei Nanqing smiled politely and shook her head, saying, My family is ordinary, there's nothing to introduce. Pei Shuijie is a martial arts. Wang Xian was about to introduce herself, but Pei Nanqing interrupted her. Wang Xian, you're drunk. Pei Nanqing was smiling when she spoke, but when Wang Xian heard this, her body involuntarily trembled, and her mouth opened and closed, and she didn't say another word. Seeing this, everyone was full of curiosity about Pei Nanqing's identity. You see, Wang Xian's family runs a real estate business, and their assets are not small. She was actually scared by Pei Nanqing's words, which shows that Pei Nanqing's background is not bad. But she is not from Jiangzhou, she was brought here by Wang Xian. If Wang Xian doesn't say anything, no one will know her background. The situation in the private room was awkward for a while. So, Ling, did you hear that clearly? Jiang Bowen broke the ice and said, even if Nanqing said that her family was ordinary, I believe you can tell that she just didn't want to say it to save your face. Don't really think that her family is ordinary. We are only being polite by calling you a brother, don't really think you can be our brother. Don't even think about taking this opportunity to climb the ladder and soar to the sky. You have to remember, you and us, from the moment we were born, we were destined to be from different worlds. Ling Yi leaned back on the sofa and watched the performance of these people quietly, feeling both childish and pathetic. They thought they had seen the best in the world, but they didn't know that above Wu Qian, there were martial arts masters, and above that, there were the realms of Foundation, Golden Pill, and Primordial Spirit, and above that, the supreme realm of the Immortal Emperor. What they are proud of is worthless. In front of Ling Yi. Are you finished? Ling Yi asked with a blank expression. Ling Yi's calmness was unexpected by everyone. They thought that after listening to their self-introductions, Ling Yi would be so ashamed that he would burst into tears, but they didn't expect him to be so indifferent. This made them feel that their self-introduction was like a clown show, and they were quite ashamed. Ling Yi saw that no one was answering him, so he pointed at the things on the table and asked, Are we continuing? If not, I'll take you back to the hotel. Zhou Yue snorted and said, Of course we're going to continue. This is just the beginning. Let's go, let's continue drinking. After that, she didn't forget to say to Ling Yi, You have a thick skin. If it were her, she would have been so ashamed that she would have run out, but he was sitting there calmly. As soon as she said that, she immediately attracted the approval of the others, and various humiliating words came one after another. Only Pei Nanqing, sitting not far away, looked at Ling Yi with curiosity, not knowing what he was thinking. The drinking party started again, and Zhou Yue and the others formed their own circle, while Ling Yi could quietly think about his cultivation. After about half an hour, Ling Yi finally found a satisfactory auxiliary formation. Although the process was somewhat complicated, it was at least feasible in this world. After figuring out the cultivation, Ling Yi became relaxed. Congratulations! Pei Nanqing didn't know when she sat down again. Huh? Ling Yi didn't understand. Weren't you just thinking about something? But now you've figured it out, so congratulations. Pei Nanqing explained. Hearing this, Ling Yi couldn't help but look at her again, and thought to himself, this woman is no ordinary person. Thank you. Ling Yi replied politely. According to Yue, you used to be an alcoholic and a compulsive gambler? How did you quit? Pei Nanqing asked curiously. Why are you asking? You're not an alcoholic. I just asked casually, maybe I can gain something. Ling Yi didn't understand what she meant by gain, but he still replied, after experiencing life and death, many things become clear naturally. It seems that you have had a great opportunity. Ling Yi's brows furrowed involuntarily at Pei Nanqing's casual remark. This woman is not just extraordinary, she's a little scary. Just as Ling Yi was about to move his but a little further away from Pei Nanqing, the door to the private room was pushed open and Zhou Yue and Sun Yi, who had gone out to the bathroom, came in crying. Not only that, but their clothes also had obvious signs of having been torn. Chapter 27. Who the hell is your father? Just a dog. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly surrounded them to ask questions. After the two women told their story in fits and starts, everyone realized that the two women had just gone to the bathroom and encountered two men who were drunk and acting crazy when they came out. The men saw that they were pretty and wanted to invite them to have a drink. When they refused, the two men started to touch them, not only tearing their clothes, but also groping their breasts and buttocks. Fortunately, they struggled desperately and managed to break free from the men's control, so they ran back crying. Do you know which box they were in? Yu Yang stood up suddenly, his eyes full of anger. Not only was his girlfriend blocked, but she was also groped and her breasts and buttocks were touched. How could he tolerate this? Let's forget about it. I don't think they're the kind of people you want to mess with. Although Zhou Yue was very sad, she still didn't want to make a big deal out of it. You don't need to worry about this, Yue. You're in Jiangzhou, a place where you can't be wronged. Isn't this a slap in our face? Zhang Bowen pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and looked at Yin Qinglong. Qinglong, you go. Yin Qinglong immediately stood up, clenched his fists and asked, which room is it in? Zhou Yue felt her heart melting at this moment. This feeling of being spoiled and full of security made her whole body tingle like electricity, the phoenix seeking the phoenix box. Okay, you wait here. I'll be right back. Yin Qinglong walked out of the box. Zhou Yue was a little worried and asked, Brother Long, will it be dangerous for you to go alone? Yu Yang and the others laughed and said, you should be asking if those people are in danger. Brother Long is too amazing, isn't he? Zhou Yue's eyes lit up. Wang Xian immediately said with a smug look, that's right, my father-in-law is a martial arts master who has cultivated internal strength, which is equivalent to the internal strength in martial arts novels. Brother Long has been practicing martial arts with his father-in-law since he was a child, so he can't be that bad. Gee, she's not even married to him yet, and she's already calling him father-in-law? The others couldn't help but laugh and tease. I've been Long Ji's woman for a long time, and it's only a matter of time before I marry him. Wang Xian's expression was full of pride. After a while, Yin Qinglong walked into the room with two men in tow. Look, are they the two of them? When everyone looked up, they saw that the two men had black and blue faces, obviously having been beaten up badly. Zhou Yue and Sun Yi nodded frequently, indicating that they were the two men. Remember, not just any woman you can touch. Get out. Yin Qinglong let go of the two men, who immediately fell to the ground and crawled out of the room. But after they left the room, they turned around and pointed at the crowd, saying angrily, if you have the guts, wait for me. Even if you call, I'll be waiting right here. Yin Qinglong patted his fist, not the least bit afraid. Seeing Yin Qinglong so powerful, they were all filled with admiration for him, and their eyes were overflowing with admiration as they watched him grab the two men from someone else's private room. Yin Qinglong enjoyed this very much. He liked the feeling of being noticed and admired. Only Ling Yi shook his head because he heard the two men talking on the phone outside, so he walked over to Zhou Yue and said, it's getting late, let's go back. Zhou Yue hadn't even opened her mouth when Yin Qinglong stood up and sneered, what, are you scared? Don't worry, all you have to do is sit there obediently, and I'll take care of the rest. Zhou Yue also snorted, when it comes to standing out, you're a coward, but when it comes to backing down, you're very active. You can go back if you want, but I'm not done yet. Seeing this, the rest of the people all looked at Ling Yi with a sneer on their faces, pointing and whispering to him. Ling Yi didn't care at all. He had already warned them, but they didn't want to leave. So he shrugged and returned to his seat. After a while, there was a burst of hurried footsteps outside the door, and then the door to the private room was pushed open. A group of thugs with steel pipes and machetes entered one after another, filling the large private room. This scene immediately scared everyone in the room, even Yin Qinglong, who was still confident, was a little scared at this time. Among the crowd, only Zhang Bowen remained calm. After the thugs had stopped, the two guys with their faces swollen and bruised walked in behind a man at the door of the box. Ling Yi was blocked by the many thugs, but he saw through the crowd that the man who came in was Chen Bao, who guarded the Han family's territory, and was also known as Brother Bao. However, he looked haggard, as if he hadn't slept for a long time, and was completely different from the last time Ling Yi saw him. Ling Yi didn't care, just glanced at him, then leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest, as if the scene in front of him had nothing to do with him. Pei Nanqing saw this scene and unconsciously raised her eyebrows. She couldn't understand why this man, who was only a few years older than her, could be so calm. Who moved? Chen Bao didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Yan Xinglong was still young and full of vigor, and although he was scared, he still took a step forward. What's wrong with me? My father is Yan Jinwei of Jinwei Martial Arts Academy. In his opinion, as long as he used his father's name, these people would definitely treat him politely. After all, he had tried it many times before, and it always worked. However, no one has heard of him. Chen Bao poked his ear and pointed at Yan Xinglong. Drag him out and chop off his hands. As soon as he finished speaking, the thugs immediately went up and grabbed Yan Xinglong. Yan Xinglong is not a nobody. Seeing this, he swung his fists and smashed the thugs who were coming over. He was a martial arts expert, no wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Chen Bao snorted, glanced sideways at the thugs standing over there, and the latter immediately understood, and they all rushed up with their steel pipes. Although Yan Xinglong is the national champion of U18 Sanda, it is after all a competition, and it is one-on-one. Where have you ever seen such a scene of being beaten up? And these thugs are all combat-oriented, and their moves are lethal. Yan Xinglong blocked a few of them, but was beaten to the ground, and all he could do was protect his head with his hands. Where was there any room for him to fight back? After a few blows, the U18 national Sanda champion was beaten to the ground and passed out. Zhou Yuwei and the others were so scared that they couldn't even make a sound. After all, they were just a group of children who had just become adults. Where had they ever seen such a big scene? They thought they were already at the top of society, but they never imagined that what they saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Seeing Yan Xinglong being knocked out, they still wanted to drag him out and chop off his hand. Jiang Bowen stepped forward. Brother, give me face. My father is. Who do you think you are, worthy of being my brother? Chen Bao interrupted Jiang Bowen directly, his face full of disdain. When everyone heard that this person was Brother Bao, they were afraid, but at the same time, their hearts were filled with hope. With the relationship between Uncle Jiang and Brother Bao, tonight's game should be safe. But Jiang Bowen was panicking inside, because only he knew that his father's level was not high enough to be invited to Chen Bao's table, which was why his father had the opportunity to eat with Chen Bao at the same table when Chen Bao entertained the bosses of various casinos. As for drinking and chatting, that was never going to happen. He now only hoped that Brother Bao would remember his father. Brother Bao, my father is Jiang Yuanhe. He toasted you at the annual meeting. Jiang Bowen said politely. Jiang Yuanhe? Chen Bao frowned and thought for a moment, then said, Oh, the little Jiang from Yulu district. Fine, on account of your father's hard work for me, I'll spare his arm. However, the two women will have to spend a night with my friends. Chen Bao pointed at Zhou Yuwei and Sun Yi. The two women immediately turned pale and shook their heads when they heard this. At the same time, they looked at Jiang Bowen with hope, hoping that he would come to their rescue. Wang Xian also looked at Jiang Bowen with a pleading face. Brother Wen, save Brother Long. He can't live without his hands. Brother Bao, look at my father. Jiang Bowen was also anxious. If he failed to save them, he would lose all face and never be able to hold his head up in front of them again. Chen Bao slapped Jiang Bowen directly in the face. Don't be so shameless. Who the hell is your father? He's just a dog. Do you really think you're a person? I can replace him at any time. Chapter 28 Chen Bao, you've grown some balls. Chen Bao's slap stunned everyone present. Wasn't his father and Chen Bao good brothers who enjoyed a drink together? How did it come to pass that in Chen Bao's mouth, his father had become a dog that could be replaced at will? Everyone who had originally felt a glimmer of hope was now ashen-faced and terrified. Especially Zhou Yuwei, looking at Jiang Bowen with disappointment, her face full of disbelief. In addition, she was now filled with remorse. If she had known earlier, she would have listened to that smelly loser and left here to go back to the hotel. Jiang Bowen was also stunned by Chen Bao's slap. He didn't need to touch his face to know that it must be swollen. But the pain on his face was secondary. The main thing was that he was slapped in front of his classmates, which was worse than death. He had just vowed that he would never let Zhou Yuwei suffer in Jiangzhou, but what happened? How long had it been? He had been smashed to pieces by Chen Bao's slap. What are you still doing here? Take them away. Chen Bao finished speaking, turned around and walked out without even looking at Jiang Bowen and the others. Sunny saw this and grabbed Zhu Yang's arm tightly, trembling with fear. Yu Yang was even more shaken than she was. When he saw the punks coming to take his girlfriend, he didn't dare to say a word. Zhou Yue was scared when she saw the punks approaching, and quickly grabbed Zhang Bowen's arm and begged him, "Brother Wen, save me." Seeing this, Zhang Bowen summoned up the courage to say to Chen Bao, "Brother Bao, we were wrong in this matter. For the sake of their young age, we are willing to pay compensation." Pay compensation? Chen Bao turned around and looked at Zhang Bowen with a sneer on his face, saying disdainfully, "Can you afford it? Do you know who they are? They are wealthy businessmen from Lingnan who spend tens of millions of dollars in Jiangzhou every year. Do you think they are short of money? And don't think that just because Jiang Yuanha brags about his family fortune of 1 billion yuan every day, your family really has 1 billion yuan. I know what kind of person Jiang Yuanha is. To tell you the truth, your family's total assets are only 30 to 40 million yuan, and I gave them all to you. With this kind of family fortune, what the fuck can you compensate with?" Chen Bao's words left everyone stunned. They never imagined that their family's billion was actually obtained in this way. Sunny even thought to herself, "It's even less than my family's assets." And Zhang Bowen, after hearing this, his embarrassment was about to fall to the ground. Looking at the strange looks his companions were giving him, he wished he could find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. But in order to save his dignity, Zhang Bowen still spoke up, "Brother Bao, is there any other solution besides letting them go? Kid, if you say another word, I'll have your father kicked out of Jiangzhou." Chen Bao was impatient and pointed at Zhou Yue, Sunny, and Yin Qinglong, who were lying on the ground, and shouted, "Take them away. Brother Wen, save me." Zhou Yue clung to Zhang Bowen's arm, as if she was grasping the last straw. Sunny also clung to Yu Yang tightly. "Yu Yang, I won't go. I'm your woman. You have to think of something." But Yu Yang and Zhang Bowen were like two wooden stakes, standing there without saying a word. "Brother Wen, I just turned 18 today. Please, save me." Zhou Yue begged desperately. In this city, she felt that Zhang Bowen was her last resort. If he didn't help, her whole life would be ruined. Thinking about this, she suddenly regretted not listening to her mother and not coming all the way to see Zhang Bowen. She also regretted not listening to Lingyi and not leaving when she should have, and even scolding Lingyi as a coward. Zhou Yue cried like rain, staring at Zhang Bowen with her eyes, hoping that he would save her life. Under Zhou Yue's tearful pleas, Zhang Bowen finally took action, but he didn't take action against the thugs. Instead, he reached out and grabbed Zhou Yue's wrist, forcibly pulling her hand away from his arm. "Sorry, I can't do it." Zhang Bowen shook his head, his face resolute. Between protecting the family fortune and protecting his friends, he chose the former. Seeing that Zhang Bowen had done so, Yu Yang also reached out immediately, pulled Sun Yi's hand away, and took a step back to maintain a certain distance from her. Zhou Yue couldn't believe her eyes. It wasn't the punks who had pulled her hand away, but Zhang Bowen, the man she loved. She looked at Zhang Bowen with shock and despair, her heart was as cold as death. Sunny was no better, her face full of disbelief. "Yu Yang, I am your woman. Are you just going to watch me get taken away by another man?" Yu Yang was blushing when Sunny asked him, but soon he looked up and said to Sunny, "Sunny, Brother Bao is someone we can't afford to offend. Think about your family, think about our future, and just suffer a little and go with Brother Bao. Don't worry, even if you do this tonight, I won't look down on you. I'll still marry you." "Yu Yang, are you still a man? How can you say such a thing?" Sunny was in tears and slapped Yu Yang in the face. Yu Yang did not say a word, just clenched his fists tightly, humiliated to the extreme. But he didn't dare to resist because he knew very well that Brother Bao was a mountain he could not move. Zhang Bowen also advised Zhou Yue at this time, "We will pretend that tonight never happened. You don't want my father to leave Jiangzhou, do you?" Zhou Yue shook her head in horror, unable to believe that Zhang Bowen would say such a thing. Shenbao couldn't help but sneer at this. "Boy, you really are the same as your father. You'll sell anyone out for your own benefit. Not bad, you have a future." After saying that, Chen Bao waved his hand, "Take them away." Zhou Yue and Sun Yi were completely desperate, resigned to their fate as they were let out by the thugs. But at this moment, a voice came from behind the crowd. "Chen Bao, you've grown some balls, even daring to kidnap my wife's cousin?" Seeing someone stand up for them, Zhou Yue and Sun Yi were both overjoyed. But when they realized that the voice belonged to Ling Yi, their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Zhou Yue even shouted at Ling Yi, "Ling Yi, don't meddle in other people's business. Your family is poor anyway, so don't get beaten up for no reason and have to spend money on going to the hospital. The others also secretly cursed in their hearts. Even if Jiang Bowen came out, it wouldn't help. What can you do if you're just a poor loser? Don't anger Brother Bao, or we'll all suffer. You idiot, you want to die, but don't drag us down with you. Jiang Bowen scolded first. Brother Bao, we don't know him well, and we just met him for the first time. Yu Yang explained right after him. Seeing this, the rest of the people also distanced themselves from Ling Yi. Only Pei Nanxing, from beginning to end, did not say a word. However, Chen Bao didn't pay any attention to what they were saying, because the moment he heard Ling Yi's voice, his face changed. He was too familiar with that voice, especially the encounter on that snowy night, which was still vivid in his mind. He had thought about going to find Master Qian to help him get back the 4 million, but after hearing about it, Master Qian only said 2 things to him: if you see Ling Yi again, treat him like my grandfather. If anything goes wrong, I'll skin you alive. Since then, he has never harbored any resentment towards Ling Yi, only deep fear. So when he first heard Ling Yi's voice, he was still hoping against hope that it was just a voice that sounded like him, and that it wasn't necessarily him. It was only when Zhou Yue shouted out Ling Yi's name that Chen Bao's legs completely gave way. At this point, the other gangsters also made way, revealing Ling Yi's figure. After Chen Bao was sure that it was Ling Yi, he said nothing and ran all the way to him, changing his murderous aura and showing a face full of respect and flattery. He bent his waist deeply and said, "Brother Yi, why did you come? Why didn't you give me any advance notice so that I could reserve the Hall of the 5 Emperors for you?" Chapter 29, It's okay, but don't do it again. Boom! When everyone saw this, it was like a thunderclap in their minds, and they were stunned. What's going on? Even Brother Bao, who couldn't even get his father to budge, is actually so subservient to Ling Yi? Zhou Yue's mouth hung open, her eyes filled with tears. Sun Yi's eyes were wide with surprise. Yu Yang thought of what he had just said, and it was like a fly in his throat. Jiang Bowen suddenly felt that the other side of his face was also burning with pain. Everyone's expression was extraordinary. But without exception, their faces were a mixture of embarrassment and regret. I'm worried about my wife's cousin's birthday, so I came to check it out. Ling Yi pointed at Zhou Yue and then put his arm around Chen Bao's shoulder. What, are you going to let her accompany your clients? No, it's all a misunderstanding. Chen Bao's face was covered in cold sweat. I didn't. No, she was your wife's cousin. If I had known, even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't have dared. After that, Chen Bao turned around and shouted at the younger brother who was holding Zhou Yue, "What are you still doing? Get your dirty hands off me. If you hurt my cousin, I'll kill you. And you, let go of her too." Upon hearing this, the punks immediately let go of Zhou Yue and Sun Yi. Seeing this, everyone's faces were even more surprised than before. They couldn't understand how Ling Yi could solve the problem in a few words when Jiang Bowen couldn't solve it even after using his father in paying money. Didn't Zhou Yue say that he was just a loser who drank and gambled? How could he make Brother Bao so afraid? What is his background? Your 2 clients. Ling Yi pointed to the 2 Lingnan businessmen at the door. I'll handle it. Chen Bao quickly chimed in. How do you plan to solve it? Just pay them a little money and find them some college students. Chen Bao said nonchalantly. Is that all? Ling Yi asked in a low voice. Chen Bao was a little confused and asked tentatively, what does he mean? They touched my cousin. Shouldn't there be an explanation? Ling Yi leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked relaxed. Zhou Yue heard this and tears immediately flowed uncontrollably down her face. When everyone abandoned her, only Ling Yi still protected her and wanted to seek justice for her. And the look in her eyes for Ling Yi was no longer the contempt she had before, but slowly moved to one of gratitude. However, when the others heard this, they thought that something was wrong with their ears. After all, they were already grateful that this matter had such an outcome, but Ling Yi was actually thinking about getting an explanation from someone else? What was he thinking? If he annoys Brother Bao again and makes him turn his back on him, then none of them will be able to leave here standing. Their worries were not unfounded. Even Zhou Yue couldn't help but shake her head, indicating that she was already very satisfied with the outcome. However, after hearing Ling Yi's words, Chen Bao's expression instantly turned gloomy. Between the wealthy merchant from Lingnan and Ling Yi, he almost didn't think about it before choosing the latter. Drag them out and chop off one of their hands. Chen Bao waved his hand, and the thugs immediately took the two men out of the box. Chen Bao, think carefully. We are big clients who lose tens of millions of dollars in your casino every year. Brother Bao, we were wrong. Spare our lives and we'll pay you back. Chen Bao ignored them and, after giving a cold look, immediately turned around and asked Ling Yi with a smile, Brother Yi, do you think this arrangement is feasible? It's okay, but don't do it again. Ling Yi said, got up and left, not giving Chen Bao any face at all, which made everyone feel a bit scared. They have already handled it this way, and in your eyes, Ling Yi, it's just okay? They felt that their brains could no longer understand Ling Yi's level, and they looked at Ling Yi with eyes that were like looking into an unfathomable abyss, confused and fearful. Especially when they saw Chen Bao bowing down behind Ling Yi, they finally realized that Zhang Bowen was right when he said that Ling Yi was destined to be a person from a different world. However, the one standing on the top of the mountain is not them, but Ling Yi. At this moment, they finally understood why Ling Yi was so calm and composed when they introduced themselves. It was because their family background, which they were so proud of, was really worthless in front of Ling Yi. When they thought about the complacency they felt when they introduced themselves, they felt ashamed and humiliated, thinking that they were a complete clown. When Ling Yi walked up to Yin Qinglong, he said to Chen Bao, take her to the hospital. Don't waste her hand. After all, she did it for her. Okay, Yi, I'll make the arrangements right away. Chen Bao waved his hand, and immediately a subordinate carried Yin Qinglong out of the private room and headed for the hospital. When Ling Yi walked up to Zhou Yue, the latter looked at him with some hesitation, then weakly called out, brother-in-law. Ling Yi did not respond, but said lightly, although you are not very good, you should still avoid these people in the future. Zhang Bowen and the others felt a burning pain in their faces. Zhou Yue looked at them and nodded emphatically, good. Ling Yi asked again, are we continuing? Zhou Yue shook her head vigorously, no, I want to go home. Ling Yi nodded, didn't say hello to anyone, put his hands in his pockets, walked straight out of the box, and disappeared from everyone's view. Zhou Yue looked back at Zhang Bowen and saw that the latter did not dare to look at her. She sneered in disdain, ran out of the box, and chased after Ling Yi. Chen Bao had originally followed Ling Yi, but for some reason he returned. If anyone tells anyone about what happened tonight, I'll chop them up and feed them to the fish. After saying that, Chen Bao smiled and patted Zhang Bowen and Yu Yang on the face, sneered, and then left the box with his subordinates. The huge room was a mess, but strangely quiet. Everyone was still standing in the same position, motionless, like statues. Pei Nanqing broke the ice first. She slowly stood up, patted Wang Xian on the shoulder, and said softly, let's go. We'll go see your boyfriend. Wang Xian could not hold back her tears. After nodding, she left the room without saying goodbye to anyone. Not far from the bar, Wang Xian asked Pei Nanqing with a puzzled look on her face, Pei Shuajie, since he has so much energy, why didn't he stand up for you from the beginning? Why didn't he stop Brother Bao's men from beating up Brother Long? Look at him, they beat him up so badly. Pei Nanqing smiled and asked in return, why should I stop it? From the beginning, have you ever treated him as a friend? After that, without waiting for Wang Xian to explain, Pei Nanqing smiled again and said, I have something to do. I'll walk with you this far. We'll meet again if we're destined to. After saying that, Pei Nanqing turned and walked into the snow, and soon disappeared in the lights. Wang Xian saw Pei Nanqing leave and couldn't help but slap herself, I told you to stop talking nonsense. Now you see, you've missed a great opportunity. On the other side, Ling Yi was waiting for a taxi with his suitcase at the corner of Luofeng Street with Zhou Yue when Chen Bao, who was in a hurry, caught up with them. When he saw Ling Yi, he immediately knelt down, Brother Yi, help. Chapter 30, if you're going to fight, why not fight like a man? You're in perfect health, why are you saving lives? Ling Yi looked at Chen Bao and asked coldly. My body is worth very little, and it doesn't matter if I die. It's other important things. Chen Bao was still kneeling, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Ling Yi originally didn't want to get involved in worldly affairs, after all, he only wanted to focus on improving his cultivation, so that he could cleanse his daughter's body and marrow. But Chen Bao's performance tonight was really good, at least saving the trouble of doing it himself, so Ling Yi did not refuse, I will take her back to the hotel first, and then we can talk later. Chen Bao was so happy to hear this that he immediately bowed 3 times to Ling Yi, then immediately called a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle, personally opened the door for Ling Yi, stacked the luggage, and acted as the driver. It was already past midnight, and it was obviously impractical to go back to Qi Shiyun's place. Moreover, Zhou Yue's original plan was to stay at a hotel, so Chen Bao took Zhou Yue straight to the hotel door. When checking in, Ling Yi told Zhou Yue, "Your cousin is timid. Don't let her know about what happened tonight, so she won't be scared." Although Zhou Yue didn't understand, she still nodded and agreed. Now in her heart, Ling Yi's words were better than her parents and her cousins, and she could be said to be obedient. She just couldn't understand why her brother-in-law, who was obviously so powerful, didn't want his cousin to know. As a result, his cousin still thought he was a drunkard and gambler. Is it just because he was worried that his cousin would be scared? Zhou Yue couldn't understand it, but she would do exactly as Ling Yi had told her. The reason why Ling Yi did not let Zhou Yue tell Qi Shiyun was because he had a bad image in Qi Shiyun's mind. He was worried that Qi Shiyun would think that he was having an affair with Chen Bao, a loan shark. He knew that Qi Shiyun hated loan sharks the most in her life, so it was better not to let her know about this matter. It's not too late to tell her when his image in her heart has gradually improved. Ling Yi didn't go up, it was Chen Bao who took Zhou Yue's luggage upstairs. This made Zhou Yue so nervous that she didn't dare say a word the whole time, and even tried to hold her breath. It was only after Chen Bao left and Zhou Yue locked the hotel room that she dared to breathe heavily. And when she thought about what had happened that night, she blushed and was embarrassed to death. Ling Yi didn't wait long in the car, and Chen Bao hurriedly got into the car. "Brother Yi, where are we going now?" "Drive to the outskirts of the city," Ling Yi said casually. "Brother Yi, do you want to go gamble again? I have a better place." Chen Bao started the car and asked with a smile, but was interrupted by Ling Yi. "Let's talk about business." Chen Bao immediately complained, "Brother Yi, you really have to help me this time. As you know, I am in charge of the Han family's gambling dens, but recently the Qin family has been sweeping them away." At first, Ling Yi wasn't too concerned about Chen Bao's business, but now that he heard it was related to the Han and Qin families, he was immediately interested. "Tell me more." Chen Bao, seeing that Ling Yi was interested, immediately began to describe the incident in vivid detail. "It all started the night you won over 4 million at my place. That night, some unknown person crippled the legs of the third Qin son. Not only that, it is said that they had a group of men gang rape him, so that he has not yet come to his senses. This would have been a good thing, but the Qin family is adamant that it was the Han family who did it, so they are now fighting for revenge." When this happened, Master Qian would have been the first to take action, but for some reason, Master Qian's hand suddenly got injured, and he said he had to protect someone very important, so he couldn't leave. As a result, the underground clubs of the Han family have been almost completely uprooted, with only a few still struggling to hold on. I just said that there are better clubs, not because I'm being polite, but because the one you used to play at has been shut down. And the Lingnan merchants I entertained today, in the past they never gave me the face to entertain them, and I was afraid of losing customers, so I had to lower my guard. If this continues, I will be forced to death by the Qin family." After listening to Chen Bao's description, Ling Yi touched his nose awkwardly. It turns out that Chen Bao's current predicament is all because of himself. No wonder he looks so haggard. It's all because of the Qin family's bullying during this period of time. Isn't your master Wu Qian? With him protecting you, neither the Qin nor the Han family should be able to kill you, right? Ling Yi asked curiously. On my master's behalf, the Qin and Han families will not do anything to me, especially the Han family, which has never blamed me at all. But if I see the place swept away, how can I face the Han family? I must apologize with my life. Chen Bao was almost in tears as he spoke, and he was a completely different person compared to the proud and domineering man he had been just a few days ago. However, Ling Yi knew that he was not pretending. After all, he had won more than 4 million yuan from the casino, and he had said that his leg would not be saved. It was probably because he was embarrassed and wanted to break his leg to show his determination. If the place is swept clean, he really might die to atone for his crime. But what's the point of you looking for me? I can't be there to help you every minute of the day. Ling Yi asked. Chen Bao immediately perked up at the prospect of a fight. He said, "Nowadays, the way to seize territory is civilized. It's no longer like the old days of gang fights. Instead, we meet at a place and each side sends out their best fighters to compete. Whoever wins the territory gets it. It's civilized and reasonable." Ling Yi was speechless. Fighting is fighting. What kind of wisdom is this? But it is reasonable. After all, if the strongest fighter can't win, you can't defend your territory even if you were given it. And this also maximizes manpower savings and maintains social order, killing two birds with one stone. So, you want me to help you fight? Ling Yi asked. Chen Bao nodded and said with some embarrassment, after Master Qian said he was busy, I immediately thought of you, but I couldn't find you, so I was desperate. Fortunately, the heavens have eyes, and I met you at the bar. Brother Yi, I'm counting on you to save my life, so you mustn't refuse. What time? What place? Ling Yi asked. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., Wangyue building by the river. Chen Bao said excitedly. Brother Yi, please leave me your address. I will come pick you up early tomorrow. Ling Yi shook his head and said, No need, I'll go there myself. Okay, stop the car, I'll get off here. Chen Bao widened his eyes at the news and looked at the barren outskirts in front of him. He asked uncertainly, Brother Yi, this is the outskirts. It's not easy to get a taxi. Do you want me to wait for you? No, go back. Ling Yi said, and walked into the darkness. Looking at Ling Yi's disappearing back, Chen Bao couldn't help but sigh, are all inner strength martial artists so abnormal? After he finished speaking, a cold wind blew, picking up the snowflakes on the ground, which scared Chen Bao so much that he quickly turned around and drove back to the city. On the road, Chen Bao listened to music and hummed a song, unable to express his comfort. Fuck, I'll finally be able to sleep well tonight. After Ling Yi walked into the suburbs, he started to run. He wanted to try the auxiliary formation he had just thought of in the bar. If it was successful, his future cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. Chapter 31, The Spirit Catching Array, The Spirits Will Come. This suburb was a place that Ling Yi had never been to before, and the aura was relatively abundant. Ling Yi did not rush to run the swallowing the heavens to absorb the aura, but instead jumped to the top of a tree to observe the terrain. After determining the specific location of the formation, Ling Yi looked for some stones and branches nearby, and then arranged them in a special shape at the selected location. After everything was in place, Ling Yi returned to the center of the positions, mobilized the qi in his body, and transferred it to the stones and branches in each position. He then ran the spell and used all his strength to activate the formation. In an instant, the oddly shaped stones and branches on each position began to glow in the dark, and then shot out a ray of light in each of the two adjacent positions. These rays of light instantly connected all the stone branches, forming a giant pattern that was more than 10 zhang wide when viewed from the sky. Ling Yi stood in the middle of the pattern, surrounded by light. At this moment, Ling Yi quickly formed a series of hand gestures, and after making more than 10 hand signs, he saw him make a sword sign with his right hand, pointing his finger at the sky and shouting, Open! The giant pattern made of light leaves the ground and rises up into the air, spinning. When it reached 100 meters above the ground, the light pattern suddenly stopped rising. The next second, the light pattern spread out in all directions at the speed of light, and disappeared in an instant. The forest was once again plunged into darkness, as if the light had never appeared. But just a few seconds later, the light returned from afar and shot back up to Ling Yi's head, forming the same giant pattern again. It didn't linger, but circled and fell back to its original position, with each connection point corresponding to the exact position. At the moment the pattern fell back to its original position, an invisible pressure seemed to rise from all directions, bending all the trees around Ling Yi to their waists. But the strange thing is that the treetops of these bent trees all point to Ling Yi, without exception. From a high altitude, Ling Yi's array of formations now looked like a funnel in the middle of the vast forest, with water currents from all directions converging at a tremendous speed. Feeling the continuous flow of spiritual energy like a water current, Ling Yi let out a long sigh. The spirit capturing formation, the spirits will come of their own accord. Unfortunately, they were just ordinary stones and branches. If they had been made of gold, jade, or silk, the effect would have been even better. However, Ling Yi was not greedy, but immediately sat cross-legged, began to practice the swallowing the heavens, and began to frantically absorb the spiritual energy. Zhou Yue has a habit of choosing hotels with bathtubs, so that after a day's travel, she can take a comfortable bath in the bathtub. But after returning home today, she didn't even go into the bathroom. After closing the door, she sat on the carpet with her back against the door, staring at the suitcase beside her, and her mind was filled with the image of Ling Yi in the bar. She had heard about Ling Yi from her parents and her cousin before, but without exception, they were all negative examples, so when she first met Ling Yi, she was so disgusted. But she never expected that Ling Yi would have such a big impact on her the first time they met, so much so that she still hasn't come back to her senses. While she was in a daze, her phone rang with a message alert. She opened it and saw it was from her cousin, Ji Yoon. Happy birthday. Where are you now? Thanks, sis. I just got to the hotel a while ago. Did you have a good time today? Did your brother-in-law give you any trouble? Looking at this message, Zhou Yue was ashamed again. It was already good that she had not caused her brother-in-law any trouble. How could he possibly cause her trouble? I'm very happy. My brother-in-law takes very good care of me. That's good. Okay, you should get some rest. Come over for dinner tomorrow. Okay. Zhou Yue replied, then thought for a moment and added, Sis, is my brother-in-law really that great? Why do you ask? Did he brag in front of you? Xiaowei, no matter what he says, don't believe him, and don't lend him any money, okay? Zhou Yue replied with tears in her eyes, I know, he didn't ask me for money. Cousin, you don't know. With his current status, my brother-in-law doesn't need to brag, and he certainly doesn't need me to lend him money. An underground boss with a daily income of over 100 million yuan is already so subservient to my brother-in-law, why would he need to borrow money from me? I'd probably be the one asking him for a loan. Cousin, you're not worried that I'm going to ask you for money, are you? But even if you were crying, you shouldn't be crying like that. Zhou Yue had no tears to shed. However, what she didn't know was that Ji Yoon on the other end of the phone was still seething with anger. This Ling Yi, instead of letting him brag in front of me and the baby, he actually went to brag in front of Xiaowei. I thought he had changed, but it was all a sham. I should have known better. He's incorrigible. Ji Yoon snorted. She had just changed her opinion of Ling Yi because Zhou Yue said that her brother-in-law took good care of her, but now she had once again put Ling Yi in the cold storage. But then again, it was unexpected that he had been able to patiently accompany Xiaowei to this point, without gambling or asking Xiaowei for money. Could it be that after the divorce, he has completely changed his personality? Ji Yoon shook her head, said to herself that it was hard to change one's nature, and then sighed and whispered, I don't know how long he can keep up the pretense. If only he could keep it up forever, sigh. Night, snow. Pei Nanqing, wearing a trench coat, walked alone down the empty street, her back slightly desolate. After she and Wang Xian broke up, she was targeted by a few lecherous men who specialized in picking up women at the bar. These pickup artists originally only targeted drunk women, but unfortunately Pei Nanqing's temperament was outstanding and she was too stunning, which made them horny. After looking at each other, they followed her quietly. When they turned into the street and saw that there was no one around, these pickup artists became sexually aroused and were ready to approach Pei Nanqing and drag her into a dark alley to have sex with her by force. However, just as they were about to quicken their pace, before they could lower their feet, 4 or 5 of them simultaneously widened their eyes, then fell straight to the ground, not breathing at all. Pei Nanqing continued to walk forward as if she was unaware of what had happened, enjoying the unusual scenery of the snowy night. At this moment, a figure flashed past, appearing ghost-like behind Pei Nanqing, silently following Pei Nanqing step by step, with an intermediate distance of half a zhang, not a little more or less. Exhale to kill, Apu, congratulations, you have entered the realm of the master. Pei Nanqing didn't even turn her head and smiled lightly. At this moment, the two of them happened to pass by a street lamp. The dim light shone on the two of them, one in front of the other. Pei Nanqing, in a trench coat, looked like a fairy descending from heaven, while the old man behind her, wrapped in a black cloak, could not be seen, and looked like the grim reaper from the depths of hell. Master! Miss, you must be laughing at me. In front of you, old servant, my meager skills are not worth mentioning. A hoarse voice came from the black cloak. Ah, Pooh was really senile. You forgot that I am now a weak woman with no strength to tie a chicken. For the time being. Oh, I met an interesting little fellow today. He's clearly in his early 20s, but he's hard to read. Miss, do you have an epiphany? Pei Nanqing nodded, her gentle face beaming with a smile, I have. Chapter 32. Has she been working this hard for the past few years? As dawn approached, the stones and branches that made up the spirit capturing formation, even with Ling Yi's spiritual energy blessing, could no longer hold on and finally shattered one by one. After the spirit capturing formation collapsed, the spirit energy that had gathered from all directions disappeared in an instant. It really couldn't last long. Ling Yi sighed helplessly when he saw this. But the effect was good. In just a few hours, he had almost reached the 5th level of cultivation. With a sigh, Ling Yi put away the swallowing the heavens record, waved to disperse the broken stone and branches, and then got up and walked towards the city. He wasn't in a hurry, so he walked leisurely in the snow, like an old man who had just finished exercising in the morning. As he approached the outskirts of the city, most of the breakfast shops on the side of the road had already opened for business. Ling Yi casually chose a bun shop and ordered 2 trays of steamed buns, which he ate hot with chili oil. "Boss, the usual, 2 small steamed buns." A young couple walked into the bun shop holding hands and laughing. "I'll treat you to dinner tonight," the man said with a loving smile. "No, you should save it. The baby is due in a few months, and we need to save money to buy a house. I don't want the little one to move around with us later." The woman pouted, pinched the man's face, and her eyes were full of love. "We need to buy a house and improve my wife's diet. These are both important things, we can't just focus on one." "Okay, let me think about it. Hot pot or fish head?" The 2 xiaolongbao, steamed dumplings, were quickly served on the table, and the 2 laughed and discussed what to eat tonight while eating. Ling Yi sat at the next table, quietly listening to their conversation, his expression gentle. He remembered that when he and Chi Shiyun had just graduated, they were just like this young couple, happy every day and full of expectations for the future. "If I hadn't been such an asshole those years ago, I would probably be as happy as them now," Ling Yi thought to himself, his head bowed. After paying the bill, Ling Yi did not return to the woods to practice, but went straight to the apartment complex where he rented a room. Although Chi Shiyun didn't want him to contact Xiao Xiao, hiding in the dark and taking a look from afar wouldn't cause Chi Shiyun to feel disgusted. What Ling Yi didn't expect was that when he arrived at the entrance of the community, he saw Zhou Yue who had just entered the community. It wasn't close from the hotel where she lived. Why was this girl up so early? Ling Yi followed her, and after she went upstairs, he retreated to the corner of the next building and looked up at the 4th floor. With his current level of cultivation, he still can't see through things, but it's easy to hear the voices on the 4th floor. He heard Chi Shiyun open the door, heard the 2 of them meet with joy, and also heard Zhou Yue's incredulous questioning, "Cousin, you live in a place like this? How could my brother-in-law?" You can't blame your brother-in-law entirely. You know the situation is not good. Targeted drugs cost hundreds of thousands of dollars per injection. It's good to have a place to stay out of the rain. Where else can you find the money to live in a good place? But your brother-in-law is obviously. Okay, I'm late for work. Your husband left early for work. I'll leave you to take care of Xiao Xiao. I'm going now. Chi Shiyun said, handed the room key to Zhou Yue, and hurried downstairs. Ling Yi could tell that Chi Shiyun was trying to defend herself. Obviously, she had been a jerk in the past few years, but she had never complained to Zhou Yue. Ling Yi felt very sad as he watched Chi Shiyun's back as she hurried through the snow in the early morning. He knew that Chi Shiyun's company started at 8:30, but it was only 6 a.m. What was she doing out so early? Ling Yi followed Chi Shiyun quietly, and in a short while they arrived at a piece of fallow land outside the community. Chi Shiyun put down her computer bag, went down to the field, and came to a piece of cultivated land, then used her hands to dig up the snow that covered it. Ling Yi realized that under the snow, there were large radishes. Fortunately, they weren't frozen to death, thank goodness, otherwise it would have been a waste of time. Chi Shiyun said to herself, and then proceeded to dig out the snow from several fields. This time she didn't use her hands, but found a wooden stick. Even so, after an hour, her hands were already turning purple from the cold. But Chi Shiyun didn't complain, but instead went back to the edge of the field, grabbed her computer bag, and hurried to the bus stop. Although she still had an hour and a half before she had to go to work, she dared not be late. If she missed the bus, she would have to take a taxi to the office, which would seriously exceed her daily budget. Has she been working this hard for the past few years? Ling Yi felt his heart being torn apart as he watched the bus disappear into the distance. When the bus disappeared from Ling Yi's sight, he finally came to his senses and said to himself, "Make money." He still had a few $100s left in his bank account. The best way to make money quickly was to rob a bank or gamble. But Chi Shiyun didn't like him gambling, so he had to find another way. As a fairy emperor who has cultivated for 100,000 years, he can make a lot of money just by dropping a little thing out of his fingers. But because there are so many choices, Ling Yi didn't know what to choose for a while. Just as he was struggling to find a way to make money easily and quickly, Wu Qian and Han Ruoxue came from an unknown corner, both bowing slightly. Sent a message to Wu Qian asking, "Did you do what I asked you to do yesterday?" Wu Qian's message came back quickly, "Miss, it's done. Someone will give it to you when you get home." Han Ruoxue, who had just read the message, let out a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone had been lifted from her chest. About half an hour later, the Alpha commercial vehicle drove into a luxurious villa area in the city center. All the villas here are single-family houses, and in the city center where land is at a premium, they are still several kilometers apart from each other, which shows how wealthy the residents here are. Often, the closer the villa is to the center of the community, the more expensive it is. The business car in which Ling Yi and the others were sitting drove all the way to the center of the villa area before stopping. "Master Ling, we're here." Chapter 33, This Fatal Internal Injury, You Call It a Minor Injury? In the backyard of the villa, an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a relatively thin tang suit, was trembling as he practiced the Taoist body cultivation method of Ba Duan Jin. Although his strength was no longer sufficient, and his hands and legs trembled slightly when he was practicing, the old man's every movement was very standard, comparable to those old Taoist priests who had practiced for decades on the Wudong Mountains. When he was practicing the seventh section, gathering the fist and glaring to increase strength, a middle-aged man who looked like the old man came quietly. He dared not make too much noise, for fear of disturbing the old man's practice. Since he could remember, he knew that the old man practiced the 8 brocade exercises every morning and evening, and that he must complete the set without interruption or allowing anyone to disturb him. But today is a big deal, and Han Tao hesitated before finally speaking up, "Dad, if Shui is back." When the old man heard this, he kept on with his movements, and instead of showing displeasure on his face, he even showed a smile. "This girl, it's been hard on her during this time. But I'm already quite old, she doesn't need to be troubled anymore, you guys have to persuade her more." "Dad, you know her temper. Who can control her?" Han Tao said helplessly. Seeing that the old man just smiled and didn't reply, Han Tao continued, "Ruoxue had just said that he invited that person over." Han Yuan, who was still practicing the 8 brocades, immediately stopped and asked with excitement, "When will he arrive?" "He's already at the door." Han Tao opened his mouth wide, unable to believe his eyes. "The old man, who never stops, has stopped in the middle of the day? You child, why didn't you tell me earlier about such an important matter?" Han Yuan changed his shoes and walked towards the villa door. "Dad, I didn't want to disturb you practicing Bajuanjin, did I?" Han Tao looked helpless. He clearly remembered that when he was young, he once interrupted the old man's practice of boxing, and the old man directly punished him by making him do horse stance for 2 hours. He had forgotten how he had managed to finish it, but he knew that after he had finished, he had been unable to get out of bed for 3 whole days, and had had to sit on the edge of the bed to urinate. Han Yuan snorted, "Is my practice important, or is the future of the Han family important? You don't know the difference between important and unimportant." After scolding him, he said to himself, "I just hope that person doesn't blame me for not going out to greet him, otherwise I, Han Yuan, will never be able to atone for my crime." With that, Han Yuan ran all the way to the door. Han Tao followed behind him, afraid that he would fall to the ground if he wasn't careful, and he was scared to death. In the front yard of the villa, Ling Yi followed Han Ruoxue, listening to her introduce the villa's landscape, nodding from time to time, not sure if it was an endorsement or a I know meaning. It wasn't until they were near the villa's lobby that Ling Yi said, "The layout is good, but the terrain is a bit low." Han Ruoxue's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she hurriedly asked, "Master Ling likes this kind of single-family villa?" "It's okay, barely," Ling Yi said honestly. Although this villa is very spacious and has achieved the ultimate in Chinese luxury, it is still far inferior to the immortal palace he used to live in. To say it is barely acceptable is to flatter this single-family villa. But Ling Yi said it without meaning to, but Han Ruoxue listened with intent, immediately recording this information about Ling Yi's preferences, and then respectfully opened the entrance door to the living room of the villa for Ling Yi. Unlike the townhouses commonly found on the market today, the living room of this villa is more than 50 meters deep. The huge living room is divided into a leisure area and a reception area, with clear zoning, making it truly large but not spacious. Han Ruoxue led Ling Yi to the sofa and said, "Master Ling, please wait a moment. I will go and ask Grandpa to come over right away." As soon as she finished speaking, 2 people ran out of the side porch of the living room, one old and one young, in a hurry. They were Han Yuan and his son. "Master, I am sorry that I could not welcome you at the door." Han Yuan bowed from afar. "No need for formalities, just give me your hand," Ling Yi said directly. Han Yuan was taken aback by this and, while extending his hand, frowned at Han Ruoxue and asked with his eyes what was going on. Han Ruoxue hurriedly explained, Master Ling is not only a martial arts master, but also proficient in the art of medicine, so I specially asked Master Ling to come and help you diagnose. You used the only chance you had? This is nonsense. Han Yuan was furious. My life is nothing compared to the future of the Han family. How can you be so careless? Shut up! Ling Yi shouted, and Han Yuan immediately fell silent. Ling Yi didn't say anything else, and he put his finger on Han Yuan's wrist, then passed a trace of spiritual energy into it. After running it through Han Yuan's meridians once, he then released his finger. But to Han Ruoxue and the others, it seemed that Ling Yi had only placed his finger on her wrist for less than 2 seconds before he let go. Wasn't that too fast? Master Ling, my grandfather. Han Ruoxue asked tentatively. If your grandfather hadn't practiced the Taoist Ba Duan Jin diligently over the years, he would have died 10 years ago. Han Ruoxue's eyes widened at this. How do you know that my grandfather was practicing the Taoist Ba Duan Jin? Han Yuan and Han Tao immediately showed a surprised expression when they heard this. It only took 2 seconds to take his pulse, and you can tell from that? You must have done some research beforehand. Ling Yi did not answer, but instead asked, this condition of his should be caused by a hidden injury to the heart and lung meridians 30 years ago. What do you want the dragon beard grass for? It's useless to eat it. Upon hearing this, the 3 people present were all stunned. Han Tao and Han Ruoxue didn't know that the old man had been injured 30 years ago. How did he know? Just from the 2 seconds of taking his pulse? That's a lie. Han Yuan was already in awe of Ling Yi at this point, and quickly bowed again and said, Master is truly a god. 30 years ago, I was injured, and before that, only I knew about it in the world. Han Tao also reacted at this moment, and he immediately knelt down before Ling Yi. Please, Master Ling, save my father. Get up. Is this little injury worth kneeling down and begging? Ling Yi asked in a speechless tone. Hearing this, the 3 members of the Han family were even more speechless than he was. This fatal internal injury, how can you call it a minor injury? Master Ling, do you need any medicinal herbs? I'll go to Bai Xinglin right now to buy some. Han Ruoxue asked in a very excited voice after being speechless. Who said anything about medicinal herbs? Ling Yi was speechless again. Han Ruoxue was stunned and asked, does Master Ling not need medicinal herbs to make pills? And then use the pills to cure Grandpa's internal injuries? Hearing this, Ling Yi thought to himself, sure enough, I can't hide the fact that I used pills to heal my little broken leg from doctors in Qishiyun, but I can't hide it from people who are interested. But Ling Yi didn't care. After all, it didn't matter if people knew. Ling Yi waved his hand impatiently and said, I already said it was a minor injury. Why would I need to make pills? When they heard this, they all had mixed feelings on their faces, 3 parts of joy, 3 parts of worry, and 4 parts of doubt. Even Han Ruoxue felt that Ling Yi was exaggerating a bit. After all, the grandmasters of Jiangzhou were all at a loss as to what to do with Grandpa's illness, and the famous doctor in Jingzhou had even said that Grandpa's life was not long. How could it be that Ling Yi's treatment was so unremarkable? After Ling Yi finished speaking, he ignored their complicated expressions and did not explain to them any further. Instead, he directly patted Han Yuan's chest lightly. Chapter 34, They are my wife and daughter. Is this weight enough? Before anyone could react, Han Yuan retreated 3 or 4 paces, spitting out a mouthful of blood that stained the ground red. The next second, the top of his tang suit, like a knife, tore apart, floating down slowly, revealing his wrinkled, but vigorous upper body. At this moment, Ling Yi spun his wrist, clasped his thumb with his middle finger, and flicked his finger at Han Yuan. A silver needle appeared and rushed towards Han Yuan's heart and lung meridians. Han Tao thought that Ling Yi was going to do something bad to his father, so he subconsciously tried to block it. However, before he could get close, he was knocked flying by the force of the silver needle. Stop! Master Ling is using silver needles to pierce my acupuncture points. Han Yuan was after all very knowledgeable and recognized Ling Yi's technique at a glance. He just never imagined that Ling Yi, despite his young age, was so proficient in acupuncture with silver needles, and that he could even do it from a distance. He had previously doubted Ling Yi's identity as a martial arts master. After all, Ling Yi was too young. Now that he had seen him perform this technique of acupuncture from a distance, Han Yuan's original doubts had completely disappeared. When Han Tao heard his father's words, his expression immediately changed from worry to joy, and then to deep shock and regret. It turns out that human power can actually reach this level. If I had known that there were martial arts masters who could really release their inner strength, I would never have been distracted when I was practicing with Wu Qian. Ling Yi sat on the sofa, one hand on the backrest, crossed his legs, and flicked his fingers. The silver needles, like with navigation, accurately and unmistakably penetrated Han Yuan's body. As the silver needles of spiritual energy penetrated his body, Han Yuan's wrinkled body began to stretch out at a speed visible to the naked eye. The color of his skin also changed from dull at first to shiny. Although Han Ruoxue did not know anything about medicine, she knew that her grandfather's body was gradually improving when she saw this scene. She was so excited that she looked at Ling Yi again. She saw him acupuncture points as if he were doing it casually. His carefree and casual appearance seemed to be an imprint that was suddenly imprinted in her mind. She watched Ling Yi's fingers flicking like a dream. When all 258 silver needles had been inserted into Han Yuan's body, it had been 3 or 4 minutes. Ling Yi withdrew his right hand and looked at it, shaking his head in disappointment. Han Ruoxue, seeing this, was like waking up from a dream and hurriedly asked, "What happened to Master Ling? Is there a problem with the treatment?" Ling Yi shook his head and waved his hand, saying, "There is no problem with the treatment. Your grandfather has already recovered." "Then why did you just shake your head?" "Your grandfather's body is too weak. I didn't dare to use a strong technique, so I had to use more than 200 needles to cure him, which wasted my true qi," Ling Yi said with a pained expression. He said it was true qi, but if he said it was spiritual energy, Han Ruoxue would definitely not understand. He is only a 4th-level cultivator, and his lower abdomen has not yet formed a vortex. These spiritual energies are used up little by little, and since they are hard to come by, how could he not be distressed? And Han Ruoxue was shocked again after hearing this. If she had not miscounted, Ling Yi had stabbed 258 needles in total, but he said he had stabbed more than 200 needles. Does that mean that only a few dozen or even a dozen needles would have cured Grandpa's chronic illness? Is this the power of a master? Han Ruoxue was stunned. She felt that her knowledge of martial arts had been refreshed. After Ling Yi stopped, a nanny immediately brought a brand new shirt to Han Yuan. After Han Yuan put it on, he walked quickly to Ling Yi and bowed deeply to him, saying with full force, "Master Ling, I will never forget your kindness." "It was nothing." Ling Yi waved his hand. He wasn't being polite, because he had really just lifted his hand. "By the way, continue practicing the 8 brocades. It will do you good. I just helped you open up a few acupuncture points. I estimate that in a month or so, your cultivation will be able to advance further." Ling Yi said it casually, but the 3 Han family members were thunderstruck. You see, Han Yuan's cultivation level has been stuck at the inner strength great perfection level for decades. No matter how hard he tries, he can't make any progress. As a result, Ling Yi casually stabbed more than 200 needles, not only curing his stubborn illness, but also improving his strength? That's the realm of internal strength. The ultimate goal of many martial artists throughout their lives. It was so easily achieved by Ling Yi? Plop! Han Yuan was so excited that he knelt down directly in front of Ling Yi. "Master Ling, please accept Han Yuan's bow." "Master Ling, your kindness will never be forgotten by the Han family for generations to come. It's not that serious. Wu Qian once protected my wife and daughter. I'm just returning the favor." Ling Yi said it casually and lifted Han Yuan up with his hand. "Master Ling, you are too kind." Wu Qian only blocked a slap in the face. How can it be compared to Master Lin's kindness to the Han family? It is the Han family that owes Master Ling too much. Han Yuan insisted. Ling Yi shook his head and smiled, asking, "They are my wife and daughter. Is this weight enough?" Han Yuan heard this and immediately broke into a sweat. He hurriedly bowed his head and said, "Master Ling, please forgive me. Han Yuan is an old fool and said the wrong thing." Han Ruoxue was also tense, as if she had fallen into an abyss. Shi Shiyun and Xiao Xiao are his taboo, and no one can be taken lightly, not even a single insult. She had seen Ling Yi deal with Huang Mao with her own eyes, and she was still trembling with fear. Ling Yi waved his hand and smiled, "Don't be nervous, I didn't mean anything else, I just think that nothing can compare to the slap that Wu Qian blocked. I just cured your injury and we're even, so I'm still the winner." Hearing this, the Han family members were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. They also once again understood Ling Yi's personality. His wife and daughter are more important than anything else. With a thud, Han Tao suddenly knelt down without warning. Master Ling, can you also give me a few dozen needles? I also want to take a step further and enter the threshold of internal strength martial arts. Neither Han Ruoxue nor Han Yuan had expected Han Tao to kneel down and ask for this. They were both shocked and they lifted Han Tao from the ground. Han Yuan even shouted at him, "You idiot, you were lazy when you were practicing, and now you dare to be rude in front of Master Ling. I'll skin you alive if you don't believe me." Ling Yi was also taken aback by Han Tao's kneeling. Seeing that Han Yuan was about to beat Han Tao, he quickly stopped him and said, "It's okay, don't worry about it. Besides, it's not that I don't want to help you with the acupuncture points, it's just that your foundation is weaker than your father's. Even if I reduce the amount of qi, you won't be able to withstand it, and you will die." Hearing this, Han Tao was completely desperate, and he sat on the ground, looking up at the sky and crying out, "Uncle Chen, why didn't you be strict with me in the beginning? Alas! Uncle Chen has misled me." Han Ruoxue at this time wanted to find a hole to burrow into, and quickly led Ling Yi away from the living room and walked towards the backyard of the villa. "Has your father always been so cute?" On the way, Ling Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. "He's not usually like this." He must have seen a shortcut to martial arts, so he wanted to try it out. Han Ruoxue blushed slightly and said with some embarrassment. Ling Yi did not dwell on the topic, but asked, "Is there anything else you want to show me?" Han Ruoxue nodded, then beckoned a suit-clad bodyguard, who immediately took out a black bank card from his pocket and handed it to Han Ruoxue. After Han Ruoxue took it, she waved the bodyguard away and handed the card to Ling Yi. "There are 50 million here, please accept it, Master Ling." Han Ruoxue had asked Wu Qian to prepare this card the day she knew that Ling Yi might be able to make pills. According to her thinking, even if Ling Yi doesn't know how to make pills, as long as he is invited to treat Grandpa's illness, he will have to pay a consultation fee. After all, he is a martial arts master, and he has to have some face. However, Ling Yi shook his head and said, "I do lack money recently, but one thing is one thing. I came here today only to repay a favor, that's all." Han Ruoxue's impression of Ling Yi rose sharply after hearing this. With the strength of a master, he can still adhere to his bottom line and his promises. It's really hard to find another good man like him. And according to Grandpa Wu, he has already divorced Qi Shiyun, so she must seize the opportunity. I just don't know if I'm worthy of him. Thinking about this, Han Ruoxue couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But she also knew that if Ling Yi said no, he wouldn't want it no matter how hard she tried to force it on him, so she didn't force it on him, but instead smiled and said, "Then I'll keep it for Master Ling whenever you need it, just contact me." Ling Yi nodded and didn't say much about it. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." "Master Ling, wait a moment. I have something else I want you to see." Chapter 35, 1 billion, Star-Picking Building. Han Ruoxue's eyes flickered, and she ran back to the villa and changed into a set of sportswear. "Let's go, we still have a ways to go before we can see it," Han Ruoxue said, and then led the way, walking out of the back gate and heading further away. Ling Yi looked at the time. It was still early at 3 p.m. Fortunately, there was nothing to do, so he followed. Under the leadership of Han Ruoxue, the two of them passed through the central area of the villa and came to the foot of a mountain range. "There is another mountain here?" Ling Yi was very curious. "Isn't this a villa area?" Han Ruoxue nodded and said, "When the developer first acquired this land, the government had only one requirement, which was to preserve this Yuelu mountain." "This is Yuelu mountain?" Ling Yi looked back at the west and asked, "Isn't Yuelu mountain over there?" "That is the end of the Yuelu mountains, and this is the real Yuelu mountain." "I see. But why did they insist on keeping this mountain?" Ling Yi asked. "I don't know, but that's what they wanted. Otherwise, they would rather let the land rot here than give it to the developers." "That's interesting." Ling Yi smiled and asked, "Which developer ended up taking this land?" Han Ruoxue looked at Ling Yi with a very sad look in her eyes and said two words, "My father." Ling Yi. Seeing Ling Yi being killed by her two words, Han Ruoxue had a small woman's secret delight. But in order to alleviate Ling Yi's embarrassment, Han Ruoxue took the initiative to say, "After my father got the land, many developers in Jianzhou were waiting to see my father's joke, and even the company itself was not optimistic about my father. After all, there is a mountain blocking the view, so nothing can be built there. As a result, my father took a different approach and built a villa area here. This Uelu mountain not only did not become a blemish, but instead became the biggest selling point here. Before the villas were even finished, the queue for the lottery had already stretched from Jiangdong to Jiangxi, and the price of the villas naturally rose. When the final accounts were settled, it was discovered that although there were not many villas, the profit was more than 10 times that of building commercial housing on the same plot of land. Ling Yi couldn't help but nod after hearing this. No wonder your family can occupy half of Jiangzhou, you are indeed all business geniuses. Han Ruoxue smiled and continued, there are several paths to the mountain, suitable for people of different physical strength. There is also a road that can take you straight to the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain? Isn't that the real top of the mountain? Ling Yi was a little curious about this term. Han Ruoxue nodded, looking quite proud, and said, no, because on the real top of Uelu Mountain, my father built a super villa, the star-picking tower. Ling Yi laughed, your father's ambitions are not small. Han Ruoxue also laughed, my dad has the heart of a thief but not the guts. After the villa was built, he looked at the terrain and feng shui and said that he didn't have the life to live there, so he chose a villa to live in at the foot of the mountain. This Xiaoxing building has been empty ever since. Is there no one who wants to buy it? Ling Yi was very curious. With a price tag of 1 billion, who would buy it? Besides, it's a long way to go to get there, so no one would buy it. Han Ruoxue couldn't help but laugh again. Buying a villa is for peace and quiet, not to escape from the world. Ling Yi nodded, that makes sense. As they talked, they followed a path to the so-called quasi-peak. From here, Ling Yi could see almost the entire city of Jiangzhou. But if you want to go further up the mountain, you have to pass a high wall and iron gate. The iron gate is locked, and the high wall is 2 zhang high, so it is difficult for ordinary people to climb over it. Follow me. Han Ruoxue said in her commanding voice, then walked up to the iron gate and pressed her finger on the fingerprint lock. After a beep, the huge and heavy iron gate slowly opened, revealing the lawn inside. Ling Yi walked through the iron gate and saw the true appearance of the entire Xiaoxing building. The front garden, which is comparable to a football field, has everything: parking lots, barbecue areas, swimming pools, and helipads. The entire Xiaoxing building is mainly in a Chinese style, as if it were built to imitate an ancient palace. There are 3 floors above ground, and according to Han Ruoxue, there are 3 more floors underground. Even though it was a sunny day, because it was located on top of a mountain, the surroundings of the Xiaoxing building were actually shrouded in mist and clouds. From a distance, it really looked like a fairyland. But what most intrigued Ling Yi was that when he stepped onto the lawn, his lower abdomen suddenly began to throb, as if there was a ferocious beast hidden underground that made his lower abdomen feel apprehensive. At first, Ling Yi thought it was an illusion, but when the lower abdomen did not calm down for a long time, and finally began to slowly rotate, he realized that this place was unusual. You see, the qi of the 4th level of cultivation is not strong enough to form a cyclone. This is a state that only occurs after 10 levels of cultivation. No wonder your father didn't dare to live here back then. Most people really don't have the courage to live in a place like this. Ling Yi said with a smile. Although things were very unusual, for a fairy emperor who had cultivated for 100,000 years, there was nothing to be surprised about. This is what I wanted to show you. What do you think of this place? Han Ruoxue looked at Ling Yi with anticipation. Perhaps because they had been chatting all the way, they had stopped calling him Master Ling and had instead become you. Yes, it's a good place. Ling Yi nodded. He didn't know what it was like for others, but for him, it was indeed a good place. At least it was suitable for cultivation, and it was also an excellent place to set up the spirit-catching array. As long as you don't mind it, that's fine. Han Ruoxue smiled, very happy. Ling Yi. On the way up the mountain just now, this Xiaoxing building has already been transferred to your name. From now on, you are the owner of this Xiaoxing building. Han Ruoxue's smile was like a flower, brighter and more dazzling than the sunlight in the sky. When she entered the living room of the villa, she heard Ling Yi say that her home was a good place, but it was a bit low-lying. Then she thought of the star-picking building. So after treating her grandfather, she took the opportunity to change her clothes and asked her father to transfer the ownership of the star-picking building to Ling Yi. Han Tao and Han Yuan both approved of her idea. So she didn't choose to drive up the mountain, but instead hiked up the mountain, deliberately delaying the time, so that before Ling Yi entered the Jiaxing building, she could transfer the ownership of the Jiaxing building to him. For Ling Yi, if it were anything else, he would probably refuse, but for this place that caused an abnormality in his lower abdomen, he did not refuse again. Okay, I'll take the house first, and I'll transfer the payment to your card in a while. Ling Yi didn't want to owe anyone a favor. After all, in this world, the debt of gratitude is the hardest to repay. Han Ruoxue heard this and, although she was obviously a very domineering woman, she whispered, "Who needs your money?" Ling Yi pretended not to hear, looked at the time, and then turned and walked down the mountain. "Aren't you going to go in and take a look?" Han Ruoxue asked in surprise. Ling Yi shook his head and said, "I still have some things to take care of, so I'll go see it later." Han Ruoxue heard this and thought to herself, "That's good. I can use this time to prepare all the household goods I need." Han Ruoxue, who never cared about household goods, was full of energy at this time. After descending the mountain, Ling Yi headed straight for his destination. At this time, on the moon-gazing tower by the river, Chen Bao was anxiously looking out the window, afraid that Ling Yi would not find the place. "I said, Chen, in fact, with me, Song Qingze, sitting here, you don't need to find any help. Or are you doubting the strength of my inner strength martial artist?" Chapter 36, Like me? He's worthy? The man who spoke was a middle-aged man, not very tall, thin, dark-skinned, with a pointed face and a monkey-like face, looking like a skinny monkey. He is a master who Chen Baohua hired from a neighboring state at a high price because he couldn't find Ling Yi before. It is said that 5 years ago, he killed a mad bull with one punch and was very famous in the area. Now, after 5 years, it is said that he can smash granite half a meter thick with a single punch. Because of this strength, he was very unhappy when he saw Chen Baohua and invited others. As he spoke, he was holding a teacup, lightly brushing the surface of the tea with the lid, his eyes full of disdain and arrogance. Chen Bao heard this and his face flashed with disgust. He turned his head and smiled. "Brother Song, what are you talking about? Everyone can see your strength. Even if you lend me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare doubt your strength." After saying that, Chen Bao immediately made a turn, but this matter is after all a matter of great importance, and there can be no mistakes. I am also taking precautions, so please forgive me, Brother Song. Little Chen, you and I are not petty, I'm mainly afraid that you will spend money in vain. In this way, I will take a loss, no matter how many people come, I will take care of it all, you just give me the money to invite that guy. Song Qingze stated his purpose. Chen Bao's heart immediately rose a wave of contempt, but he did not show it on his face. He still smiled and said, "Brother Song, this is not appropriate. The person has already been invited. Isn't this a waste of time? What's not appropriate about it? You didn't do anything, so why should you get paid?" Song Qingze snorted, "If you're afraid of being the villain, I'll talk to him when the time comes." Chen Bao originally wanted to persuade him some more, but then he saw Ling Yi's figure downstairs, so he called out to him and went downstairs to meet him. "Brother Yi, I'm really sorry. Before I found you, I hired a master of internal strength from the neighboring state. He's a bit arrogant. If he offends you in any way, please forgive him." Chen Bao gave a warning in advance, so that even before the opponent arrived, there would be no infighting on his side. As long as it doesn't touch my bottom line, it's all good. Ling Yi's temperament was no longer that of a young man in his 20s, and he had no intention of getting into an argument with anyone. "Thank you, Brother Yi. Thank you, Brother Yi. Brother Yi, this way please." Chen Bao thanked Ling Yi repeatedly and led the way for him. After arriving on the 3rd floor of the Moonview restaurant, Chen Bao introduced Song Qingze to Ling Yi, but the latter only glanced at him and then lowered his head to drink tea without saying a word. After Ling Yi and Chen Bao had both sat down, Song Qingze said in a strange tone, "I said, Chen, you find a master to come and keep the peace, and I would have tolerated it, but you find such a little brat, do you want to humiliate me, Song Qingze?" "Brother Song, what are you talking about? Brother Yi is just like you, he is also a master of internal strength." Chen Bao was a little upset. But he didn't lose his temper. After all, Song Qingze's strength was there, and Ling Yi was indeed a bit younger. Although Master Qian treats him like a grandfather, perhaps what Master Qian sees in him is not his current strength, but his potential. It is indeed rare to cultivate internal strength at this age, so the future is boundless. But if you look at yourself, you've been practicing for so long, but you're still at the door of internal strength, unable to enter. Upon hearing this, Song Qingze immediately snorted, like me? He's not even worthy of it. I'm afraid he doesn't even know what internal strength is. As he spoke, Song Qingze held a teacup in one hand and pressed his other hand against the tea table next to him. He didn't make any movements, but just slightly pressed his palm, and the solid wood tea table shattered and scattered on the ground. Seeing this, Qin Bao's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, it seems that my money has not been wasted. With this skinny monkey sitting here, I will definitely win today's competition. Thinking about this, Qin Bao had to praise himself. Fortunately, he had not lost his temper just now, otherwise he might have driven Song Qingze away, which would have been a real loss. Kid, are you scared? Song Qingze saw Ling Yi sitting there motionless and thought he had been scared by his palm. So he took advantage of the situation, but it doesn't matter, in a while you just sit there and watch the show, I'll take care of the rest. However, you have to give me all the money Chen gave you, okay? He thought that Ling Yi would refuse, and even thought of continuing to threaten him, saying something like, some people have money to spend, but they don't have the life to spend it. What he didn't expect was that Ling Yi would nod and agree, yes. Ling Yi really wasn't interested in such petty matters. Since someone is willing to take the lead, Ling Yi is actually happy to be idle. Okay, you said it, don't back out. Song Qingze couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth when he heard this, and almost laughed out loud. A few words, and a few million in his pocket. Looks like I can find a few more young models tonight to have a good time with, Song Qingze thought happily. The three of them didn't have to wait long. A group of people came up to the third floor with a loud noise and blocked the exit downstairs. Judging from the pace, they were going to kill them all. Ling Yi looked sideways and saw that they were all wearing the same training clothes, with the word Jinwei embroidered on the left side of their chests. The one in the lead looked familiar to Ling Yi, as if he had seen him somewhere before. After a little thought, Ling Yi realized that he had never met this person, but he had met the son of this person. Yan Qinglong. It has to be said that the two father and son do look quite similar. Who the hell is Chen Bao? Come out and show yourself. Yan Jinwei shouted angrily. Chen Bao was no pushover either. He sat in his chair without even raising his eyelids. I am Chen Bao. Who the hell are you? Jinwei Martial Arts Academy, Yan Jinwei. Was it you who had my son beaten up yesterday? Yan Jinwei's eyes glared, as if he was going to eat Chen Bao. Chen Bao suddenly realized what was going on and said with disdain, oh, you mean that piece of trash? Yes, I beat him up. What's wrong with that? What do you mean? I'm going to skin you alive today. Yan Jinwei said, and walked towards Chen Bao with clenched fists. Wait. Chen Bao saw this and hurriedly stopped him. What? Are you scared? Where is the fierce spirit you had when you beat my son yesterday? Yan Jinwei's clenched fists made a loud crackling sound, and it was clear that he was also a master who had cultivated internal strength. Fuck you. I want to know if you're here for personal reasons or if you're here on behalf of the Qin family. If it's personal, and you're also representing the Qin family, do you have a problem with that? When Yan Jinwei was still in the hospital last night, someone from the Qin family came to him and told him about Chen Bao's whereabouts today. So he gathered his disciples overnight and arrived here on time, just to take revenge on Chen Bao. No problem, as long as you represent the Qin family. Chen Bao smiled. When he learned that Yan Jinwei was the one sent by the Qin family, he felt a great weight lifted from his heart. As a native of Jiangzhou, Chen Bao naturally knew Yan Jinwei's capabilities. Although he is also an internal strength martial artist, he is definitely not a match for Song Qingze. With Song Qingze on our side, this wave is stable. Chen Bao then looked at Song Qingze and said, Song, thank you for your trouble. Upon hearing this, Song Qingze put down his teacup, snorted, and said disdainfully, it's a trivial matter. Chapter 37, coming from Jiangzhou, you have to add another 3 million. As he said this, Song Qingze stood up and casually straightened out the wrinkles in his clothes. He didn't seem to be in the mood for a fight at all, but rather like he was about to give a speech on stage. You little shit, you dare not look down on me. Yan Jinwei was so contemptuous of Song Qingze that he was instantly furious. After cursing him to death, he raised his fist and smashed it against Song Qingze's chest. Song Qingze heard the sound of the wind coming from the fist, and his heart trembled. He no longer dared to be arrogant, and raised his hands to block the attack. When their fists collided, the two of them retreated 3 or 4 steps at the same time, and a deep muffled sound came from the third floor of the wide Wangguolu. Chen Bao couldn't help but think to himself, from the sound, even if a cow stood in the middle, they could punch it through. Damn, internal strength martial artists are really perverted. After their first encounter, Yen and Song had probably formed an opinion of each other's strength, and at the same time, they had also put aside their contempt. Almost at the same time, they both shouted, took a few steps, and then immediately began to fight again. After a dozen moves, Yen Jinwei seized a gap in Song Qing's defense and punched him directly, knocking him back 3 or 4 meters and slamming him into the load-bearing pillar of the moonlight tower. When Song Qing's got up, everyone suddenly realized that the load-bearing pillar had cracked. As everyone was in awe, Song Qing's attacked Yen Jinwei with more than 10 consecutive palm strikes, driving him back. Wherever the two passed, whether it was tables, chairs, teacups, walls, pillars, or doors, everything was shattered by the shock, leaving everyone dumbfounded and terrified. Chen Bao vowed in secret that after today, he would practice hard to develop inner strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, with his current skills, he wouldn't know how he would die if he met a master of internal strength. But of all the people, only Ling Yi was leaning back in his chair, looking bored, and even yawning inopportunely. Then he looked sideways at the river, staring at a small boat on the river, lost in thought. Yes, in his opinion, the fierce battle upstairs in the Moonlight Tower was far less interesting than the boat on the river. At this moment, Song Qingze, who had deliberately hidden his strength, feigned a move, took advantage of Yen Jinwei's unpreparedness, and swept him to the ground with a kick, then immediately followed up with a palm strike, which slammed into Yen Jinwei's chest. With a loud bang, Song Qingze actually punched through Yen Jinwei and the cement floor beneath his feet. The latter even fell to the second floor along with the cement blocks, causing a sudden outcry from the customers downstairs. Song Qingze withdrew his right palm, obviously panting heavily, but he still snorted and said in a condescending tone, "Is this it?" Chen Bao saw this and hurriedly went forward to look down from the hole. He saw Yen Jinwei with a dirty face and blood coming out of his mouth. Even if he wasn't dead, he was probably going to be in the hospital for a while. Good. Chen Bao clapped his hands and shouted, his smile on his face unable to be concealed. "You son of a bitch, you actually want to skin me alive? Come on, how can you just lie there like a dead dog?" Chen Bao stood at the entrance to the cave, laughing and shouting down to the ground floor. After regaining his breath, Yen Jinwei actually stood up from the ruins. He spat out the blood in his mouth and stared at Chen Bao with his eyes wide open. "You bastard, don't be so smug. I'm just the front man. Someone will take care of you in a moment. Come on, I have Brother Song sitting here, I'm not afraid of anything," Chen Bao said with great pride. However, although he said so, he didn't really think so. At least the smile on his face had disappeared. After all, he had seen clearly how Song Qingze was panting. To relieve his nervousness, he walked back while cursing, "Damn, are all internal strength martial artists so abnormal? Can they stand up after punching through the floor?" Chen Bao had just sat down when Yen Jinwei downstairs and Song Qingze upstairs said almost at the same time, "Here it comes." Chen Bao saw Song Qingze looking out the window, so he hurriedly looked out the window as well, but all he saw was a vast expanse of river and a small boat on the river, and nothing else. There wasn't a single ghostly shadow. Where was it? Song Qingze said, "Across the river." "The other side of the river?" Chen Bao said in confusion, then looked up at the other side of the river, and then saw an unbelievable scene. On the river, a figure was seen running across the river from the opposite bank, splashing a meter high behind him. This is still a human? Is this where they shoot movies?" Chen Bao's face was covered in cold sweat. He looked for a long time with his eyes wide open, but he didn't find the pressure, and instead saw an even more exciting scene. He saw that the figure quickly reached the center of the river, then stepped on the roof of the boat to gain momentum, and his body suddenly accelerated again, speeding towards Wang Duolu. At this moment, Chen Bao had only one thought in his head: the martial arts novel's light skills were actually real. Chen Bao was very scared. He remembered that he had never met this person when he had fought with the Qin family on previous occasions. In other words, the Qin family has been hiding their strength. "Now I just hope that Song Qingze can hold on," Chen Bao thought to himself. As for Ling Yi, after Yen Jinwei fought with Song Qingze, he had no hope for Ling Yi. There was nothing he could do. His opponent was too strong, and even though he was exceptionally talented, he was still too young. And since Master Qian valued him so much, it was probably because he saw his talent. If Song Qingze can't hold on, there's no need to let him play again, lest we lose a good martial arts talent, Chen Bao thought to himself. While he was thinking, the figure on the river had already reached the bottom of the moon viewing tower. He saw the man's knees slightly bent, and then the entire person shot straight up like an arrow, straight into the third floor. 3 floors, he actually jumped straight up. Chen Bao was about to go crazy. This was completely beyond his understanding. After the man stopped, he glanced at the third floor and asked in a deep voice, "Who is Chen Bao?" His voice was like a bell. "I am." Chen Bao got up and replied with courage. Although he was scared, he could not lose his momentum. "Come and die. I can give you a quick death." "Who the hell do you think you are? Even a clay Buddha has a temper, let alone Chen Bao? Ha, you're still mouthing off when you're about to die. Chen Bao, I'll see how you die." Yan Jinwei, who had just walked up from downstairs, sat down and laughed. Chen Bao glared at him, then looked at Song Qingze with a smile. "Brother Song, thank you for your trouble. Chen, you can see that this guy is not on the same level as Yan Jinwei. I'm afraid he's not easy to deal with." Although Song Qingze was afraid that the man would walk on the river, in his opinion, as long as he practiced diligently, he could also achieve this level, so he didn't take it too seriously. "Brother Song, we have a deal. You can't back out now." Chen Bao was about to cry. If Song Qingze backed out at this point, Chen Bao would really be dead. It's not that he's changed his mind, but this person is a bit of a pain, so I need to add another 3 million. Song Qingze took advantage of the opportunity and raised the price. Faced with the insatiable Song Qingze, Chen Bao had no choice. After all, his current situation was either pay up or die. "Okay, I'll do it." Chen Bao gritted his teeth and decided that his own life was more important. Upon hearing this, Song Qingze was overjoyed. "I can hire more young models." He stood up and said the same thing as before, with the same calmness, "It's a small matter." After saying that, Song Qingze did not overestimate himself, nor did he hide his strength as he had done before, but instead used all his strength to intimidate the other party. However, when the man from the river saw this, he didn't even have the interest to fight. He just stood there proudly, sneered, and also said 2 words, "Looking for death." Chapter 38, Come Back for Dinner Tonight. Seeing Song Qingze so confident, Chen Bao's heart was finally put down a lot. So much so that when he looked at that person again, his eyes became contemptuous. When he saw that person standing there stupidly without dodging, his heart was even more delighted. Song Qingze can even blast through a cement floor. How many times can you withstand it with your small body? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the scene in front of him made him open his mouth wide, and his jaw almost fell to the ground. After Song Qingze had used all his strength to slap the man, there was a loud thud, and the man didn't move at all. Instead, Song Qingze was shocked by his own powerful palm and kept falling backwards, almost falling through the hole. How is this possible? After stabilizing his body, Song Qingze was full of disbelief, but soon he realized what it was. He widened his eyes and looked at the man in horror. You are a martial artist with great internal strength?" Hearing this, Chen Bao's eyes widened and his face turned ashen. Even his master, the great master Qian, was only at this level of cultivation. "It's over, this time I've really eaten arsenic and hanged myself, I'm dead." The man did not answer, but instead laughed mockingly, then reached out and patted the black leisure sportswear on his body, smoothing out the extra wrinkles. His movements were very similar to Song Qingze's. Everyone present knew that he was deliberately using this gesture to humiliate Song Qingze. Seeing this, Song Qingze was indeed enraged, and with a pair of iron fists, he charged at the man like a madman. For a moment, the lobby on the 3rd floor was filled with the dull thuds of the sound of the blows, and everyone covering their ears and backing away. However, no matter how hard Song Qingze attacked, the man just stood there quietly, without even taking his hands out of his pockets. He simply ignored Song Qingze to the extreme. At this point, every time Song Qingze swung his fist, his heart sank a little. He knew that he had met a true master today. Seeing that a frontal attack would not work, Song Qingze had a flash of inspiration and changed his palm into a finger, and stabbed straight at the man's eyes. "You said you couldn't move your body, but I don't believe your eyes are so unbreakable." He was tired of living. The man, who had not moved, finally spoke up when he saw this. Then, without any other movement, the hand in his trouser pocket suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbed Song Qingze's finger, and then gently twisted his wrist, instantly breaking Song Qingze's finger. "Ah!" Song Qingze let out a scream of pain, his heart tearing apart. But before he could finish his scream, the man kicked him in the chest, sending his body flying several meters away, while his entire arm was still in the man's hand, a strange skill. Seeing this, Chen Bao's mind immediately came up with a word, car crushing. The man casually threw the arm on the ground, then slowly walked up to Song Qingze, squatted down, and patted his already pale face. How dare you treat me, Sichuan, with only an additional 3 million? How much do you despise a martial artist with great internal strength? Master Xie. I was wrong. Please spare my life. I'll give you all the money Chen Bao gave me. Please, spare me. Song Qingze, who had previously been so arrogant, was now as humble as a dog in mourning. Do you think I would care about a few million? Sichuan said lightly, then without a sound, he forcibly tore off Song Qingze's other arm. Seeing that Song Qingze was about to faint from the pain, Sichuan tapped his shoulder a few times with his finger, instantly stopping the blood from gushing out and also bringing Song Qingze back to consciousness. Feel the pain slowly, it will help you remember my name. Sichuan smiled and said, but Yan Jinwei and his disciples felt a chill down their spine. They knew that Sichuan was now a comrade in arms, but they still couldn't help but feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Chen Bao was so scared that his limbs were trembling. He had tried hard for a long time before he finally turned his head to Ling Yi. He thought Ling Yi would be as scared as him, but he found that the guy was actually smiling at his phone. Is he scared silly? Chen Bao couldn't help but glance at the screen, and saw that a text message had been sent from a contact named Wife. The message was simple, just one sentence: come home for dinner tonight. What's so funny about that? Is he really scared silly? Chen Bao didn't care about that, and quickly pulled Ling Yi's sleeve with a trembling hand. When he saw him looking over, he pointed to the window and signaled him to run quickly from there with his eyes. Ling Yi nodded and then asked curiously, are you leaving? Don't you want your clubs anymore? Chen Bao heard Ling Yi speak and instantly wanted to die. Brother Yi, you should watch where you're talking. I gave you the eye signal in the hope that you would escape quietly, but now that you've opened your mouth, neither of us can escape. Besides, in this situation, it's hard to say whether we can save our lives or not, so why do you care about those places? Do you want those places or not? If not, I'll take you away now. To be honest, I'm really in a hurry right now. Ling Yi said to himself, as if Sichuan didn't exist at all. Chen Bao was speechless, and he just collapsed in his chair, waiting for death to come. When Sichuan heard their conversation, he immediately snorted and said, leave? Without my permission, who can leave? Ling Yi ignored Sichuan and asked Chen Bao again, do you want those places or not? Chen Bao. At this moment, a strong wind blew across the river, but the boat in the middle of the river did not move at all. An old man wrapped in a black cloak asked in a hoarse voice, Miss, that Sichuan is probably going to make a move soon. Do you want me to save him? After all, there are not many people who can be called interesting by you. The woman in the black trench coat sat across from the old man in the cloak and shook her head slightly. That would be boring. The old man nodded, I understand. So he looked at his nose and his heart, and continued to describe to the young lady what happened on the third floor of the Wangyue building. Sichuan saw that Ling Yi ignored him, and immediately got the urge to play a trick on him. He said, kid, you don't look very old. How about you give me a few loud kowtows, and I'll let you live? Ling Yi didn't say anything, but Chen Bao suddenly stood up and asked, can I do it? Whoever knocks will live. Sichuan laughed happily. Chen Bao immediately wanted to kneel down, but Ling Yi grabbed him by the back of the neck and wouldn't let him kneel. Brother Yi, a real man can bend and stretch. Kneel. If you annoy him, Song Qingze will be our end. Chen Bao was about to die of anxiety. Ling Yi, however, refused to let go, and impatiently asked Sichuan, are you going to fight or not? I'm in a hurry. Damn it! Sichuan was furious at Ling Yi's repeated disregard, and he clenched his fists and slammed them at Ling Yi's head. You wanna die? In an instant, the third-floor lobby was filled with a tiger's roar that shook the mountains and sounded like a mighty wave crashing against the shore. Chen Bao was so scared that he immediately became limp, and if he wasn't being held by Ling Yi, he would have fallen to the ground. In the face of this devastating punch, Ling Yi slowly raised his other hand, extended his index finger, and pointed forward. You're not measuring yourself up. See how Grandpa will smash your arm. Sichuan shouted, adding 3 more points of force to his fist. When it hit Ling Yi's index finger, it was like hitting the pillar of creation, and it was impossible to move forward another half-inch. In an instant, the third floor was calm, the tiger roars were gone, the mocking voices were gone, and even the breathing of the people stopped for a short time. It was all a lot of noise and no substance. Ling Yi shook his head and said softly, then lightly touched Sichuan's arm with his index finger. Sichuan's arm, which had been fine even after Song Qing's attack, instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist and dissipating into the air. Before the crowd could react, Ling grabbed Sichuan's other arm and flicked it back, sending Sichuan's body on a parabolic trajectory toward the boat in the middle of the river, smashing it down without missing a beat. If you like watching it so much, I'll give it to you. After saying that, Ling casually threw the arm he had just torn off Sichuan's body to Song Qingze, who had just told him to sit back and watch the show. A few million in labor costs, and you let me watch this? Chen Bao, upon hearing this, almost subconsciously added, "Damn it, give me my money back." Chapter 39, Dad, Don't Cry. I'll sing you a song about the insects flying. Ling Yi didn't know if he had been refunded, because he didn't participate in the rest of the event. Although Chen Bao repeatedly asked him to stay and said he would throw a celebration party for him at the hotel, Ling Yi only said "I'm busy" and then jumped off the third floor and ran in the direction of the rental house. No matter how delicious the food at your hotel is, it can't compare to the food my wife cooks. Although Ling Yi knew that Shi Shiyun only asked him to come home to eat so that she could put on a show for Zhou Yuwei and hide the fact that they had divorced, it didn't affect Ling Yi's good mood. As long as he could be with his wife and children, Ling Yi would do anything. On the third floor of the Wangguolu, the situation has changed from before. Chen Bao was sitting in a chair, his legs crossed, leisurely drinking tea, while Yan Jinwei was standing in front of him, bowing and scraping, his attitude extremely humble. There was no way Chen Bao could find a master who could instantly kill the internal strength of a master, so if Yan Jinwei didn't flatter him, he wouldn't be able to continue running the martial arts school. Needless to say, if someone casually kicks the dojo once, Yan Jinwei will have to lie in the hospital for 10 or 15 days. If it happens more than a few times, there won't be any martial arts school left. Didn't you say you wanted to skin me? Now that Brother E is gone, you can do it. Chen Bao drank his tea in silence, his face full of sarcastic expressions. Brother Bao, you're being too formal. We're all from Jiangzhou. We see each other all the time. What's the point of talking about peeling off the skin? It's bad for harmony. Don't you think so? Yan Jinwei said with a smile. Alright, last night it was indeed my client who was at fault, and I had no choice but to beat your son. How about this? I'll pay for the medical and nutritional expenses, and we'll forget about it. Chen Bao is a real gangster, and he knows when to quit. Sure enough, when Yan Jinwei heard this, he was so excited that he almost knelt down to Chen Bao. He took Chen Bao's hand and said with tears of gratitude, Brother Bao is so generous, I won't say anything else. If you need my martial arts school in the future, I, Yan Jinwei, will do anything you say. Alright, we are all brothers, and today we have become friends through mutual respect. It has to be said that Chen Bao is very good at winning people over. After saying that, Chen Bao glanced at Song Qingze, and before he could even speak, Yan Jinwei volunteered, Brother Bao, you go first, I'll take care of the rest. Chen Bao nodded and said, after all, he was injured while working for me. Take him to the hospital for treatment. Don't delay. Yes, Brother Bao. Yan Jinwei said, and with a glance, one of his disciples immediately carried Song Qingze downstairs to the hospital. At this time, Song Qingze already had a vacant look in his eyes, and a sense of regret spread throughout every cell of his body. He knew very well that if he had not looked down on others, then when Sichuan was about to attack him, Brother Yi would have probably stopped him. With Brother Yi's strength, he could have stopped it, and he wouldn't have had to lose his hands, and he could have continued to be a model. But now, he has lost both his hands and his chance to be a model. Most importantly, he has lost the opportunity to curry favor with Brother Yi. Song Qingze is now truly regretting it so much that he would rather die than live. Chen Bao, who had initially promised Song Qingze a reward of 3 million, did not cancel the deal because he had not won, but instead transferred the money to his card without fail. On the river, in the boat. Before Sichuan's body hit the roof of the boat, it suddenly changed direction and fell straight into the river. As the saying goes, where you come from, that's where you go back to. Miss, it was my fault. That kid noticed us from the very beginning. The old man in the cloak bowed his head and said apologetically. The woman in the windbreaker, Pei Nanqing, heard this but ignored it, instead straightening her back and holding a 3-foot green peak in her hands, slowly wiping the sword with silk and silk cloth. After a long time, she looked up and looked at the old man across the way, smiling and asking, Apo, can you tell what level of cultivation he is at? Master Realm. After the old man finished speaking, he shook his head again and corrected, and it doesn't seem like a beginner's Master Realm. A young master? That's really interesting. Pei Nanqing smiled and then asked, "So isn't it that your cultivation is inferior to his?" The old man nodded, not ashamed of it, but said proudly, "In terms of sparring, I am not as good as him. If it comes to life and death, I live and he dies." Pei Nanqing nodded and did not respond. So the old man asked, "Miss, do you want to check his identity?" Pei Nanqing shook her head. "Let's set sail. If we are destined to meet again, we will. If not, it will be difficult to find in our lives." The old man sighed, put away the 1,000-pound weight technique, and the boat immediately floated down the river with the waves. When Ling Yi was about to arrive at the community, he made a special detour to the nearby supermarket and used the few $100s he had to buy a big Barbie doll. He remembered that his daughter loved Barbie dolls. Once on the way to the hospital, Xiao Xiao saw a little girl holding a Barbie doll and timidly asked her mother if she could buy one too. As a result, Qi Shiyun had not even spoken when he, as a father, beat her up, saying that she had no money for treatment and what did she need a Barbie doll for? "Are you trying to kill your father?" After that, Xiao Xiao never mentioned buying toys again. When she saw other children playing with toys in the neighborhood, she just looked at them with longing eyes, never daring to go up to them. Even if other children were willing to share with her, she would put her hands behind her back and step back to avoid them. She was afraid that her father would see her and beat her again. When she thought about this, Ling Yi felt her heart ache and she could hardly breathe. He couldn't even imagine how Xiao Xiao had spent the past 3 years. How could he have been so cruel as to take away a child's natural desire to play with toys? After paying for the doll, Ling Yi walked down the street with the Barbie doll in his hands, and couldn't help but punch himself twice. Soon, Ling Yi arrived at the door. After knocking, a small voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "I won't tell you, but guess who it is?" Ling Yi said with a smile. "It's Dad." Xiao Xiao immediately recognized Ling Yi's voice, but instead of opening the door, she jumped up and down in her room, saying, "Mom, Dad's home." "Mom, Dad's home. This girl knows it's Dad, but you're not opening the door for him." Ling Yi laughed. "No, Mom said that Xiao Xiao can't open the door to anyone except Mom." Xiao Xiao's voice came from inside the door. "Mom is right. But can't I open the door for Dad?" Ling Yi asked patiently. Before Xiao Xiao could answer, the door was opened by Qi Shiyun. "The person who can't open the door is you." Qi Shiyun scolded, and then she said, "Don't let Xiao Wei see through you." Ling Yi nodded. He had already guessed it. Otherwise, Qi Shiyun would not have let him come back for dinner. "Xiao Xiao, what do you think this is?" Ling Yi took out the Barbie doll he had been hiding behind his back. When Xiao Xiao saw it, she was not as happy as she had imagined, but instead she hid behind her mother in fear, holding onto her leg and her eyes full of fear. "Daddy, don't hit Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao doesn't want a toy." Xiao Xiao said, her mouth turned down, and she was about to cry out in fear. Ling Yi felt so sorry for her that he wanted to stab himself a few times. Tears welled up in his eyes. He opened his arms and wanted to hug Xiao Xiao. "Xiao Xiao, don't be afraid. I was wrong before, and I won't hit you anymore. And I'll buy you whatever toy you want, okay?" But Xiao Xiao hid behind her mother and refused to go over. Qi Shiyun was also teary-eyed, but she forced herself to say to Ling Yi, "This trick won't work. You've done this to her before, tricked her into coming over, and then beaten her up after you'd hugged her. Ling Yi, you weren't like this before Xiao Xiao was a year old. Why have you suddenly become such a scumbag?" Grandma Du had asked a similar question before, and at the time, Ling Yi had felt a little off, but he had not paid much attention to it. But when Qi Shiyun asked again, he suddenly took it seriously. Yes, why did he become a scumbag? Ling Yi didn't know. He didn't understand why his personality had suddenly changed so much. It was completely out of character and illogical. And if his personality had really changed, even if Xiao Xiao had died, he would not have awakened. Why did he suddenly wake up after Xiao Xiao's death, and even persevere through 100,000 years of hardship, and even give up the position of the immortal emperor of the 10,000 immortals? He had endured 100,000 years of hardship and suffering to save Xiao Xiao. He didn't seem like the kind of scum who would hit his own daughter. There must be a problem. But he couldn't figure out what the problem was. Ling Yi had tears in his eyes. He couldn't answer Qi Shiyun's question, so he just kept his arms open. "Xiao Xiao, will you give your father one last chance? If you trust your father, will you come over and give your father a hug?" Xiao Xiao, who was afraid, looked up at her mother, but her mother didn't give her any response. Shi Shiryun didn't know whether Ling Yi was telling the truth or not. Xiao Xiao hesitated for a long time, but despite her fear, she took a step forward, walked out from behind Shi Shiryun, and then threw herself into Ling Yi's arms. "I believe in you, Dad." In that moment, Ling Yi felt that immortality was nothing more than a fleeting illusion. This was the paradise on earth. "Dad, don't cry. Xiao Xiao will sing you a song about the insects flying." Xiao Xiao gently patted Ling Yi on the shoulder, imitating the way her mother comforted her, to comfort Ling Yi. "Good." Ling Yi's tears flowed even more strongly. Chapter 40. Cousin, your family is so poor that all you have left is money, right? After Xiao Xiao comforted Ling Yi for a while, Ling Yi stopped crying. After a few attempts, Xiao Xiao ran around the house with her Barbie doll, happy as a little magpie. Shi Shiryun saw that the father and daughter were getting along very well, so she put her mind at ease and returned to the kitchen to wash vegetables and cook with Zhou Yue. Zhou Yue had seen what had happened outside, but she dared not come out because she was afraid of Ling Yi and did not dare to appear in front of him. "Sister, was your brother-in-law really as bad as you said on the phone?" Zhou Yue asked tentatively. "It was even worse." Shi Shiryun seemed to have gotten used to it, and didn't have much of an emotional reaction when talking about it. "But I think my brother-in-law has a very good temper. He is very patient with you and Xiao Xiao. You know, he is even polite to Brother Bao outside. Such a man is usually very arrogant, but there is no sign of arrogance at all on my brother-in-law." Shi Shiryun heard this and smiled wryly, shaking her head and saying, "He is the best at pretending, so don't be fooled by his false appearance." Zhou Yue was a little confused. "When you left in the morning, you were defending your brother-in-law in your words. But in the evening, you started to say bad things about him again. Is your brother-in-law really so worthless in your eyes?" Shi Shiryun was stunned by this, and then shook her head and smiled bitterly. "Before Xiao Xiao was 1 year old, I really thought I was the happiest woman in the world. He never missed a single one of my prenatal checkups, and he never missed a single day of Xiao Xiao growing up. But after Xiao Xiao was diagnosed with cancer, everything changed." "So, was it Xiao Xiao's cancer that triggered his behavior?" "I hope so too. I hope he can pull himself together one day. But I've been disappointed so many times that I've given up hope. Don't look at him now, he's so patient. I reckon he won't be able to keep up the act for long, so." Shi Shiryun stopped abruptly and didn't say any more. "So what?" Shi Shiryun shook her head. "Nothing. That's why I divorced him and didn't let him see Xiao Xiao. I was afraid that the happier she was now, the more heartbroken she would be later. And Xiao Xiao doesn't have much time left. I don't want her to be scared to tears by those debt collectors, beaten and tortured by those debt collectors." Shi Shiryun silently repeated this in her heart, and for no reason, her heart began to ache. "Right, you came all the way here, are you sure you don't want to stay a few more days and leave at night?" Shi Shiryun asked. Zhou Yue looked sad, but she didn't dare to tell her cousin about what happened last night, so she just nodded and smiled wryly. "Yes, I want to go home." Seeing her like this, Shi Shiryun thought she had just been dumped, so she didn't ask anymore, but instead concentrated on cooking. In the living room, Ling Yi was having a great time with Xiao Xiao, playing with Barbie dolls, brushing her hair, putting on makeup, and trying on all kinds of clothes. By the time they tried on the 5th outfit, the food was already on the table, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Without being told by Shi Shiryun, Ling Yi took Xiao Xiao to the bathroom to wash her hands, then sat down at the table and waited for the meal to be served. Everyone enjoyed the meal, especially Zhou Yue, who seemed very polite to Ling Yi. Shi Shiryun said that her cousin had finally grown up and knew how to respect her elders. Not only that, she even had the illusion that the old Ling Yi had returned. But she quickly dispelled this notion and warned herself not to harbor any illusions. If Ling Yi could change for the better, even a Sao would be able to sing 3 treasures of good fortune. Xiao Wei's flight is in the evening. You can see her off. When the meal was almost finished, Shi Shiryun said to Ling Yi. "Okay." Ling Yi readily agreed, because he knew that this was Shi Shiryun's way of telling him to leave, which meant that once he had finished, he didn't need to come back. Zhou Yue was embarrassed, and kept refusing, saying that she could take a taxi. But no matter what she said, Shi Shiryun rejected her with the excuse that she was not at ease. Zhou Yue had no choice but to accept her cousin's arrangement. The meal was already tense enough, and now she had to ride in the same car with her brother-in-law. She was worried about her cousin-in-law's behavior at the bar the night before. After the meal, Zhou Yue originally wanted to help her cousin with the dishes, but Qi Shiyun refused and told her to go to the airport early to avoid missing the plane. So she and Ling Yi were swept out of the door by Qi Shiyun. Fortunately, at the time of parting, a small sentence of good night, Dad gave Ling Yi a lot of comfort to his wounded heart. As soon as she left the house, she took out her cell phone to call a taxi, but no one picked up the call even after she walked all the way out of the residential area. She was about to say that there were no taxis available here and that she might have to walk a little further into the city when she saw an old man who had appeared out of nowhere. He walked straight up to Ling Yi and bowed deeply. "Master Ling, do you need a car?" Ling Yi nodded. "First take her to the hotel to pick up her luggage, then take her to the airport." "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." After the old man finished speaking, he immediately dialed a phone number, "Arrange a car to come over." In less than 20 seconds, a Mercedes S450 pulled up and stopped right in front of them. Zhou Yue, who was watching all this, was dumbfounded. "A personal attendant, a car to pick her up, and you're telling me your family is poor?" Just as Zhou Yue's mind was blank, she saw another car pull up, and then a figure that she would never forget got out of the car, Brother Bao. Seeing Brother Bao running over, he first bent down and called out "Brothery," then he bent down and called out "Grandpa Qian" to the old man. Hearing the words Grandpa Qian, Zhou Yue was stunned, and almost passed out from lack of breath. "The living hell, Master Qian? A caretaker for my cousin? I must be dreaming, right? If so, please let me wake up as soon as possible, okay? How dare you? Call Master Ling." Wu Qian slapped Shen Bao on the head, but he was sweating profusely himself. "Calling yourself master and Ling brother, are you trying to send me away?" Shen Bao immediately changed his tone and called Ling Disher master again. Seeing that Ling Yi was not angry, Wu Qian was relieved and asked Shen Bao, "Why are you here instead of watching the place?" "In the afternoon, I asked Master Ling to help me with something, so I brought a little gift to thank Master Ling," Shen Bao said, and took out a bank card from his body. "Master Ling, here is 5 million, a small token of my respect. Please accept it." Hearing this, Zhou Yue felt as if she were suffocating. What kind of favor is so valuable that it's worth 5 million? Cousin, your family is really poor, so poor that all you have left is money? Also, my brother-in-law didn't even say thank you, and he just took the card. The key is that the other party was happy as if he had gotten a great deal. Since you're here, I won't go. You can take her. Ling Yi said to Chen Bao. After that, he said to Zhou Yue, "I have something to do, let him send you. If you need anything, just tell him." "Oh, okay." Zhou Yue was stunned for a moment, and then she came to her senses. After waving goodbye to Ling Yi, she got into the Mercedes-Benz and, accompanied by Chen Bao, drove towards the hotel. In the car, Zhou Yue hesitated for a long time, and then asked weakly, "Brother Bao, what does my cousin-in-law do? Why are you and Uncle Qian so polite to him?" Chen Bao smiled and said, "Didn't your brother-in-law tell you?" "No. Then I wouldn't dare tell you. If I offend your brother-in-law, I can't afford it." Hearing this, Zhou Yue was even more curious about her brother-in-law's identity. What kind of legendary existence could make such a big shot as Brother Bao so secretive? For a moment, the image of her brother-in-law's tough and handsome face appeared in her mind again, lingering there for a long time. Xinhuang International Hospital, SVLP ward. After learning the news that Sichuan had died in battle, Qin Jianye was silent for a long time. It wasn't until the tea on his desk had cooled that he asked, "Are you sure it wasn't that old bastard Wu Qian who did it?" Qin Jianlong said, "According to the disciples of Jinwei Martial Arts Academy, it was a young man, Chen Bao, who called him brothery." When did Jiangzhou have a young internal strength martial artist? Why didn't I know about it? Qin Jianye clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. "Big brother, the 3-day deadline is almost up, and now Sichuan is dead. What should we do?" Upon hearing this, Qin Jianye snorted and said with a gloomy face, "It doesn't matter. Sichuan is dead, and the other one will be here tomorrow anyway. At that time, it doesn't matter if it's the Han family or that bitch."